Chapter 421. Several months later. In Immortal blessed land, the fox groups had gathered into an army formation, tightly surrounding Dang Hun Mountain. Fong Yuan stood at the peak of the mountain with his hands behind his back, looking at the sky with a solemn expression. Time passed. Today was the day of the sixth earthly calamity's descent. Even though Fong Yuan was a immortal in the 500 years of his previous life, he could not remain calm facing the earthly calamity. Each earthly calamity would get stronger and stronger. It was a severe test of life and death for the blessed land and immortals. By the time Fong Yuan took control of the blessed land, there was only 1 year and 3 months left. This time was too short. He could only prepare as much as he could. Digging the canal to balance the water and fire was one, nurturing the fox groups to reproduce was the second, keeping fixed immortal travel and preparing to retreat at any time was the third. As for the sea of clouds in the sky and the blue charm lightning shadow in the west, he was powerless even if he wanted to. The wind gradually stopped. Far away in the sky, the sea of clouds rumbled. A lump of light was brewing. "It's here." Fong Yuan's pupils shrunk as he muttered softly. Amidst the sea of clouds, the ball of light suddenly exploded, forming a magnificent white round door that faced the vast blessed land. The door of light shined with a dazzling light. A huge monster with a yellowish-brown body appeared. It looked like a huge rock. It slowly descended from the door of light. Looking at this, a desolate beast calamity. Fong Yuan squinted, staring at it without blinking. The boulders continued to descend without a sound. Fong Yuan could not help but lick his dry lips, his heart sinking. There were countless types of earthly calamities, among which there were desolate beasts. In the blessed land, one or many desolate beasts would appear and attack the center of the blessed land together, wreaking havoc in the blessed land and wreaking havoc. If they were not exterminated in time, no matter how vast the blessed land was, it would be destroyed by them. Damn it! It is actually a desolate beast. I hope this desolate beast has no immortal goo. Fong Yuan could not help but curse in his heart. If a desolate beast had an immortal goo, its battle strength would surpass ordinary immortals. This mysterious desolate beast landed on the ground with an agility that did not match its size. From afar, it looked like a boulder that was slightly flat. However, when Fong Yuan looked at it closely, he discovered that the boulder was actually a yellowish-brown carapace that emitted a metallic luster. The carapace was covered with thick mud. Just as Fong Yuan was guessing. What exactly was it? A pair of huge pincers that looked like 2 steel pincers extended from the square carapace. Then, 18 slender pincers appeared. They came out from both sides and landed on the ground. Then, they easily lifted its heavy body up and away from the ground. Mud crab. Upon seeing this scene, Fong Yuan blurted out. He recognized the desolate beast's true appearance. It was a huge crab with a body as big as a mountain. When it propped itself up, its height could reach a quarter of Dang Hun Mountain. Its first pair of pincers were even more terrifying than steel pincers. With a light pinch, it could break a mountain rock. Dragon scissors. Its other 18 chelicerae, although thinner and more slender than the first pair of chelicerae. But in reality, they were even thicker than 100-year-old trees. On its body, there were a large number of parasites. Most were water and earth path goo worms. Sometimes, there was even an entire group of goo worms. Fortunately, Immortal blessed land has abundant immortal essence. I have abundant immortal essence. Fong Yuan gritted his teeth, rejoicing internally. When the mud crab first appeared, the land spirit had already used the heavenly power of heaven and earth to imprison all of its goo worms. Be it rank 1 or rank 5 goo, they could not display their power. The crucial question was whether this desolate beast had an immortal goo or not. If this mud crab had an immortal goo, it would depend on what immortal goo it was. Immortal goo were unique and extraordinary, the blessed land could not imprison them. Immortal goo were the key factors that affected the entire situation. After the mud crab completely stretched its limbs, it slowly moved its body towards Dang Hun Mountain. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved rapidly. Large numbers of fox groups covered the entire mountain, surging towards the desolate beast like a tide. Soon, they surrounded the mud crab. Their claws and teeth bit on the mud crab's claws, while the sturdy golden foxes charged over. But the mud crab was huge, it was simply a giant. As it moved forward, ordinary fox groups could not stop it, instead they were trampled into meat paste. Fang Yuan's expression was cold, he still commanded the foxes to send themselves to death. He had reproduced so many to be sacrificed. Injuries would accumulate. It would be good if he could stop the soul beast for even a little bit. But the mud crab continued to move forward with a crushing momentum, not moving an inch. It was like a moving mountain, ignoring the fox groups below it. The colorful waves of attacks hit the swamp crab's body like countless brilliant fireworks. This was the power of the 100 Beast King, 1000 Beast King, and myriad Beast King of the fox group. They had many goo worms on them. Under the power of the goo groups, the mud on the mud crab's body was completely knocked off. The gigantic yellow river finally stopped for a moment. It suddenly opened its mouth and spat out large amounts of mud. At the same time, countless small gates opened on its stomach, yellow mud gushed out like a yellow mud waterfall. The mud fell on the grassland, instantly forming a large swamp. In the yellow mud, strange-looking crabs stood up. Some were huge, like fierce tigers. Some had sharp claws, like steel needles. Some had 8 claws and were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, a 1,000,000-strong crab army was formed. It is indeed a mud crab. It can give birth to countless small crabs at any time, forming an army. Fang Yuan's expression turned grim. The fox group and the crab army fought, entangling intensely. The fox army shrank greatly, suffering heavy losses. The crab army's casualties were many times that of the fox group, but the desolate beasts continued to produce an endless number of crabs. Fang Yuan quickly mobilized the fox groups hiding outside the mountain. Fortunately, I used up all the estrus goo and produced a large number of fox groups, otherwise the army would not be enough. In this short period of time, Fang Yuan felt dizzy. The number of fox groups he commanded was too huge. Even though his soul was 6 times that of a normal person, he could not endure it. With the crab army opening the way, the mud crab continued to move forward, regaining its previous speed. The claws on both sides of its body. They landed alternately, like a song, with an elegant rhythm. But beneath its feet was a tragic battlefield, blood flowed like a river, corpses were piled up, every inch of land was stained with blood. The mud crab did not differentiate between friend and foe, every time its claws stepped, a mass of blood would burst out. When the claws were raised. In the deep pit on the ground, there was fox meat paste, as well as the broken shells and limbs of the crab. This desolate beast was so huge and majestic. In all fairness, its speed was not fast. But precisely because of this, it gave people a huge psychological pressure. Seeing it coming over, Fang Yuan felt like a guillotine of death was hanging on his neck. Damn it! Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. The desolate beast in front of him was the king of the swamp. It was covered in carapace, hiding in the depths of the swamp all year round, even its eyes had degenerated, there was no weakness at all. Fang Yuan mobilized the fox group. He tried to block it, but it was useless. He could only watch helplessly as the swamp crab approached him. Can you teleport it away? Fang Yuan turned his head and asked Little Who Immortal Land Spirit. Goo immortals were different. Blessed lands were different, and the power of the land spirit was also different. Some land spirits could teleport, for example, the tyrannical tortoise in 3 Kings' Blessed Land. Some land spirits could not even do so. Some land spirits could summon wind and rain, while some could control the flow of time at will. Let me try. Little Who Immortal's breathing was rapid. She also felt a huge psychological pressure. She mobilized her immortal essence. Using all her strength, her cute little face turned red. Ayayaya. She let out a tender, childish cry. With a light swoosh, the giant swamp crab disappeared from where it stood, moving 9,000 paces away. Success! Little Who Immortal's face was flushed, she gasped for breath. Fong Yuan also let out a sigh of relief. Master, I used a bead of green grape immortal essence just now. Little Who Immortal reported with a pained expression. No matter. Fong Yuan's expression was cold. He continued to mobilize the countless foxes and continued to attack the mud crab. After a few minutes, the mud crab got close again. The land spirit had to use the same trick again and teleported away. Another bead of green grape immortal essence was lost. Little Who Immortal was pained, while Fong Yuan's heart was also bleeding. In Who Immortal blessed land, there were only 78 beads of green grape immortal essence. Fong Yuan used one to feed fixed immortal travel goo. Now, he used another 2 to teleport the mud crab. He still had to use this immortal essence to refine goo and manage the entire blessed land in the future. There were many places where immortal essence was needed, but Who Immortal was already dead. These green grape immortal essence were like water without a source. No matter how much was used, it could not be replenished. Some crabs charged up the mountain from a direction that was overlooked. Fong Yuan snorted coldly. He immediately ordered the land spirit to release a portion of Dang Hun Mountain's power. Immediately, the area where the crab army was moving became a dead zone. Countless crabs died instantly, their bodies lying on the ground unharmed, but their souls were shattered. The situation was very strange. Unfortunately, Dang Hun Mountain's power has a lasting effect on the soul. The desolate beast's soul is strong, it can last for a while. I cannot let it reach Dang Hun Mountain and destroy this precious forbidden land. Fong Yuan did not participate in the battle personally. Even if he used that set of strength goo, its destructive power was not enough to break the shell of the mud crab. More importantly, the mud crab had not used its immortal goo yet. Fong Yuan did not know if it had won or not. The unknown was a strong deterrence, causing Fong Yuan to not dare to act rashly. Thus, the mud crab attacked again. Just as it was teleported for the third time, Little Who Immortal's expression suddenly changed. Before Fong Yuan could react, she grabbed Fong Yuan's arm and disappeared on the spot. At the next moment, a fierce thunderbolt struck the place where they were originally standing. Rumble. With a loud explosion, mountain rocks flew everywhere. The lightning paused for a moment, before turning back. It turned into a human-shaped lightning, letting out a mournful cry. The culprit was the blue charm lightning shadow. Chapter 422. It hugged its head and howled in pain. The blue lightning was also disorderly and only stabilized after a long time. Evidently, the shadow had suffered soul damage when it entered Dang Hun Mountain. In Dang Hun Palace, the smoke shadow reflected this scene. Fong Yuan watched with a livid expression. If not for the land spirit's timely teleportation, he would have died. Little Who Immortal patted her chest, her face pale with lingering fear. When it rains, it pours. The blue charm shadow had also joined the battle, making the situation even worse. The blue charm shadow's failure in sneak attack made it angry, and it charged at Dang Hun Mountain. Every time it slammed into the walls, Dang Hun Palace shook. It hit the surface of the mountain, causing soil to fly and creating huge black pits. Fong Yuan's heart bled as he watched. This was Dang Hun Mountain. In the entire world, there was only one such place. Fortunately, the blue charm shadow stopped attacking after dozens of times. Its soul was severely injured, and its lightning was very disorderly. It did not dare to attack again. In this period of time, the land spirit teleported the swamp crab twice. In total, it had used up 5 green grape immortal essence beads. And the fox army, which had originally been large in numbers, had already been wiped out. What made Little Who Immortal discouraged was that this desolate beast only had small scratches on its body, and its steps were as steady as before. It was like a diamond bone that could not be chewed through. Whether it was the blue charm shadow or the swamp crab, they all had the same goal, to destroy the central area, exhaust the immortal essence, and kill the land spirit. Their ultimate goal was to destroy the entire blessed land. They were on the same side, and did not fight amongst themselves. Instead, they cooperated. When Feng Yuan and the land spirit were having a headache over this swamp crab, the blue charm shadow gave up on Dang Hun Mountain and targeted this land. It did not dare to attack Dang Hun Mountain. It started to attack the sky and earth. The earth was destroyed, and deep pits appeared. The sky shattered, showing the damage of the mirror. Feng Yuan felt a deep sense of helplessness. Not good, master. A hole has appeared in the blessed land. Little Who Immortal's tone was anxious. The blue charm shadow's attack shattered the sky and earth, creating a hole in the blessed land. Cut off all the blessed lands around the loophole. Feng Yuan's body was as cold as ice, his tone indifferent. Ah! Little Fox Immortal's eyes widened as she exclaimed. Do this. It was the same as completely abandoning him, and he could never recover. If a hole appeared in a blessed land, it could be filled with immortal essence. If it wasn't mended in time, the hole would expand and form a channel. Once the tunnel was formed, those Gu immortals outside the blessed land would definitely swarm in with ill intentions. At that time, the situation would be even more out of control. Tian Ti Mountain had demonic path Gu immortals. Righteous path Gu immortals did not dare to attack because they had huge businesses. However, there was no lack of deranged people in the demonic Dao who worked alone. Love adventure. In any case, Feng Yuan had done this many times in his previous life. Under Feng Yuan's orders, Little Who Immortal gave up hundreds of acres of blessed land. The blue charm shadow continued to destroy and create loopholes. The land spirit continued to discard it. The swamp crabs kept attacking Dang Hun Mountain. The land spirit had no choice but to teleport continuously. The consumption of green grape immortal essence had already reached 13 beads. Sob sob sob, the blessed land has become smaller. I have also lost a lot of immortal essence. Little Who Immortal's tears flowed down as she sobbed. Stop crying. Feng Yuan shouted coldly. His expression was ashen. There is no point in delaying like this. Their only hope was to kill these 2 troublemakers. But I do not have any offensive immortal goo. Even if I use rank 5 goo on the swamp crabs, there will be no effect in a short period of time. I can only take a gamble now. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Desolate beasts were extremely powerful. Just by relying on their majestic physique and fierce recovery ability, they could ignore many rank 5 goo. Especially this swamp crab, its defense was extremely strong and was considered high level among desolate beasts. Feng Yuan had many rank 5 goo, touch gold goo, loose bones goo, crow 7 goo and so on. When used on the swamp crab, it was like throwing pebbles into a lake. It could only cause slight ripples. He needed to attack continuously to gradually gain some effect. But Feng Yuan could not activate these goo worms to attack. Once he reached the mountain, he would be attacked by the blue charm lightning shadow. Even if he gave the goo worms to the land spirit, Feng Yuan did not dare to take the risk. The land spirit would also perish. Once it was destroyed by the blue charm lightning shadow, Feng Yuan would not even have the ability to use fixed immortal travel goo to retreat. Only immortal goo could change the situation. Although Fang Yuan had 2 immortal goo, they had no offensive ability. Don't teleport anymore, let this damned swamp crab attack Dang Hun Mountain. Fang Yuan shouted, ordering Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit, release all of Dang Hun Mountain's power. Boz. Dang Hun Mountain had always been restricted by Little Hu Immortal. Now that it was completely released, the whole mountain immediately became hazy. An enormous and formless soul-shaking power directly spread out of the mountain, extending for 3,000 steps, sweeping through the surroundings. Only Dang Hun Palace did not change under the land spirit's control. The gigantic swamp crab quickly got close to Dang Hun Mountain. Under the power of Dang Hun Mountain, its hard shell could not provide any protection. Its soul suffered an intense attack, causing its movements to freeze. But soon, it went berserk, its speed more than doubled as it attacked Dang Hun Mountain. Bam! Its huge claws were like steel pincers, smashing heavily on Dang Hun Mountain. The hard mountain rocks were as fragile as flour at this moment, and holes were easily smashed into them. The huge hole was at least a few hectares in size, dust rose and the whole of Dang Hun Palace shook. Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit's face turned pale, Dang Hun Palace continued to shake, dust fell and cracks spread on the walls and pillars like snakes. Suddenly, Little Hu Immortal let out a miserable cry, not good. That blue charm lightning shadow has already gone to the north, it is wantonly destroying the heaven and earth, creating many holes. The scene in front of Fang Yuan changed, showing the scene of the blue charm lightning shadow attacking the heaven and earth, creating holes. The blessed lands east and north were constantly being corroded by the remnants of the earthly calamity, they were weaker than the other regions. The blue charm lightning shadow was targeting the blessed land's weakness and attacking it. Luckily, we balanced the fire and water. Otherwise, the blue charm magic shadow would have destroyed everything. It would be 10 times worse than it was now. Master, what should we do? Little Fox Immortal was at a loss. The situation was so bad that it could not get any worse. The swamp crab was like a steel hammer that pierced straight into the heart. It consumed immortal energy intensely and was wantonly destroying Dang Hun Mountain at the same time. As for the blue charm film, it was extremely sinister. He would specifically look for the weak points of the blessed lands and make them bleed. Every loophole it created was a bloody wound on the blessed land. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with ferocity. The more dangerous the situation was, the more it stimulated his fighting spirit. Land spirit, move the swamp crab. Move 3,000 steps away each time. Yes. In this way, the distance was shortened, and the consumption of immortal essence was correspondingly reduced. Within 3,000 steps of Dang Hun Mountain, the soul-shaking power could still cause damage to the swamp crabs. Land Spirit, abandon the entire northern region. Fang Yuan ordered. Ah! Little Fox Immortal was stunned. She did not dare to believe her ears. Hu Immortal Blessed Land's northern region had an area of 1,000,000 hectares. With one sentence from Fang Yuan, he was going to abandon it. Once it was abandoned, Hu Immortal Blessed Land would forever lack this piece of land. Fang Yuan was definitely going all out this time. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was only 6,000,000 hectares, he was actually going to abandon 1/6 of it. Master, this. Little Fox Immortal hesitated. Quickly do as I say. Fang Yuan stared at the image in front of him and shouted. Little Fox Immortal pouted her red lips as her eyes filled with tears. Tears rolled down her face as she bawled. Land Spirit was the representative of heaven and earth. Abandoning the blessed land was like cutting off one's own flesh. Abandoning the entire northern region was like a person chopping off his own leg with his own hands. Master! Don't! Little Fox Immortal cried loudly. She begged. But Fang Yuan's expression was as cold as ice. He did not make any compromises. Master's orders could not be disobeyed. Little Fox Immortal could only bear with the pain and abandon the entire northern region. That blue charm shadow was in the center of the northern region, destroying heaven and earth and creating a hole. When it sensed that something was wrong, it hurriedly moved and attempted to rush out of the northern region. But when it was 10 kilometers away, it did not manage to escape in time and was trapped in the northern region. It let out a shrill, ear-piercing scream. Its voice was filled with indignation. But it made a mistake. The blue charm shadow could only disappear along with the northern region and land in the central continent. Success! Seeing this, Fang Yuan was so excited that he almost shouted. If it was any other time, the blue charm shadow's soul would not be injured and it would definitely be able to react in time. If not for the fact that it was attacking the heaven and earth crazily, causing it to lose its energy and speed, it would definitely be able to escape quickly. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan endured the pain and sacrificed himself to protect himself. He finally got rid of the blue charm shadow. As for what kind of trouble it would cause outside the central continent, that was not within Fang Yuan's consideration. Boom boom boom, the entire Dang Hun mountain was still shaking. The wild beast swamp crab's soul was so strong that it forced itself to attack Dang Hun mountain. The closer it got to Dang Hun mountain, the stronger the soul-shaking power. Little Hu Immortal had to move the swamp crab out again and again. At this point, it depended on the strength of both sides. If the wild beast's soul was strong and pushed down Dang Hun mountain, it would be Fang Yuan's defeat. On the other hand, if Dang Hun mountain did not fall, it would be the earthly calamity's failure. Bang, bang, bang. The pillars in Dang Hun Palace kept collapsing and the beams broke. Smoke and dust rose, accompanied by Little Hu Immortal's sobs. Fang Yuan's expression was cold as he stood silently. Power, I need more power. He clenched his fists and shouted indignantly in his heart. Why was it that even though it kept growing, it was still so weak in the face of heaven and earth and fate? Then continue to grow, become stronger, stronger and stronger. In this silent shout, the swamp crab's movements gradually slowed. Finally, it collapsed halfway up Dang Hun mountain, no longer breathing. Chapter 423. Fang Yuan walked out of Dang Hun Palace. The pink crystal mountain was full of holes and shattered rocks. It was a mess. Red blood, yellow mud, fox and crab corpses piled up together. The desolate beast swamp crab's huge body was pressed down on Dang Hun mountain's waist. It was like a protruding hill, extremely eye-catching. A light breeze blew Fang Yuan's long black hair. His deep eyes slowly looked at the battlefield. The pungent smell of blood irritated Fang Yuan's nose. Following closely behind him was the land spirit, Little Fox Immortal. Her eyes were red, and there were still traces of tears on her pink little face. She was still sobbing. Master, our losses are too severe. We lost over 1 million mu of land, we only have 71 beads of immortal essence left. Of the 4,700,000 fox group, only 310,000 remain. We also lost over 700,000 goo worms. Hu Immortal had worked hard for so many years, but after this battle, the entire Blessed Land's development had regressed by 40 years. But Fang Yuan did not think so. His expression was tired, but his eyes could not conceal his joy. He had survived this earthly calamity in the end. This was a critical juncture. Now that this was over, Fang Yuan had time to catch his breath. Facing the 7th earthly calamity, he would have more time to prepare. Don't cry, the Blessed Land is preserved, we have hope. Dang Hun Mountain did not collapse, we have the resources to start. Although we lost 1 million mu of land, we will not need it in the short term, it will not hinder our development. Fang Yuan patted the land spirit's head, continuing to console, look. Not long later, Dang Hun Mountain will be filled with gut stones, and we will control the Rockmen tribe. Most importantly, that blue charm lightning shadow was chased away. Next, we can develop without any worries. Who Immortal blessed land will prosper again. This was an extremely intense battle. Countless foxes and crabs died near Dang Hun Mountain. At the same time, the swamp crab's soul was shaken into essence and fell onto Dang Hun Mountain. It could be predicted. Not long after, large numbers of gutstones would appear on Dang Hun Mountain. What Master said makes sense. Little Fox Immortal gradually stopped sobbing and thought about it carefully. That was indeed the case. The earthly calamity was like a baptism. Who Immortal blessed land managed to survive, but not only did it suffer heavy losses, it also benefited greatly. What a pity, the swamp crab has a large number of goo worms. Now, they have all been killed by Dang Hun Mountain. Little Who Immortal pouted. It stared hatefully at the gigantic shell of the mud crab. Rejoice. This desolate beast does not have an immortal goo, otherwise, we might not be standing here. Fong Yuan heaved a long sigh. This was where he was lucky this time. The power of a crucial immortal goo could easily overturn the entire situation. Even if this swamp crab had an immortal goo and was killed by Fong Yuan, how could Fong Yuan capture the immortal goo was a huge problem. Who knew, this wild immortal goo might replace the blue charm lightning shadow and become a huge threat to Who Immortal blessed land. They would be able to survive this earthly disaster. Fong Yuan was already satisfied. After all, he was only a rank 4 upper stage mortal goo master, but he managed to kill a desolate beast that even goo immortals had a headache over. Land Spirit. Clean up the battlefield. Preserve the swamp crab's corpse well, I am going to rest. Fong Yuan patrolled the area and relaxed, feeling an intense sense of fatigue. He had commanded millions of foxes, his soul and mind were already exhausted, he urgently needed to sleep. Okay. Little Who Immortal replied crisply, she looked at the swamp crab's huge shell, her eyes shining with a bright light. Every desolate beast was a moving treasure trove. Its blood, fur, bones, internal organs and so on were all good materials for goo refinement. You damned crab, I am going to strip you naked. Little Who Immortal wrinkled her nose and grinned, revealing her canine teeth as she walked towards the swamp crab, muttering to herself while gritting her teeth. This time, Fong Yuan had a very comfortable sleep. 3 days later, he woke up and laid on the bed, not wanting to move at all. This time, he was truly relaxed. The 6th earthly calamity had just passed, Fong Yuan had gained a lot of time, he could finally let out a sigh of relief. Ever since his first rebirth, he had been roaming around, struggling and resisting. Especially on Sancha Mountain, he had racked his brains and used all his methods. Now, he had finally protected the blessed land. To Fong Yuan, it was a stable back. If Who Immortal blessed land was destroyed, he would be in trouble. He had exposed many things. Let's not talk about other things, let's talk about fixed immortal travel goo. Fong Yuan was not a goo immortal yet, this immortal goo could not be kept in his aperture, its aura would leak out and be easily detected by goo immortals, who would try to snatch it. Now, fixed immortal travel goo was placed in Who Immortal blessed land, and with immortal essence, it could be nurtured. Besides this, there was also the refinement of second aperture goo. Without Little Who Immortal's immortal essence, Fong Yuan could not refine this immortal goo. He would have to wait until he became a goo immortal. By then, divine travel goo would probably belong to someone else. It would be too late. Protecting Who Immortal blessed land was a huge help to Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan lay down for a while, before getting up to eat and drink. After filling his stomach, he went back to sleep again. This time, he slept for 10 hours before waking up. His fatigue was swept away, he felt refreshed and his mind was clear, his condition was very good. Land spirit, where is it? He stomped his feet and called out. With a whoosh, Little Who Immortal tore through the air and teleported, appearing in front of him. Master, I dismantled that crab, we can definitely sell it for a good price. Little Who Immortal's face was red, she had personally dismantled the culprit, it made her feel both relieved and excited. That's right, Master, there are 3 letters here. During the earthly calamity, someone stuffed them in through the loophole. Little Who Immortal said as she took out 3 goo and handed them to Fong Yuan. When the loophole was big enough to become a passage, people could enter and leave. Before that, some goo worms could be stuffed in through the loophole. These 3 goo. They were all information path goo worms. One looked like a paper crane, it was rank 3 lightning symbol paper crane goo. One was a green bird, vivid and lifelike. One was a green bird, it was rank 5, it was letter sending goo. One looked like a small sword, it was rank 3 flying sword letter goo. Fong Yuan's gaze flickered, he first took out the letter sending green bird goo. The green bird transformed into a letter, it was a letter from the rank 7 goo immortal Fong Joga. But Fong Yuan was not shocked, when he saw this messenger green bird goo for the first time, he was shocked. He had a premonition the moment he saw this letter sending green bird goo. His tone was gentle in Fong Joga's letter, he first expressed his praise and congratulations to Fong Yuan. Then he explained the purpose of the letter, to arrange a battle for his daughter, Fong Kim Hong. It turned out that after Fong Kim Hong returned to Spirit Affinity House, she had been extremely depressed and could not express it. During this period of time, she had been cultivating diligently. She wanted to get back at him. She was the one who proposed the battle. She wanted to have an honorable contest with Fong Yuan, betting on the honor of Spirit Affinity House and Crane Gate. You want to fight, so I have to fight. Fong Yuan sneered in disdain. He was so short on time, he did not even have enough to cultivate. Fong Yuan would not accept Fong Kim Hong's challenge for nothing. Fong Kim Hong was a heaven's proud daughter. She had a goo immortal parent and the support of her sect. Even if she had a blessed land. Even if an earthly calamity came, there would be a large group of people who would take the initiative to help her. But Fong Yuan was a loner, he had to rely on himself for everything. He had no mood to play with such a rich missy. Her thoughts are not clear, she wants to get back at me, must I accompany her? Ridiculous. Fong Yuan sneered. Different from others, he was not afraid of Fong Joga. In the near future, Fong Joga would be recruited by Celestial Court and successfully ascend. It would not be so easy for him to descend to Central Continent. But in this letter, this father and daughter seem to think I am a disciple of Crane Gate, what is going on? A trace of doubt flashed past Fong Yuan's eyes. The other party was a goo immortal, they naturally would not make such a low-level mistake. This meant that there was definitely a hidden story. Fong Yuan took out the flying sword letter goo. Opening it, it was another challenge letter. But in this letter, it was full of cursing Fong Yuan's 8 generations of ancestors, and even using Crane Gate's honor to pressure Fong Yuan, inciting Fong Yuan to accept the challenge. Finally, it was a threat, if Fong Yuan did not agree, he would expose the contents of this letter to the world, letting the whole world know that Fong Yuan was a coward, a coward. Fong Yuan read it carefully and smiled lightly, so it is Jian Yixing. Jian Yixing was a metal path goo master, he had a wretched appearance and personality, he was most proficient in sneak attacks, and hated suffering losses the most. He was one of the demonic path goo immortals on Tian-Ti Mountain, he was a true villain. In the 500 years of Fong Yuan's previous life, he had sneak attacked him several times. Finally, Fong Yuan was enraged and created a sea of blood, trapping Jian Yixing in his blessed land, not daring to come out and accept the challenge. This lasted for 20 years, Jian Yixing finally understood that he had provoked someone he should not have provoked. Finally, he could not take it anymore. He knelt in front of Fang Yuan and surrendered, without any demeanor of a Gu immortal. As for why this guy challenged Fang Yuan, it was his bad luck. After Fang Yuan abandoned his blessed land, he chased the blue charm lightning shadow to Tianti Mountain, but coincidentally, Jian Yixing bumped into him. Right now, although Jian Yixing was a Gu immortal, he did not have an immortal Gu. He was beaten up by the blue charm lightning shadow. He escaped to his own blessed land in a sorry state. Only then did he get rid of the blue charm lightning shadow. After returning home, he calculated his losses and immediately stomped his feet in anger. After finding out the culprit, he sent the flying sword letter Gu to challenge Fang Yuan. He clearly knows I am still immortal, but he challenged me as a Gu immortal. He even said it so righteously, claiming to be fair. This guy is still as shameless as he was in my previous life. But, why did he treat me as someone from Crane Gate? Fang Yuan was doubtful as he opened the lightning symbol paper Crane Gu. He opened it and took a look. His pupils shrunk as he showed an expression of astonishment. What? Fangjing is still alive. As he read on, the doubts in his heart were finally cleared away. So that's it. He Fengyang from Crane Gate is an astute person. He actually thought of this method to get rid of his competitors. But, he greatly underestimated me. How can I join Crane Gate? But the transaction in the letter is what I need. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan calmed down. Chapter 424. The towering Tianti mountain pierced through the clouds, reaching a height of 1,000,000 meters. It was at the center of Central Continent. It was the land of inheritance, the mountain of sages. In ancient times, it was the ladder of immortals and mortals, leading to the celestial court. Immortal Crane sect's elite disciples were standing at the foot of Tianti Mountain. They had already waited for an hour. How much longer do we have to wait? This Fang Yuan is putting on too much airs, isn't he? Shoo, be quiet. He is Guyue Fangjing's brother, and now the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Speaking of which, Fangjing's brother is really amazing. He even defeated Feng Kim Hong, Xiao Qi Xing, and Ing Xing Ji. So what? If I had a sect supreme elder supporting me and activating fixed immortal travel Gu, I would also be able to obtain the blessed land. Our sect's elders are really scheming. On the surface, they sent Fangjing to attract the firepower, but the real trump card is his brother, Fang Yuan. To make this matter seem real, Crane Gate lied to the sect's disciples. Crane Gate's disciples only then knew that there was a Guyue Fang Yuan in their sect. In these 3 months, Guyue Fang Yuan became the most discussed person in Crane Gate's disciples. He was low-key and mysterious, attracting everyone's curiosity. He amazed the world with a single brilliant feat, helping Crane Gate obtain Hu Immortal Blessed Land, and even gaining face for Crane Gate, causing other disciples to feel proud. The discussions behind him continued to enter Fangjing's ears. Fangjing stood at the front of the crowd. His gaze was heavy as he looked at Tianti Mountain. These days, he was like a walking corpse. He did not know how he survived. When Fangjing left Qingmao Mountain, he was determined to take revenge, to seek justice for his dead clansmen. He was burdened with a blood feud, and the strong will of vengeance supported him, forcing him to cultivate diligently. He worked harder than all the other disciples and did not slack off at all. He had imagined countless times that when he found Fang Yuan, he would defeat Fang Yuan, make him kneel on the ground, and repent for all that he had done on Qingmao Mountain. The people in the underworld who knew about this would be able to rest in peace. Therefore, when he was climbing Dang Hun Mountain, he wanted to give up countless times, but he persevered countless times. Every time he thought of Fang Yuan, there would always be a strong force in his heart that supported him and allowed him to continue climbing. He was determined to obtain Hu immortal inheritance, not only because he did not want to disappoint his master and the sect's expectations, but also because Hu immortal blessed land increased the possibility of his revenge by several times. However, he never expected that the blow of fate would come so suddenly and so heavily. Guyue Fang Yuan, his biological brother, the protagonist of countless nightmares, had suddenly appeared on top of the mountain. Then, in front of everyone, he seized the inheritance, and even Gu immortals could do nothing about it. The defeated Fangjing returned to the sect. Shock. Pain. Bewilderment. Fear. He knew the sect's lies, he was an insider and knew the truth of the matter. But it was precisely because of this that the shadow in his heart grew even larger. This Yin shadow was something Fang Yuan had cast on him since he was young. Why is Big Brother so smart? But I am stupid. Why did I still lose to Fang Yuan despite cultivating so hard? Why was it like this in southern border, and now in central continent? Don't tell me that I, Guyue Fangjing, will have to live under his shadow for the rest of my life, and never be able to defeat him. Every time Fangjing thought of this, an unwillingness would rise up from the depths of his heart, giving him even more motivation to cultivate even harder. But this time was different. It was different. Thinking of the mission given to him by the sect before he came, Fangjing's body could not help but shiver. The blessed land was in Fang Yuan's hands, the sect had to recruit Fang Yuan in order to obtain Hu immortal blessed land. As long as he was willing to hand over Hu immortal blessed land, he would become an elder of Crane Gate. In central continent sects, from bottom to top, they were outer disciple, inner disciple, elite disciple, and true disciple, rising through the ranks. Above the disciples were elders, their cultivation was rank 4, and they were in charge of all aspects of the sect. Above the elders were sect leaders, their cultivation was at least rank 5 middle stage, and they were in charge of the sect's affairs. Above the sect leader was the Grand Elder. These supreme elders were all Gu immortals, they were usually secretive and rarely seen, cultivating in seclusion. When the sect was on the brink of destruction, or when a major event occurred, they would come out and let the world know of the deep foundation of Crane Gate as one of the 10 great sects. Ever since I joined Crane Gate, I have been cultivating hard all these years, from outer disciple to inner disciple. Then from inner disciple to elite disciple. During the sect assessment, I obtained the first place among the elite disciples with great difficulty. As for him, Fang Yuan, as long as he said a word, he could easily become an elder of the sect. Any disciple who sees him would have to bow and greet him. Every time Fangjing thought of this, he would feel an incomparable pain in his heart. If Fang Yuan really became an elder, then he, Fangjing, would have to bow and greet this great enemy of his in the future. What fun would there be in such a life? What meaning would there be? Master, could it be that all the efforts I've put in have been meaningless? At this moment, Fangjing stood at the foot of Tian Ti Mountain, waiting for Fang Yuan to summon him. He could not help but fall into deep self-doubt. Master Tenchiru immediately consoled him. Fangjing, you need to correct your mentality. Crane Gate sacrificed a lot for Hu immortal inheritance, including an immortal Gu. For the sake of the sect, we need to look at the big picture, and temporarily put down our personal grudges. Fangjing, you need to understand, it was Crane Gate who nurtured you, now the sect needs you to make some sacrifices. You need to look at the big picture, you cannot be ungrateful. Saying this, Master Tenchiru sighed in his heart. He understood Fangjing very well, thus he was even more worried. All along, the thought of revenge was like a pillar that supported Fangjing forward, it had already become his cultivation obsession. But now, the sect's order was to destroy this obsession of Fangjing's, this was more fatal than any injury. It was very likely that Fangjing would suffer such a blow and become dispirited, unable to recover from this setback. But what can we do? After all, that is a blessed land, and at the same time, there is a forbidden land like Dang Hun Mountain. The gut stones on the mountain will be supplied to the sect's disciples, and the whole sect's strength will rise sharply. Besides this, Fang Yuan has blood skull goo, and even fixed immortal travel goo. The value of these things is too great, how can a mere elite disciple compare to them? Master Tenshira sighed in his heart, but on the surface, he said to Fangjing, "My good disciple, you need to restrain your desire for revenge. A little impatience will spoil great plans, treat this as a tempering of your nature. When you see your brother, do not attack. In the blessed land, you are not your brother's match." Saying this, Master Tenshira could not help but think of He Fingyang's instruction before they set off. "I know the grudge between the two brothers, Fang Yuan and Fangjing. If there is a need, we can sacrifice Fangjing. You can negotiate on behalf of Fangjing." He Fengyang was under a lot of pressure, all the supreme elders were paying attention to this matter. "Master, you want me to treat this as a tempering of my nature?" I will try my best." Fangjing's fists loosened and loosened, showing the struggle, pain, and anger in his heart. Some people were determined to take revenge, and trained bitterly, only to find that their enemy was dead. This was pain. Some people were determined to take revenge, and trained bitterly, only to find their enemy, but they could not defeat him, and his enemy was still living happily. This was even more pain. Some people were determined to take revenge, and trained bitterly, only to find that they could not defeat their enemy. They even had to negotiate in a friendly manner, hoping that their enemy would become their superior. This was the greatest pain of all. Fangjing, don't be too conflicted. Fang Yuan is not having a good time either, the blessed land has an earthly calamity. You cannot imagine the might of an earthly calamity. Even if your brother has immortal goo, he is still immortal. In a while, he will deeply understand the terror of an earthly calamity. By then, the earthly calamity will be full of loopholes, and the losses will be severe. This trip of yours has a high chance of success." Master Tenshira consoled him. Fangjing heard this and his mood relaxed a little. "The earthly calamity has started," He Fengyang muttered. He lived in seclusion behind the scenes. 1 was to protect these elite disciples, 2 was to prevent other Gu masters from plotting against them, and 3 was to help Fang Yuan at the crucial moment if he could not resist the earthly calamity. At this moment, he stared at the location of Hu Immortal blessed land hidden on Tian-Ti mountain, and sensed the destructive aura unique to the earthly calamity. Soon, his lips curled up. Because on Tian-Ti mountain, there was a phenomenon. Piece after piece, the phantom image of a grassland appeared on Tian-Ti mountain. It was like smoke or fog, illusory and not real. How could there be a grassland on the mountain? This was the loophole of the blessed land, and it was a rather large loophole, allowing outsiders to peek at the scene inside the blessed land. Such a loophole could only be stuffed in some goo worms. There was still some distance before goo masters could enter. Master Tenshira had already shouted, "The loophole has appeared, quick, send the lightning symbol paper crane goo in." Fangjing gritted his teeth, and under everyone's gaze, he injected his primeval essence and activated his goo worm. The lightning symbol paper crane goo shot into the loophole like a bolt of lightning. But soon, the phantom image of the grassland turned into a lump of primeval chi, dissipating from heaven and earth. The lightning symbol paper crane goo flew 2 rounds before returning to Fangjing's hand. This is Fang Yuan. He gave up the blessed land on his own accord, completely abandoning it. It seems he is worried that the loophole will form a passage and allow outside goo masters to enter. He Fengyang was slightly shocked, but soon sneered, "I'll let you cut it, let's see how far you can cut it. Every piece of blessed land you give up is the same as cutting your own flesh." However, after a while, He Fengyang's expression changed completely. He is still cutting the blessed land. It is probably several thousand mu. He has some courage, no wonder he could take the risk to snatch the inheritance. After a while, He Fengyang's expression turned ugly. Chapter 425. On Tian Mountain, the holes were densely packed and were appearing frequently. Not only the elite disciples of Crane Gate were watching closely, there were also many Gu immortals hiding behind the scenes, paying close attention. Using this time, Fangjing tried 3 more times, finally successfully sending the lightning paper crane Gu into the Blessed Land. A green bird spread its wings and flew over, following the hole and entering Hu Immortal Blessed Land. This is letter sending green bird Gu. What is Feng Joga trying to do? Feng Yang saw this and his expression turned grim. But at the next moment, his pupils shrunk to pin size, his mouth opened wide and his face was filled with extreme shock. Oh my God! He actually cut off such a big piece of blessed land. Feng Yang was tongue-tied, he was like a stone statue. Feng Yuan gave away a whole 500,000 square kilometers of blessed land. The entire mountainside of Tian Mountain was filled with the shadows of the blessed land. A large grassland covered everyone's vision. A Gu immortal reacted the fastest, his sword light flashed and he revealed his true body. Ha ha ha, such a huge blessed land. It is mine, no one can snatch it from me. Jian Yixing shouted excitedly. He wanted to pull this territory into his own blessed land and expand his territory. But right at this time, a lightning light shot out. Fuck me. Jian Yixing was caught off guard, he cursed and was sent flying by the blue charm lightning shadow like a cannonball. Jian Yixing was not easy to deal with, he immediately fought with the blue charm lightning shadow. The commotion was intense, the mountains shook, the elite disciples of Crane Gate were all dumbfounded. What made them even more shocked was, more than 10 figures appeared on the battlefield like a pack of hungry wolves. They split up this 500,000 square kilometers of Hu Immortal Blessed Land at lightning speed. You damned bitches. I lured the monster away, I worked hard and did a great job, but you didn't leave anything for me. I am your ancestor. I curse you to have your assholes blocked when you shit, and to have sons that grow on your heads. One sword was so angry that he shouted. He had never suffered such a huge loss in his life. He was in a sorry state after being chased by the blue charm shadows. There's also that little thief Feng Yuan. He's truly vicious and audacious, actually scheming against me. Fight me if you have the guts. He shot out the flying sword letter Gu. The flying sword letter Gu's speed was extremely fast. Furthermore, it had the ability to pierce through space. Even if there were no loopholes, it could still shoot into the blessed land. Everyone at the Crane Gate was dumbfounded. Is this the demeanor of a Gu immortal? This Jian Yixing is truly an embarrassment to us Gu immortals. Feng Yang could not help but cover his face with his hands. At this moment, it glowed with a platinum light. There was a vermilion gate tower within the light. It was 30 meters tall and had a 9-colored plaque on it. The pink auspicious clouds gathered, and the rainbow light shone on Fangjing's body. In the blink of an eye, Fangjing disappeared from where he stood. Moving the blue charm shadow or the desolate beast swamp crab out of the blessed land was beyond little Hu Immortal's abilities. But to move a Fangjing, it was still possible. Therein. Feng Yang's heart skipped a beat upon seeing this. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky. It was the blue charm shadow. But the platinum radiance brought along the vermilion door. It suddenly retracted. The blue charm lightning shadow's attempt to charge into Hu Immortal Blessed Land failed. Fangjing felt his vision blur for a moment before he focused his eyes again. The scenery around them had changed drastically. He was on the grassland, and the grass was all around his feet. The sea of clouds above their heads cast a thick shadow. Not far away, there were a few lakes with clear and crystalline waves. We've reached Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fangjing reacted quickly. The Gu worms on his body were all sealed, just like when he first entered the Blessed Land. A cloud of smoke rose in front of him and expanded to the size of a floor mirror. Fong Yuan's figure appeared in the mirror. He was sitting, leaning against the back of a chair. His legs were crossed, his left hand was placed on his raised knee, while his right elbow was placed on the large armrest, and his palm was supporting his face. His black hair hung down freely, and his eyes were half squinted. His leisurely and languid movements and demeanor gave off a dangerous, demonic, and dark feeling. "My adorable little brother, to think I could see you in Central Continent." Fong Yuan spoke. His voice was so foreign to Fangjing, yet so familiar. Fangjing's body shook, his eyes were filled with intense hatred as he growled, "Gu Fong Yuan, you are a deranged demon, an executioner who slaughtered my kin. I will kill you with my own hands." Saying so, he charged towards Fong Yuan. But this Fong Yuan was just an image formed by a cloud of smoke. Fangjing dispersed the smoke. Soon, the dispersed smoke gathered again, forming a perfect image of Fong Yuan. Fangjing pointed at Fong Yuan and shouted, "Fong Yuan, you don't even have the courage to meet me. You coward! Shameless traitor, inhumane bastard. The worst that could happen was death. Yet, in order to drag out an ignoble existence, you killed your entire family. How could you do such a treacherous thing? Are you still human?" He he he. Fong Yuan laughed heartily and leaned against the back of the chair in satisfaction. "My dear little brother, I didn't expect you to be so stupid. Whether I did it or not, they will die. If that's the case, why can't I live? Without my counterattack, do you think you will be brought back to Central Continent? On the contrary, I am the one who saved you. I'm your savior after all." Bullshit. Preposterous and shameless. Fangjing heard Fong Yuan call himself his savior, and his nose became crooked. The smile on Fong Yuan's lips gradually disappeared, and he sighed, "Fangjing, my little brother, you really disappoint me. You haven't improved at all these years. No matter how high your cultivation is, you are just someone's pawn. Alright, let's get down to business. I have read the letter from Crane Gate. Don't talk nonsense about promising me the position of an elder from now on. Instead, we can make a deal." Fangjing's chest heaved up and down, and his breathing was heavy. He stared at Fong Yuan's image with hatred in his eyes. This pair of brothers looked so similar, almost identical, and they had the most intimate blood connection. Unfortunately, they were mortal enemies. Fangjing breathed roughly a few times, and finally restrained his surging killing intent towards Fong Yuan. Thinking of the sect's orders, he said, "Our sect is not interested in the fox groups or goo worms in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. But the guts goo on Dang Hun Mountain have some value. Our sect will send more disciples here, bring them to Dang Hun Mountain." Stop. Before Fangjing finished speaking, Fong Yuan interrupted, "I still don't believe your Crane Gate sincerity. This is what I want, prepare it for me first, and give it to me as soon as possible. I don't have Yuan Stone, but I have the corpse of the desolate beast swamp crab that can be used for the transaction as Yuan Stone. The details are in the letter. Go back and take a good look." The moment he said that, a tiny lightning bolt flew over, landing in Fangjing's hand. It was that electric paper crane goo. This electric paper crane goo had already been refined by Fong Yuan for his own use. The contents were the goo worms that Fong Yuan wanted, all kinds of materials, as well as the swamp crab's blood, meat, bones, carapace and so on. Fangjing raised his head, and was about to speak when the scene in front of him changed. He was transported out again. "Check it, is there anything wrong?" After Fangjing left, Fong Yuan did not relax, and instructed the land spirit. Blessed lands could not imprison immortal goo. Fong Yuan did not meet Fangjing personally, because he was worried that there was an immortal goo hidden on him. Crane Gate was a huge clan, they would not lack immortal goo. Although Fangjing's aperture could not hold an immortal goo, and could easily leak the immortal Gu's aura. But the Gu Master world was full of strange things. There were many methods to hide the immortal Gu's aura. Feng Yuan had to be on guard against this. The land spirit checked it several times, and after confirming there was no problem, Feng Yuan relaxed. I passed the earthly calamity. Is this considered a blessing in disguise? Feng Yuan squinted, considering his situation. The situation in front of him. It was much more advantageous than what he had expected. In order to swallow Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Crane Gate actually covered for their enemy, Feng Yuan. Such boldness, as expected of one of the 10 great sects of Central Continent. Everything was based on benefits, enemies, friends, everything was built on this foundation. In other words, this was the so-called big picture view. Under the restrictions of the system, under the requirement of the big picture view, even if Feng Jing hated him, so what? Wasn't he still obediently negotiating with him? Once they realize that they cannot control me, they will lose everything if they attack forcefully, so Crane Gate will come to negotiate and trade. Even if they find out, they won't say anything about the righteous and demonic factions colluding. Because Crane Gate has already admitted that I am their disciple. This is a meticulous plan. But this is what I need. Even if this disciple's identity is fake, it is enough to intimidate other forces. Looking at Jian Yixing and Feng Zhouge's letters, I will know how precious this identity is. Feng Yuan thought. He did not mind this identity. In essence, he was still a demonic path cultivator, he was still a human, he could still do things freely, nobody could restrict him. But at the same time, he could trade for other resources he needed. Come, I still want to go to Langya Blessed Land and snatch Connecting Heaven Gu. Now that I have Crane Gate to trade, I do not need to do so. But Crane Gate will not let me go after I snatch Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Negotiating now is because they are afraid of me, there is no choice. I cannot be careless and give them a chance. Feng Yuan warned himself, as for his brother Feng Jing, he was secondary. Killing him would at most raise his aptitude by using Blood Skull Gu. But the disadvantage was that he would become enemies with Crane Gate and put himself in a dangerous situation. Killing his own brother, this was a pure demonic act. If outsiders knew about it, they would think that Feng Yuan had betrayed Crane Gate. By then, the 10 great sects and countless demonic path Gu immortals would place their greedy gazes on Hu Immortal Blessed Land. There was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. Once this matter was exposed, even if Crane Gate wanted to put on a show, they would not be able to do it. In Feng Yuan's current situation, raising his aptitude was secondary. No matter how much he raised his aptitude, he needed resources to cultivate. Chapter 426. He Fengyang carefully looked at the densely packed letter that was flickering with lightning. Feng Yuan only wanted 3 things, yuan stone, gu worms and materials. 5 million yuan stone. Sure. Not to mention 5 million, even 10 million or 50 million would be fine. He Fengyang sneered. At the level of gu immortals, immortal essence was the most important. They could have as many yuan stone as they wanted, they did not care. Oh. And 5 spring egg gu. He Fengyang was slightly stunned. Spring egg gu was a rank 5 gu, it looked like a white goose egg and was obtained by killing specific eggmen. If the spring egg gu was planted deep underground, it would form a primeval water spring. This meant that a spirit spring could be grown. Every spring egg gu represented a small-scale spirit spring. Every small-scale spirit spring, from the moment it forms to the moment it disappears, could produce at least 100 million yuan stone. But spring egg gu's value was much higher than 100 million yuan stone. Gu immortals often bought them and planted them in their blessed land to form a spirit spring that could nourish all living beings. With a sufficient spirit spring, the primeval energy in the blessed land would be denser, and it would be beneficial for nurturing and strengthening goo worms. On the contrary, without a spirit spring, the primeval energy in the blessed land would be diluted by immortal essence and produced. In a sense, spirit springs could save immortal essence. To think that this Feng Yuan, a mere mortal, also knows the importance of spring egg goo. But this goo is in short supply even for goo immortals. How could we give you 5 at once? 3 is more or less enough. Your Hu immortal blessed land will belong to our crane gates sooner or later. He Fengyang shifted his gaze and looked at the contents below. Below, Feng Yuan listed many goo worms. What does he want so many low-rank goo worms for? He Fengyang was puzzled. If Feng Yuan wanted those rank 5 high-quality goo worms, or rare and powerful ones, then so be it. But what he wanted to trade were some rank 2 and rank 3 goo worms. Although there were rank 4 ones. Their numbers were few. I understand. This kid's wariness was really strong. He is afraid that if he directly asks for a rank 5 goo, we will tamper with the goo worms, so he plans to refine the goo himself. The process of goo refinement had to be precise and meticulous. If a goo worm was tampered with, it would destroy the entire refinement process. Conversely, successfully refined goo worms are all safe and clean. He Fengyang suddenly felt a little troubled. It turned out that he did have such a plan. Now that he saw this, he understood that this plot had failed before it could even be carried out. This kid is not easy to deal with, but how does he know so many goo refinement recipes? Looks like his background is definitely not simple. He Fengyang was secretly shocked. But on second thought, he smiled again. This Feng Yuan. You don't know what's good for you. Was goo so easy to refine? Every goo refinement was a huge investment. The higher the rank of the goo, the higher the failure rate and the greater the loss. How old are you? Goo refinement is not something that can be done with just talent. The most important thing is the accumulation of experience. He Fengyang did not know Feng Yuan's background, nor did he know that fixed immortal travel goo was refined by Feng Yuan. If he knew, he would not be able to laugh. He Fengyang continued to read. Oh. Among them, he also asked for relic goo. 1 yellow gold relic goo. 3 purple crystal relic goo. He Fengyang's gaze paused, knowing what Feng Yuan was planning. Feng Yuan had rank 4 upper stage cultivation. This was already known to the goo immortals of the 10 sects. It was not a secret. Feng Yuan used a yellow gold relic goo. That was rank 4 peak stage. After advancing to rank 5 initial stage, he could use 3 purple crystal relic goo to jump to rank 5 peak stage. Crane Gate was one of the 10 great sects of Central Continent. It had a huge business. They naturally had these relic goo. Every year, there would be disciples and elders who would unexpectedly obtain relic goo and offer them to the sect in exchange for contribution points. And the sect would also give the bronze to purple crystal relic goo. As the sect's mission rewards, they would be given out. He Fengyang could take out these relic goo, but letting Feng Yuan advance to rank 5 so quickly was not in line with Crane Gate's benefits. This time, I will first trade a purple crystal relic goo to make this Feng Yuan covet it. These relic goo are what he wants the most. I need to stop him and make him trade the guts goo. He Fengyang continued to read. Other than goo worms, there were some materials. Most of these materials were very common. There were some rare goo refinement materials, but they were not in large quantities. It seems this kid has made up his mind to refine goo. Refine. But why does he want star heron bile, toadstone, ascension wine and so on, these extremely uncommon materials? There were very few recipes that could be used for these materials. Some of them were as valuable as the parts of desolate beasts. Even He Fengyang had to spend a lot of effort to get these things. No matter if this kid is deliberately mystifying me, or trying to divert my attention, or refining some rare goo worm. I cannot give him all these materials at once. By making him anxious, he would be able to find out his true intentions. I will give him a jar of Ascension wine this time. This Ascension wine was a top-quality wine, brewed by Crane Gate's third Supreme Elder. It was he Fengyang who had joined the third Supreme Elder over 100 years ago. During the banquet, the third Supreme Elder was in a good mood, and rewarded him with 3 jars of Ascension wine. The third Supreme Elder liked to drink wine, it was one of the pleasures of life. But he Fengyang did not like it, Ascension wine was the most worthless to him. At the end of the letter, he Fengyang saw the parts of the desolate beast swamp crab. He licked his lips. This was a desolate beast, an existence comparable to Gu Immortals. So many desolate beast corpses, it seems this earthly calamity is a desolate beast calamity. This kid Fang Yuan's luck is really good, he used Dang Hun Mountain to kill the swamp crab's soul, and obtained such a complete swamp crab corpse. He Fengyang only needed a moment to guess the earthly calamity situation. This swamp crab can be eaten completely, but did Fang Yuan ask for any rock men in this letter? Is it because he does not know about rock men and has limited knowledge? Or is it because the group that migrated there are still alive? There is too little information. What was the situation in Hu Immortal Blessed Land? How did Fang Yuan obtain fixed immortal travel Gu, and who was behind him? He Fengyang did not know these questions. Central Continent, Southern Border, Northern Plains, Western Desert, and Eastern Sea, these 5 regions were independent. They each had their own barriers, and were extremely vast. Crane Gate did not even have complete control over Central Continent, not to mention extending their tentacles into Southern Border's various regions. However, ever since Fang Yuan snatched Hu Immortal inheritance, Crane Gate had already sent elders to Southern Border to investigate. Several days later. We're here, let's plant the spirit spring here. On the grassland, Fang Yuan stopped and said to Little Hu Immortal who was following behind him. Little Hu Immortal nodded her small head. She waved her hand and spring egg Gu flew out. The spring egg Gu landed on the ground and drilled deep into the soil. In just a moment, Fang Yuan felt the ground shaking and the sound of flowing water. It became louder and louder. Next, with a bang, spring water spurted out of the ground, reaching a height of 20 to 30 feet. The spring water was milky white in color, water vapor dissipated. After a few breaths of time, Fang Yuan could feel the primeval qi in the air. It had become extremely dense. Primeval qi is the source qi of all living beings. The more abundant the primeval qi, the more fertile the land, and the more lush the vegetation. The more prosperous the beast groups will be, the more benefits the rock men will gain. Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. The transaction with Crane Gate was a success. Fang Yuan sold all the swamp crab corpses. At the same time, he obtained a large portion of the things he wanted. Among them, there were 3 spring egg Gu. This spring egg Gu was rank 5. It was rank 5 and could only be used once, turning into a small spirit spring. Activating it had a high requirement on the Gu Master's primeval essence. At least a rank 5 upper stage Gu Master had to expend all their primeval essence to successfully activate it. Fang Yuan only had rank 4 upper stage cultivation, he could not activate the spring egg Gu. But fortunately, he had the land spirit Little Hu Immortal as Fang Yuan's helper. These 3 spring egg Gu were buried by Fang Yuan near the Rockman tribe's homeland. After the 6th earthly calamity, the fox groups in Hu Immortal Blessed Land were pitifully few and not worth nurturing. Fang Yuan placed all his attention on the Rockman tribe. Now, there were only a few hundred rock men left, they were even rarer than the foxes. But with Dang Hun Mountain and these 3 spirit springs, the Rockman tribe would rapidly grow stronger. Master, this is great. With these 3 spirit springs, the expenditure of green grape immortal essence will be reduced. Little Hu Immortal smiled happily as she looked at the spring water spurting into the sky. These 3 spirit springs can produce at least 300 million yuan stone. It can last for 50 to 60 years. But for the entire blessed land, it is far from enough. Even the southern part of the blessed land is lacking. Fang Yuan said. Spirit springs were divided into small, medium and large. Small spirit springs could last for 50 to 60 years, medium spirit springs could last for over 100 years, and large spirit springs could last for hundreds of years. The gushing spring water pushed the surrounding soil away, and the spring mouth gradually expanded. The spring water's momentum was not strong enough, and the height was slowly decreasing. After 4 to 5 days, the spring mouth would officially form, and the spring water would flow, soaking the surrounding soil. In the next few months, the dense primeval energy would condense into the first batch of yuan stone. Let's go back first. The Rockman tribe over there should be overjoyed. Fang Yuan ordered the land spirit. In the next moment, the two teleported to Dang Hun Mountain. Heavens, so many gut stones. This place is a mess. There was indeed a huge battle. Maybe that male immortal is already dead. Our Rockman tribe will usher in a glorious tomorrow. Our descendants will be endless. Tribe leader Yan Yong, we can build the largest Rockman tribe in the world. The stone men cheered and shouted, venting the excitement and happiness they felt at this moment. Dang Hun Mountain was filled with gut stones. Within 5 steps, there would definitely be one. The rock men enthusiastically crushed the gut stones, strengthening their souls. Many small rock men were already born, and they were also beating the gut stones. The new souls quickly grew stronger, allowing them to control more stones as their bodies. There were originally only a few hundred rock men left, but in just a day, their population expanded by 10 times. The larger the population, the faster the growth. On the second morning, their population broke 10,000. On the third evening, they had 300,000 tribesmen. All the gut stones on Dang Hun Mountain were also harvested. On the fourth day, Dang Hun Mountain started to show its might. The rock men could only reluctantly leave, majestically returning to their homes. Chapter 427. Gurgle gurgle gurgle. In the huge stone cauldron that was as tall as 5 people, the green-blue liquid was bubbling continuously. All in the water looked like it was boiling, but it was actually overflowing with cold air. Even if a rockman were to put his hand in, he would instantly turn into a popsicle. Fang Yuan stood in front of the cauldron, splitting his attention to control it while taking out the primeval elder goo. He multitasked, activating the primeval elder goo as pieces of yuan stone flew out. Plop, 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 yuan stone fell into the cauldron, splashing water. Primeval elder goo was a rank 3 storage goo. It could store 1,000,000 yuan stone at most. It was like a crystal ball, translucent. The clouds in the ball condensed into Old Man Cloud. There were a lot of yuan stone stored inside. Old Man Cloud was smiling. When yuan stone was little, it was a crying expression. When large numbers of yuan stone were thrown in, Old Man Cloud's smile gradually disappeared, turning into a bitter melon expression. Fang Yuan had used over 500,000 yuan stone in this goo refinement. If it was before, he would not have been able to afford it. But now, he was rich and imposing. After selling the desolate beast swamp crab and buying a lot, he still had over 6 million yuan stone left. Yuan stone was thrown in, forming a whirlpool in the cauldron, causing the liquid to spin rapidly. The cauldron was shaking slightly. The goo refinement was at a crucial moment. Fang Yuan was completely focused, he could not be distracted anymore. His forehead was soon covered in sweat, he could only call out softly, "Land Spirit." "Yes." Little Hu Immortal answered crisply, quickly throwing silver ingots into the cauldron. The silver ingots fell into the water, causing the whirlpool to slow down. The silver ingots finally calmed the water in the cauldron, turning into solid silver ice cubes. Finally, the liquid in the cauldron completely froze, large amounts of silver fog spread out. It froze the cauldron, even spreading 5 steps away, dyeing the ground silver. Feng Yuan breathed heavily. The goo refinement has been going on for 3 days, it is finally over. Rise! The silver ice cubes cracked, goo worms flew out. These goo were all rank 3, shaped like small cups or trumpet flowers. His palm was wide enough to hold 3 of these goo. Their entire bodies shone with a brilliant silver light. Used to store liquids, they were used to store goo worms. Little Hu Immortal counted carefully and beamed. She clapped her hands and said excitedly, 137, 146. 159. Master, you are amazing, refining 159 rank 3 goo at once. We can sell it for a lot of money. What are these goo worms? Hee, these are all silver light cup goo. I still need to use them to refine goo, so I won't sell them. Feng Yuan smiled. This silver light goo was refined by a goo immortal 380 years after Feng Yuan's previous life. The fusion continued. After reaching rank 5, it would be the goo Feng Yuan needed. Of course, it was impossible to sell it now. These days, I have used large numbers of guts goo to strengthen my soul to 52 times that of a normal person. That was why he wasn't too tired. Feng Yuan was very satisfied with the result of this goo refinement. The benefits of strengthening the soul foundation were starting to show. If Feng Yang saw this, he would not dare to underestimate Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's goo refinement attainment. It was already much higher than him. But his head was still slightly dizzy. Every time he refined goo, his soul would be burdened. Not to mention Feng Yuan's large-scale goo refinement. If it was before, Feng Yuan could only rest and sleep to recover his soul. But now, he had a better method. Land spirit, this cauldron is already useless, get rid of it. I will take a walk outside. Yes, master. Little Hu Immortal immediately started working. 3 to 4 days had passed, large numbers of gutstones condensed on Dang Hun Mountain again. Feng Yuan casually stepped on a few pieces, and the flying guts goo immediately recovered his soul and even strengthened it a little. Feng Yuan immediately felt that his head was no longer dizzy, and his thoughts were as fast as lightning. He laughed heartily. This guts goo is indeed a legendary goo, its effect is amazing. I might as well strengthen my soul to the limit today. 68 times. Feng Yuan felt refreshed, and his movements were light and quick. 77 times. Feng Yuan's thoughts were like lightning, every thought flashing like sparks. 85 times. The strength of Feng Yuan's soul had already surpassed the limit of his body. 92 times. Feng Yuan could clearly feel his soul. In his senses, his soul was grayish-white, and its appearance was no different from Feng Yuan's, except that it was extremely strong, with bulging muscles and a body like a bear or a tiger. And although Feng Yuan's body was strong, he only had the back of a wolf and the waist of a bee. His soul was stored in this body, and there was a feeling of pressure. Had he reached the limit? 93 times. Feng Yuan stored another guts goo, and his soul was strengthened again. This time, Feng Yuan felt an unprecedented carefree and comfortable feeling. This kind of pleasure was 100 times better than taking drugs, tasting delicacies, or even having intercourse. Even a tough man like Feng Yuan could not help but let out a moan of pleasure. The indescribable comfort and intoxication made one forget to return and enjoy the endless taste. A cold light flashed in Feng Yuan's eyes, but his heart was on high alert. He crushed the gutstone again, and his soul became stronger again. This time, the feeling of comfort was several times stronger than before. 97 times, 98 times, 99 times. The feeling of comfort that came from the depths of his soul was so strong that Fang Yuan's whole body was trembling, his muscles and bones were numb, and the feeling was indescribable. 100 times. The intense intoxication was like a hurricane, and Fang Yuan almost fainted. This is the limit, I can't use guts goo anymore. Fang Yuan bit the tip of his tongue, and used the pain to keep himself awake, and not lose himself in it. Ordinary people could only raise their soul by 100 times, and it was commonly known as 100-man soul. This was also the limit of life and death. If the soul was strengthened even a little, the whole soul would explode with a loud bang. It would be like eating too much and causing the stomach to burst. But the explosion of the soul was countless times more serious than a bloated stomach. The soul would completely dissipate, instantly destroyed, and after being preserved for a period of time, it would slowly rot into white bones. If Fang Yuan was immersed in the pleasant feeling, he could not help but use another guts goo. He did not even have the chance to activate Autumn Cicada, and directly died, completely vanishing from this world. It is a pity I do not have Luo Pavali. In Luo Pavali, there is bewilderment fog, which can make the soul loose. There is also Luo Pa wind, which can cut the soul. When the soul is tortured like this, it will become even more condensed and refined. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. The strengthening of the soul was only an advantage in terms of quantity. It had to be refined and condensed, that was the advantage in quality. In this world, there were many Gu masters who focused on soul cultivation, and they were collectively called Soul Path Gu masters. Soul Path and Strength Path were equally famous, they were also the glory of the olden antiquity era. It was just that Strength Path had declined by now, but Soul Path had not declined, it was still a major path in the current era. The Gu master who created Soul Path. In the entire history of the world, he was extremely famous. He was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. A rank 9 Gu immortal who looked down on the universe and ignored all living beings, he was truly invincible in the world, a legend that dominated an entire era. At the same time, he was also the rank 9 Gu immortal with the greatest killing intent. Among all the immortal venerables and demon venerables, he killed the most people. In his dark era, he treated the 5 regions as his slaughterhouse, all living beings were silent, he could slaughter them as he pleased. They were powerless to resist. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had once said, "In this huge world, Dang Han Mountain is the best choice for strengthening the soul, and Luo Pa Valley is the best choice for refining the soul. If one could obtain a mountain and a valley, they would definitely achieve great success in Soul Path. They would be able to roam the world unhindered." Thus, Dang Han Mountain and Luo Pa Valley were Soul Path Gu cultivators. 2 sacred lands that were equally powerful. Fang Yuan was extremely fortunate to obtain Dang Han Mountain, it was a great benefit from his rebirth. But the chances of obtaining Luo Pa Valley were very slim, he did not even know where Luo Pa Valley was. However, even though I do not have Luo Pa Valley, I can use other Soul Path Gu worms to replace it. Divine Soul Gu, Dragon Soul Gu, Ice Soul Gu, Dream Soul Gu, Moon Soul Gu, General Soul Gu, Resentful Soul Gu, Poem Soul Gu and others can refine my soul, allowing me to continue strengthening my soul and break through 100-man soul to 1,000-man soul, or even 10,000-man soul. He could not use Crane Gate to obtain these Gu worms. If Crane Gate tampered with the Gu worms that directly affected the soul, it would be too dangerous. But Fang Yuan knew very little about the refinement recipes of these Gu worms. Most importantly, he had not considered which Gu worm was most suitable for him. For now, 100-man soul is enough to deal with the situation, should focus on how to trade rock men. Fang Yuan's thoughts wandered for a while before coming back to his senses. The desolate beast swamp crab had already been sold, but Fang Yuan did not intend to sell the gutstones for the following transactions. Selling the gutstones would strengthen Crane Gate, this was not something he wanted to see. In the following days, Fong Yuan continued to refine Gu and cleanse his aperture. A month's time passed quickly. Because of Nine Eyes Liquor Worm's help, Fong Yuan successfully advanced to rank 4 peak stage. At the same time, he refined 155 Golden Cup Gu. Golden Cup Gu and Silver Cup Gu were not much different, they were both rank 3 Gu used to store liquid. Next, he used Golden Cup Gu and Silver Cup Gu to refine together. After spending 7 days and 6 nights, with good luck, he finally obtained 3 rank 4 Golden Cup and Silver Cup Gu. He put down his work and looked at the Rockman tribe. So many days have passed, the Rockman tribe should have split up. Most of the stone man's life was spent sleeping. Normally speaking, when a Rockman is close to 300 years old, their soul will accumulate to a certain extent and they will be able to produce a descendant. After that, every 200 years, a young Rockman will be produced. If nothing goes wrong, when a Rockman lives to 1,000 years old and dies of old age, he will have 4 descendants. But because of the Gutstones, the Rockman tribe's population increased rapidly, from a few hundred to over 300,000. The rapid increase in population caused the Rockman's internal conflicts to increase, intensify and erupt. The Rockman's social structure was very loose, they could only organize 100,000 people at most. Sure enough, after the coup d'état, the Rockman tribe split into 3, each tribe having an average of 100,000 people, each with a spirit spring as the center, settling down. Fong Yuan took out the newly refined Slavery Gu and gave it to Little Who Immortal Land Spirit. Slavery Gu, from rank 1 to rank 5. Fong Yuan refined all rank 3 Slavery Gu, it was enough to control the Rockman tribe. Little Who Immortal moved the Slavery Gu 10,000 li away and directly used it on the crucial Rockmen. How could the Rockmen's souls be the match of Fong Yuan's 100-man soul? They were easily enslaved. In an instant, Fong Yuan controlled 3 Rockman tribe leaders, including Yen Yong, as well as more than 10 Rockman elders. At once, the 300,000 Rockmen were under his control. Turning one's hand into rain, this move already had a trace of a Gu Immortal's elegance. Pure sight. Chapter 428. Not selling Gutstones, but Rockmen. He Fengyang looked at the letter in his hand with a dark expression. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Dang Hun Mountain's Guts Gu was what Crane Gate needed the most. Once they had the Guts Gu to increase their soul foundation, the strength of all Crane Gate disciples would increase by 30%. Moreover, Gutstones could not leave Dang Hun Mountain, they could only be mined on the spot. This way, using this excuse, Crane Gate's disciples could enter Hu Immortal Blessed Land. As time passed, Fong Yuan's vigilance would gradually decrease, and it would be much easier for Crane Gate to secretly tamper with him. But Fong Yuan refused to sell Gutstones no matter what. He Fengyang was gloomy, since when did I, a grand Gu Immortal, have to be troubled by a mortal thief? He gritted his teeth as he thought. His handsome young face was now somewhat distorted. He had battle strength, but he could not use it. Fong Yuan was holed up in Hu Immortal Blessed Land like a tortoise, and with fixed immortal travel Gu, he could leave at any time. He Fengyang, and even the entire Crane Gate, were afraid of harming him, and did not dare to touch him for the time being. It seems that the Rockmen that Hu Immortal moved and back then are still alive. But this thief Fong Yuan sold so many Rockmen at once, how many Guts Gu did he use to nurture them? Thinking of this, he Fengyang felt his heart bleeding. Several months had passed since the last transaction. The time in Hu Immortal Blessed Land had been extended by 5 times. That was only about a year. Fong Yuan nurtured so many young and strong Rockmen. If he gave these Guts Gu to Crane Gate to nurture disciples, how good would that be? But this scoundrel Fong Yuan would rather nurture the Rockmen than let Immortal Crane sect use them. His heart could be destroyed, he could be destroyed. What made he Fengyang angry was not just this. More importantly, he was still angry at himself. Fang Yuan sold so many rock men, even if he was a Gu immortal, he could not help but be moved. In the Blessed Land, if there were enough rock men, Gu immortals could excavate underground and extract large amounts of underground resources. All kinds of metals, gems, ores, as well as Gu worms, underground creatures, and so on, came in an endless stream. Other than that, if there were more stone men, they would be able to build an underground city. This would indirectly expand the space of the Blessed Land. There was no strength in the Blessed Land, the resources that Gu immortals excavated mostly came from the surface. This is just a flat surface. However, with the addition of the stone men, they could even use the underground. The benefits would definitely multiply. And on the market, the supply of stone slaves could not meet the demand. The stone man spent most of his life sleeping. An ordinary stone man would die at 1,000 years old. In his life, he could only produce 4 descendants. If he used soul path Gu worms to strengthen the rockman's soul, it was not impossible. Many Gu immortals had tried but had never succeeded. There was only one reason. That was the cost. The value of a soul path Gu worm was much higher than a single rockman. Unless there were some Gu immortals who had special needs for the rockmen, the losses would outweigh the gains. In this world, only Fang Yuan who controlled Dang Hun Mountain could do this. He could raise so many rockmen without restraint. And in this transaction, the price that Fang Yuan gave in the letter, it also moved He Feng Yang quite a bit. Even if Crane Gate did not use it himself, he could sell it for a profit. But even if there was a bargain in this transaction, He Feng Yang was still unhappy. He knew that this was the bait that Fang Yuan threw out. He was not afraid that you would not be moved, he was not afraid that you would not eat it. And just like what Fang Yuan expected, He Feng Yang was moved, Crane Gate would also be moved, and the other Gu immortals would also be moved. The Rockman slave trade would be popular for at least 100 years. Fang Yuan, this despicable thief, he is truly crafty. But with this batch of rock men, first Supreme Elder, second Supreme Elder, and third Supreme Elder could see the results. It can also make that Lei Tan shut his mouth. And I can finally let out a sigh of relief. He Feng Yang took a few deep breaths and calmed his heart. He squinted his eyes, and his lips curled into a cold smile, but Fang Yuan, don't be too smug. Since you don't want to sell Guts Gu, I won't sell Relic Gu either. Don't you want yellow gold Relic Gu and purple crystal Relic Gu? No way. Fang Yuan was lying on the chair, looking at Crane Gate's reply. Because the blue charm lightning shadow was still guarding Tian Ti Mountain, Little Hu Immortal did not dare to open the Blessed Land's entrance, so Crane Gate used flying sword letter Gu. Fang Yuan took a look, and saw the contents. He Feng Yang's letter, other than agreeing to the transaction, he also clearly stated, he wanted to trade Guts Gu. For Guts Gu, he could sell Relic Gu. He could even personally help him pass the 7th earthly calamity. Fang Yuan laughed coldly. Letting He Feng Yang enter Hu Immortal Blessed Land was much more dangerous than the earthly calamity, it was impossible. As for blocking Relic Gu, could it block Fang Yuan's lifeline? What a laughable plan. I will definitely not trade Guts Gu, but I can sell the rock men, and at the same time, I am not afraid Crane Gate will not be moved. But from now on, I can't always transact with Immortal Crane sect, I need to expand. Fang Yuan pondered. With his 500 years of experience in his previous life, Fang Yuan knew that his selling price was slightly lower than the Gu Immortal market. Crane Gate would definitely make a profit from this transaction. But this was also Fang Yuan's intentional arrangement. Right now, he needed the identity of Crane Gate's disciple, and also needed to stabilize and protect this weak and fake relationship. With this benefit in hand, the pressure on He Feng Yang has eased. He wants to slowly scheme for my blessed land, and I also need this slowly. When I become a Gu Immortal in the future, would I still be afraid of Crane Gate's attitude? Fong Yuan smiled lightly. He looked at the letter again. At the end of the letter, Feng Yang had set a time, asking Fong Yuan to open the door and send in the whole earth goo. The scale of this transaction was huge. Fong Yuan wanted to sell 60,000 rock men. But these rock men could not leave through the blessed land's door. Right now, that blue charm lightning shadow was still roaming around Tian-Ti Mountain. If the door was opened and it charged in again, Fong Yuan would be in huge trouble. In this situation, he had to use the whole earth goo. This goo was a rank 5 goo. There were two of them, a mother goo and a child goo. Its use was to set up a space path passage between two places. A goo master could enter from the child goo, and exit from the mother goo. Similarly, from the mother goo, they could instantly reach the child goo. Whole earth goo was often used to connect two blessed lands. Normally, whole earth goo was used to transport all kinds of resources. During battle, reinforcements could use whole earth goo to quickly reinforce the blessed land. To carry out the transaction and transport these rock men, it is unavoidable to use whole earth goo. But I am worried that your whole earth goo will be tampered with. It is better for me to refine it myself to protect myself. Fong Yuan thought of this, and a trace of spring-autumn cicada's aura leaked out, as he casually refined the flying sword letter goo in his hand, and quickly sent a reply. Half a day later, Feng Yang received the reply letter, and opened it to see a large number of goo worms listed, as well as all kinds of materials. Oh. You don't want to use the whole earth goo I gave you, but instead modified the recipe of the whole earth goo, and want to refine a new goo worm yourself. Feng Yang showed anger. Bullshit. Whole earth goo has been widely used for over 500 years, the recipe has long been known to goo immortals, how can you modify it? This little thief Fong Yuan is too vigilant, he wants to use this to extort a sum of money from me, so that I will not dare to reject his transaction. I don't need to look to know that among these goo refinement materials, there must be a relic goo. Or a spring egg goo, or a rare strength path goo worm. Nothing. Feng Yang took a few glances, but did not find any relic goo, spring egg goo, or strength path goo worms. Instead, there were large numbers of unorthodox materials, and low-rank goo worms. The highest rank 5 goo worm was the Earth Path goo worm Mountain 9 Ren goo, used to increase the success rate of the goo refinement. Other than that, there were also many rank 4 goo, like the common move position goo, and the extremely useful side push guide goo. Feng Yang's thoughts wavered. Looking at this, it seems like he really wants to refine goo. As long as his luck is normal, these materials can already refine 3 whole earth goo. Don't tell me, he really modified the recipe of the whole earth goo. No, Fong Yuan is only a mortal, how can it be? But what if it is the goo immortal behind him? If it was a modified recipe, then the new goo would definitely be stronger than the whole earth goo. Feng Yang could not help but feel a rush of excitement. Even if he could not get the recipe, after Fong Yuan refines it, he would definitely hand over the child goo to him. At that time, as a grand goo immortal, he would be able to reverse deduce many things from the child goo, and even restore the recipe. 2 days later, Fong Yuan received a letter. Fong Yuan opened it, and as expected, Feng Yang found all sorts of excuses in the letter, purposely cutting off many materials and goo worms. The motive was obvious, he was trying to probe Fong Yuan's true recipe. Fong Yuan could not help but shake his head and laugh. Feng Yang was too meticulous, this was his strength, but also his weakness. Although the number of times they interacted was pitifully small, Fong Yuan had already seen through most of Feng Yang's character. He immediately replied righteously, requesting Feng Yang not to cut anything, otherwise he would not be able to refine the goo worms. But Feng Yang feigned civility, continuing to make excuses until Fong Yuan almost believed him. After a few letters, Fong Yuan helplessly chose to compromise, and listed another list. Lad, you are still too inexperienced to compete with me. He Fengyang received the letter, and handed over a portion of the items listed on the list. Then, he continued to find excuses to delay. In the end, he wasted a whole day. When Feng Yuan showed extreme helplessness and anger, He Fengyang finally stopped, feeling that the time was right. He held on to the sixth list that he had cut off and went back to study it. But his refinement path attainment was not good. After painstakingly researching and refining many times, he could not see any results. Half a month later in Central Continent time, he received the whole earth goo from Feng Yuan. He acted like he had obtained a treasure, and continued to study it patiently. This time, he studied for 3 whole days, and finally succeeded in reverse deducing the recipe. Seeing this recipe, He Fengyang shouted furiously, "Feng Yuan, you little bastard! This is clearly an ordinary whole earth goo recipe." Chapter 429. Who Immortal Blessed Land, a vast grassland in the west. Literature Hall, a vast expanse of green land stretched out continuously. A newborn little fox was playing with a fluttering butterfly. In Who Immortal Blessed Land, foxes were the strongest predators, thus they lived without worries. Although the 6th earthly calamity had a disastrous loss, they still managed to preserve their fire. On the vast grassland, the fox group slowly but steadily continued. Suddenly, the space fluctuated and 2 figures appeared, scaring the little fox away. Of these 2, one was a black-robed man, tall and handsome, with black hair and eyes as deep as ink. The other was a cute and tender little girl, wearing a colorful dress. Her eyes were like stars and her snow-white fox tail was fluffy and soft, the fine fur at the tip of the tail slightly trembling in the wind. They were none other than Feng Yuan and Little Who Immortal Land Spirit. "The location is not bad, let's do it here." Feng Yuan looked around and took out whole earth goo from his aperture. This goo was shaped like a walnut, it looked like wood, hard and uneven, and was as big as a watermelon. Whole earth goo was a rank 5 goo master, at least a rank 5 peak stage goo master could activate it with all their strength. Feng Yuan naturally could not do it, so he handed the goo to the land spirit. After Little Who Immortal activated it, whole earth goo immediately burst out with an intense red light and plunged into the grassland. In an instant, the red light soared to the sky and the surrounding 100 li of earth trembled. In a flash, the red light disappeared and a crack that was 270 feet long appeared on the ground. The soil on both sides of the crack bulged. If one looked down from the sky, it would look like a person's lips. Next, the crack slowly opened to 2 sides, revealing 2 rows of compact square rocks that looked like human teeth. The teeth also opened. A huge dark hole was revealed. "Master, I'm hungry." The crack earth's mouth opened and closed, producing a loud sound that caused the surrounding ground to tremble. Feng Yuan laughed and took out the primeval elder goo. Activating his primeval essence, the amiable-looking old man Yun's joyous expression gradually disappeared, because large amounts of yuan stone were taken out and thrown into the crack earth's mouth. After throwing in 200,000 yuan stone, Feng Yuan stopped. He placed the primeval elder goo back into his aperture. The huge mouth slowly closed, and the 2 rows of stone teeth continued to grind against each other, crushing the primordial stones into powder. Then, there was a loud gulp, like the sound of a person swallowing food. The surface of the earth shook. After swallowing these yuan stones, the earth-splitting mouth calmed down and no longer made any noise. At this step, the whole earth goo was completed. Once it landed here, it could no longer move. When He Fengyang's child goo was successfully activated, both sides could communicate with each other. The cost of feeding whole earth goo was extremely high. Within a year, it had to be fed with 200,000 yuan stone. And every time he used it, it also consumed a large amount of yuan stone. Which mortal goo master could afford to use it alone? Other than large sects and clans, Only goo immortals with large businesses could raise and use these whole earth goo alone. Land spirit, this place must be heavily guarded from now on. Enslave some foxes. We will live in this area. Feng Yuan looked at the earth fissure in front of him as he arranged. Yes, master. To protect our homeland, we need to fight. That damned immortal is making a comeback. They're coming back, and we have to face them head-on. For a beautiful future. Tribesmen, raise your fists. Although we have some grudges with the other two tribes, these are small internal conflicts of our Rockman tribe. This time, our three tribes will each send out 20,000 warriors to form an alliance army and march towards the west, directly attacking the Immortal's nest. This is a great war, everything is for the benefit of the people. Our fathers and ancestors sacrificed their lives and scattered their souls to defeat the Immortal, only then can we live in peace now. We need to follow in our ancestors' footsteps and fight bravely. The land spirit mobilized the fox groups and appeared around the Rockman tribe. The Rockman higher-ups took the chance and quickly formed an alliance army. The alliance army moved majestically towards the western part of the Blessed Land. Along the way, there were 5 to 6 small-scale battles. The Rockman army won all of them while the fox groups retreated in defeat. Look there. That is the demon's nest. Yen Yong stood up and arrived in front of the whole earth goo. Earth, you are our mother, you raised our Rockman tribe. Why are you protecting that damned immortal? Yen Yong shouted in pain. At this time, the earth crack opened its mouth and little Hu Immortal used a goo worm to change her voice. The Rockman army heard a gentle female voice, "Oh Rockmen, my children. It is not that I want to protect that immortal, but that immortal entered my stomach and is residing in my heart, threatening me to protect him. I will open my mouth now and ask you to destroy him. I will give you my blessings." The Rockmen were shocked before cheering loudly. Mother Earth has spoken. We are warriors blessed by Mother Earth. How despicable is that immortal, he actually threatened our benevolent and gentle Mother Earth. We will definitely tear him into 1,000 pieces. The morale of the Rockman Alliance army rose greatly. The earth crack opened its mouth and Yen Yong took the lead, shouting, "Rockmen, charge." Saying so, he jumped into the hole. Charge, we cannot let our tribe's hero fight alone. Charge, we have no fear, we are omnipotent, we want to slaughter the immortal. Mother Earth is on our side, we will definitely win this battle. The Rockmen jumped into the earth crack like dumplings. In the deep and dark tunnel, they fell down. After a while, they landed on solid ground. Where is this? Why is it so dark? This place is darker than underground, we cannot see anything. How can we fight if we can't see? The Rockmen were confused when they suddenly heard loud coughing sounds. A lump of light suddenly split above their heads. Rapid air currents formed and enveloped them, shooting them out. 230, 240. The Crane Gate disciple stood beside the whole earth goose child goo, carefully counting the Rockmen that were shot out. The Rockmen fell to the ground after being shot out of the earth crack. They were immediately restrained by the Crane Gate disciple, unable to resist or move. Yen Yong and some Rockmen elders stood at the side, lowering their heads as they looked at this scene, keeping quiet out of fear. He Fengyang, who was furious after being tricked by Feng Yuan, considered the big picture and did not destroy the whole earth goose child goo in a fit of anger. He planted it on Feihe Mountain. As for the Rockmen, Feng Yuan only used their tribe's belief in Mother Earth, then used the Fox Group and the cooperation of the Rockmen higher-ups to successfully lure 60,000 young Rockmen to Feihe Mountain and sell them. Man is the spirit of all living beings. In this world, other than the orthodox Renzu bloodline, there were also variant humans. Although variant humans were smarter than other life forms, they could not compare to humans. Hairy men were ignorant, egg men were innocent, rock men were crude, even a 7 or 8-year-old smart child could be tricked. Be it southern border or central continent. Such things often happened. Some child would meet a hairy man or rockman and be tricked into the market. After the variant humans were sold, they would still be ignorant. They would count the child's money. After this transaction, Fang Yuan only received 1,600,000 yuan stone. Although the 60,000 rock men were young and strong, they were not as valuable as a swamp crab. Fang Yuan still had to pay for the goo refinement materials, and using whole earth goo cost 65,000 yuan stone. At the same time, he bought some ordinary materials. To take revenge on Fang Yuan, Feng raised the price by 10%. The things that Fang Yuan wanted were also reduced by a lot. Fang Yuan did not mind, he had already gotten what he wanted. After the transaction was completed, Yan Yong and the other rock men returned to Immortal blessed land using whole earth goo. Fang Yuan had already arranged the explanation for them. He believed the rock men tribes would not retaliate. Even if they retaliated, he would kill them and raise another batch. There were still many gutstones on Danghun Mountain anyway. Fang Yuan calmed down and continued to cultivate. But when he reached rank 4 peak stage, 9 Eyes Liquor Worm lost its effect. Liquor Worm could refine the quality of primeval essence, but it could only raise it by a small realm. When Fang Yuan reached rank 4 peak stage, he already had peak stage true gold primeval essence. He had already reached the peak. If he went any higher, it would be rank 5 initial stage light purple primeval essence. Fang Yuan sealed 9 Eyes Liquor Worm. This was the goo worm that had accompanied him all the way from Qingmao Mountain. From rank 1 Liquor Worm, it fused all the way to rank 4, and now it was finally retiring. Relying on true gold primeval essence to refine his aperture, Fang Yuan's cultivation speed slowed down. Of course, because he was in Immortal blessed land, compared to ordinary goo masters in the outside world, Fang Yuan's cultivation speed was at least 5 times faster. If I continue cultivating like this, by the 7th earthly calamity, I will have at least rank 5 middle stage cultivation, close to upper stage. Fang Yuan had a great aptitude now. It was not a problem to break through to rank 5. But the higher a goo master's cultivation, the longer it would take to advance. Rank 5 middle stage, and this was after including the purple crystal relic goo in his possession. This level was many times better than the 500 years of his previous life. Right now, he was over 30, but was already rank 4 peak stage. In his previous life of 500 years, he was still struggling in rank 2 realm at this age. But this speed is still too slow. The blessed land has the 7th earthly calamity, and I have the internal threat of spring-autumn cicada. Fang Yuan calculated, in at most 3 years, he would have to leave the blessed land and go through a series of adventures. At least, he would have to find smooth success goo or instant success goo to use spring-autumn cicada and obtain more chances of survival. Sigh. If possible, I would like to be like Feng Jioga, cultivating in Immortal blessed land until I reach Gu Immortal realm, and then roam the world. Spring-autumn cicada could allow a Gu master to revive, but there were many restrictions. Even if they succeeded, they would have to guard against it bursting their aperture. Without this major flaw, Fang Yuan's cultivation would be much easier. For the next 3 years, I will refine goo while using gutstones to strengthen the rock men, and sell them to exchange for all kinds of resources. But although Fang Yuan's plan was good, it could not compare to the teasing of fate. Chapter 430. Crack. Fang Yuan crushed the gutstone with one hand. Immediately, a lump of mud flowed out and stained his hand. Fang Yuan's gaze was extremely solemn as he casually picked up a pebble from the mountain and held it tightly in his hand. The yellow mud on his hand melted the pebble at a slow speed, turning the sturdy rock into even more mud. After a while, Fong Yuan could clearly feel the pebble in his hand shrinking. About 15 minutes later, the pebble completely turned into mud and disappeared. The yellow mud flowed through the gaps between Fong Yuan's fingers and onto Dang Hun Mountain, causing continuous damage to Dang Hun Mountain. Fong Yuan was silent for a while before slowly asking, "How serious is the situation?" Little Hu Immortal wiped her tears and replied while sobbing, "Right now, most of Dang Hun Mountain has already been corroded by the yellow mud. 6 out of 10 gutstones below the mountain waist are yellow mud. Master, what do we do? Dang Hun Mountain is going to die." Sob, sob, sob. "It's all my fault, I did not detect it in advance." Fong Yuan patted Little Hu Immortal's head and consoled, "This is not your fault, no need to blame yourself. The culprit is that swamp crab, it is truly a desolate beast, truly an earthly calamity." Land spirits had different abilities, they were all related to the Gu Immortal and the Blessed Land. He sighed and continued, "I was feeling lucky that the desolate beast did not have an immortal Gu. It turns out that this swamp crab had already used an expendable immortal Gu, the immortal Gu's power is hidden in the mud. Flesh and blood are fine, but the mountain rocks will suffer and will gradually be assimilated into mud." In the earthly calamity earlier, the swamp crab spat out large amounts of mud, from which a crab army emerged. Fong Yuan killed a vast number of crabs, but in fact, his true trump card was this yellow mud. Fong Yuan guessed that this should be the effect of the rank 6 Gruel Mud Gu. Gruel Mud Gu was a naturally formed Gu, there were many rank 1 and 2, while rank 3 and 4 were also common, they were often used by Gu masters to construct cities. Rank 5 Gu masters were rare, and when many rank 5 Gu masters did not have a powerful rank 5 Gu, they would often choose the Gruel Mud Gu and use it temporarily. At rank 6, there was only one in the entire world. Moreover, Gruel Mud Immortal Gu could only be used once. The Gruel Mud Gu could only be used on soil, so the swamp that swamp crabs lived in must have been affected by the immortal Gu. The swamp crab spat out mud from the swamp every day, thus it brought the power of the Gruel Mud Gu to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. After the mud crab died, although the battlefield had been cleaned, a large amount of yellow mud had seeped into the mountains and the earth. The immortal Gu Gruel Mud's power was so concealed, the yellow mud naturally did not have the slightest aura of the immortal Gu. If Fong Yuan had not arranged for the rock men to enter the mountain to knock on the rocks, they might not have found any clues. However, even if he discovered the truth in advance, when the earthly calamity arrived, he would not be able to escape. He did not have the ability to stop it. Fong Yuan's face darkened. Dang Hun Mountain was being corroded by the power of the immortal Gu, gradually turning into yellow mud. This was a grievous news. In the entire Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the most valuable thing was this mountain. He planned to use this mountain to nurture rock men and sell them. From now on, he would strengthen his soul. He still had to rely on this mountain, he could not sit back and watch the situation worsen. Immediately, Fong Yuan ordered Little Hu Immortal, "Try to get rid of the yellow mud. This way, the danger would be greatly alleviated." But Dang Hun Mountain's interior was also being corroded. This method could not cure the root of the problem. This was the power of the Gruel Mud Immortal Gu. To get rid of it, Fong Yuan had to borrow the power of other immortal Gu. "I took such a huge risk and luckily obtained a sacred land for strengthening my soul. Even if I become a Gu immortal in the future, this Dang Hun Mountain will be of great use. I cannot let it be destroyed like this. Heaven does not want this sacred land to fall into the hands of humans, thus it sent down such an earthly calamity. Thus, I will go against heaven. He, fighting with humans, fighting with heaven, this is the joy of life." With Fong Yuan's knowledge, he was not at a loss of what to do. He thought of more than 10 solutions, eliminating the unrealistic ones, more than half of them were eliminated. After eliminating the more difficult ones, only 3 were left. The first was Earth Path rank 6 turn into rock goo. This goo was currently in Western Desert, controlled by rank 6 goo Immortal Sun Chin. Sun Chen was a righteous path goo master. He used this goo to turn sand into rock, allowing mortals to build cities in the desert. He was deeply grateful to mortals. He was soft-hearted and valued kinship, doting on his great-granddaughter the most. If Fang Yuan could capture his great-granddaughter as a hostage, he would definitely be able to make him submit. The second was also an Earth Path rank 6 immortal goo, called Comeback Mountain. This goo had already appeared in the world, hidden in Eastern Sea's high sure blessed land. Fang Yuan could enter the blessed land and use another immortal goo to exchange for this goo. The third was the Time Path rank 6 immortal goo landscape as before. This goo had not been born yet, it was not formed naturally. Its owner, Tai Bai Yunxing, was only a rank 5 goo master in Northern Plains. I refined fixed immortal travel immortal goo in front of everyone at southern border San Cha Mountain. Needless to say, southern border is in an uproar right now. A mortal with an immortal goo, I'm afraid southern border's goo immortals have been alerted and are searching for me everywhere. Before Fang Yuan became a goo immortal, he would not even think of stepping into southern border. Although the 5 regions are independent, southern border's super clan, E-clan, has connections with a mysterious force in Eastern Sea. It will take at least 2 to 3 years for the news of me refining an immortal goo to spread to Central Continent and other places. But Eastern Sea might not be the same. Fang Yuan first eliminated Eastern Sea. As for Western Desert, it is the most developed place in the world. Cities depend on the oases in the desert to survive. If I can sell the rock men there, I will definitely make a huge profit. Unfortunately, the development of trade means the development of information and intelligence. I am a southern border goo master, I am definitely a fat sheep. If I go there, I might be noticed the moment I enter the city. In his previous life, Fang Yuan roamed the 5 regions for 500 years before finally choosing to settle in Central Continent and become a goo immortal. He had a good understanding of Western Desert situation. Compared to Western Desert, Northern Plains is a huge grassland. The large tribes graze, migrate, fight, and reproduce on the grassland. Their mobility is very high. Some small and medium-sized tribes have even more chaotic management. I can take advantage of this situation. Western Desert was different from Northern Plains. In Western Desert, humans relied on oases to live, many of them gathered together all year round. As long as the oases were not lost, no one would be so bored as to travel long distances in the vast desert where danger lurked everywhere, to search for another oasis. But in Northern Plains, tribes had to migrate from time to time in search of fertile and fresh grassland. The climate there was constantly changing. From time to time, there would be strong weather changes that could destroy their homes overnight, forcing the tribes to migrate again. This way, tribes would move all over the place, conflicts were unavoidable. Thus, Northern Plains had the most goo masters, and was also the most proficient in fighting among the 5 regions. If Fang Yuan chose Western Desert and kidnapped hostages to threaten goo immortals, it would definitely cause a huge and lasting commotion in the peaceful Western Desert. But if he chose Northern Plains, even if he killed the rank 5 goo master Tai Bai Yunxing, the commotion would only last for a while. After a few months, people would forget about him. After careful consideration, Fang Yuan felt that the chaotic Northern Plains was more suitable for him to act in. Western Desert Sun Chui was already a goo immortal, while Northern Plains Tai Bai Yunxing was only rank 5 peak stage. After deciding on a direction, Fang Yuan racked his brains, searching for all kinds of useful information from his memories to weave his plan for Northern Plains. Plans could not keep up with changes. Since rebirth, his plans had been constantly changing. The first time on Qingmao Mountain was when he obtained a great aptitude. It was a huge breakthrough and thus changed. The second time on San Cha Mountain was when Fang Yuan soared to the sky in one step. His original plan became even more unrecognizable. Although there were still benefits in the Battle of Tian Mountain, Fang Yuan could no longer stay in southern border. As for central continent, it was even more impossible. He was immortal, famous in the righteous path's 10 great sects. He was targeted by the entire Crane Gate and many demonic path Gu immortals on Tian Ti Mountain. As long as he did not become a Gu immortal, he would have to hide in the Blessed Land, unable to come out. He had originally planned to live well in Hu immortal Blessed Land. There were sufficient resources in the Blessed Land. Fang Yuan wanted to imitate Feng Jioga and cultivate hard to reach Gu immortal realm as soon as possible and get rid of Spring-Autumn Cicada, his biggest internal threat. Fang Yuan was a risk-taker. He liked to use small means to win big, and often struggled on the line between life and death, but this did not mean he rejected a peaceful and stable life. If he did not use a safe and stable cultivation method, instead he liked to jump around and cause trouble everywhere, taking risks and trying things recklessly. That was a problem for his brain. Loneliness, solitude, boredom, these had never been an obstacle to Fang Yuan's cultivation. If his temperament was so shallow that he could not endure these, how could he successfully walk down this path? However, the world changed, things did not go according to one's wishes. That was the nature of life. Fang Yuan wanted to cultivate hard, and the Blessed Land's development was fast and good. Crane Gate might be an external threat, but Fang Yuan held the initiative. The other party might be powerful, but they could not control him for a period of time. His future prospects could be said to be good, everything was going smoothly, and everything was changing for the better. But right at this time, Dang Hun Mountain had a problem. To Hu immortal Blessed Land, Dang Hun Mountain's importance was self-evident. Once this mountain had a problem, Fang Yuan's business plans collapsed, and his cultivation plans also went up in smoke. Because of this, Fang Yuan had no choice but to change his plans again. He left the Blessed Land and went on an expedition to northern plains. Fortunately, I planned ahead and made some preparations, otherwise I would be in a passive position now. In the next few months, Fang Yuan put all his energy into Gu refinement. He used rank 4 Golden Cup Silver Light Cup Gu, combined with rank 4 Side Push and Side Guide Gu, and rank 4 Shift Form Gu, to refine rank 5 Moving Cup Gu. He then refined Dusty Gu, Bright Pearl Gu, Dark Cast Gu, and Earth Treasury Flower King Gu. Land Spirit, when I am not around, follow my arrangements. Before leaving, Fang Yuan instructed. Little Hu Immortal's eyes were red. She was reluctant to part. Master, I will wait for you here, you must return quickly. Saying so, she activated her green grape immortal essence and poured it into fixed immortal travel Gu. Chapter 431. Howl. In the dark grassland, the poison-beard wolf king raised its neck and let out a long howl. The ears of the hundreds of poison-beard wolves around it twitched, and their bodies shot out like arrows. The wolf group split into 2 groups. They were organized like an army. The young girl Guyao ran with all her might. But her horse had died long ago. Her little red leather boots stepped on the muddy swamp, already as heavy as lead. The stampeding poison-beard wolves successfully surrounded her, and then quickly closed in. But they were wary of the girl's powerful Gu worms. They only circled around her and did not dare to attack. Suddenly, one of the poison-beard wolves became impatient and charged out. It moved quickly, its body turned into a black shadow as it pounced towards Guyao. Guyao shouted and activated her Gu worm, pointing with her finger, and a light blue water arrow flew out. The water arrow shot out in a spiral and accurately pierced the poison-beard wolf's head. This bold poison-beard wolf died on the spot. Its corpse fell on the rotten grassland and rolled for a while before stopping. Blood flowed out from the wound and dyed the surrounding grassland red. The restless wolves paused for a moment, but soon the smell of blood in the air stirred up the savagery and cruelty in their bones. At once, hundreds of poison-beard wolves howled. Guyao's beautiful face was filled with despair and regret. He really shouldn't have come to this poisoned grassland alone to search for some snow willow. Right now, she was in a desperate situation and was about to be torn to pieces by the wolf group. She swallowed it. Father, I am sorry, I cannot be filial to you anymore. I know. You arranged a marriage for me, it is for my own good. But I really do not want to get married. Ancestor in longevity heaven, if you can hear my prayers, please send a brave warrior to save me. That attack earlier had already used up the last trace of white-silver primeval essence in Guyao's aperture. All Guyao could do was to pray. The wolf group finally lost their patience. The wolf king howled and all the poison-beard wolves charged towards the girl in the center with terrifying momentum. I am going to die. Guyao's face was pale. She was at a loss as she looked at the wolf group's advance. At this moment, an intense green light suddenly flashed. When the light shone on the poison-beard wolves, they all closed their eyes. It let out a howling sound. A charging pack of wolves. They collided with each other. One fell down, implicating the other. Their momentum instantly collapsed, and the scene became chaotic. What's going on? Guyao was shocked. Ignoring her tears, she tried her best to look. The figure of a young man appeared in the green light. After the green light dissipated, a naked man appeared in front of Guyao. One. Alone. Guyao's eyes widened, and her mouth formed an O shape. She thought incredulously, could it be that my ancestors in the longevity heaven heard my prayers and sent reinforcements? But why was this reinforcement not wearing any clothes? Guyao suddenly had a big question in her heart. We've reached the northern plains. Barefooted on the grass, Fong Yuan quickly looked around. Why are there people, and wolves? Fong Yuan narrowed his eyes. He did not expect to encounter an accident the moment he stepped into the northern plains. He had to keep his trip to the northern plains a secret, but he was exposed the moment he arrived. The Wolf King roared, it suddenly jumped and opened its mouth, its sharp teeth biting towards Fong Yuan's neck. A mere 100-beast king. Fong Yuan's eyes shone with a sharp light, he pushed out a golden dragon. Rank 4 golden dragon Gu. Roar. The four-clawed golden dragon roared, it bared its fangs and claws as it flew out, crashing into the poison-beard Wolf King. This 100-beast king's bones were instantly shattered, it was sent flying like a broken sack. After it landed on the ground, it howled and struggled, but it could not get up. Fong Yuan frowned slightly, he sent out another golden dragon. Only then did the poison-beard Wolf King die. Once the Wolf King died, the wolf group collapsed, in a few breaths of time, they escaped 100 li away. Only the Wolf King's corpse was left, and the young girl Guyao looked at Fong Yuan blankly. Fong Yuan turned his deep and serene gaze towards this young girl. The young girl was wearing a leather robe unique to the northern plains, the long-sleeved robe was blue and white, the edges were embroidered with gold, it looked pure and noble. She had a purple gold belt around her waist, her thick black hair was adorned with many fine and beautiful hair accessories. His feet were clad in scarlet leather boots. Her skin was slightly dark, with a hint of red, it was the unique skin color of northern plains. Her figure was slim and fit, like a cute deer. Guyao was forced to take a step back by Fong Yuan's gaze, she asked curiously, who are you? Are you the hero who came down from the longevity heaven to save me? Before Fong Yuan could reply, she continued, I am a member of Gu tribe, my name is Guyao, my father is the tribe leader of Gu tribe. Young warrior, you saved my life, you will receive the warmest welcome from Gu tribe. Oh, I have not asked for your name. Fong Yuan laughed, beautiful grassland girl, you can call me Chang Shanin. The longevity heaven is where giant sun Immortal lives, how could I come from there? I am only an ordinary Gu master. Saying so, he took out a wine cup from his aperture. The top half of the cup was gold, while the bottom half was silver. It was rank 5, used for storage. It was the moving perspective cup goo that Feng Yuan refined in the Blessed Land. Immediately, Feng Yuan poured his primeval essence into it, and took out a set of clothes. This was a black tight-fitting battle attire. After Feng Yuan wore it, he gave off a heroic and steady aura. During the whole process, Guyao stared at him without blinking. Her heart was pounding, and her face was flushed red. The young girls of the grassland were so passionate. Feng Yuan wore his clothes, and walked towards the poison-beard wolf king's corpse. Poison-beard wolves were a common type of wolf in northern plains. But different from other wolves, it did not have a single hair on its body was black, and its skin looked like it was coated with a layer of enamel. It did not have ears, and had 2 5-inch long feelers. When it ran, the feelers would hang at its sides. When it fought, the feelers would stand up high. Feng Yuan searched for a while, but did not find anything. This poison-beard wolf was a 100-beast king, and had a rank 2 goo worm in its body. This wolf had 2 rank 2 goo on it, acid water goo and poison needle goo. Acid water goo could make it spit out green acid, corroding flesh and even iron and stone. Poison needle goo could shoot out poison needles to attack the enemy. Unfortunately, Feng Yuan only obtained the fragments of these 2 goo worms. The Wolf King did not have a defensive goo, no wonder it was easily killed by Feng Yuan. Normal beast kings could have a beast enslavement goo. For example, the dog enslavement goo on the Dog King. The Wolf King had a wolf enslavement goo. Even if it was a rank 2 wolf enslavement goo, Feng Yuan needed it. Just as Feng Yuan was searching the wolf corpse, Guyao walked over. Chang Shanin, your name sounds familiar. Are you a member of the Chang clan? But looking at your clothes, you seem to be an outsider, right? Are you from Eastern Sea? Central Continent? Or Western Desert? Feng Yuan stood up. I am from Northern Plains. The young girl grinned, revealing her pearly white teeth. You liar. How can we have such an accent in Northern Plains? Warrior Chang Shanin, don't worry. You've saved my life, so you're the benefactor of our good tribe. Our good tribe will not reject you. Be it Central Continent, Southern Border or Northern Plains, as long as one was an outsider, they would be ostracized. Not waiting for Feng Yuan to reply, the lively young girl pointed at the fixed immortal travel goo on Feng Yuan's shoulder, asking, Warrior Chang Shanin, the goo on your shoulder is really beautiful. What goo is this? Is this the goo that brought you here? Feng Yuan's gaze concentrated, carefully observing the young girl's expression. He found that she did not seem to be faking it, and was truly ignorant, not recognizing this fixed immortal travel goo. Only then did he relax. Killing intent surged in his heart, but on the surface, he showed a sincere and kind smile. Beautiful girl, are you Tian K? Why are you always chirping? He, alright, I have to go now. See you again. Feng Yuan raised his head, using the stars in the sky to determine his direction. Next, he walked past Guyao, towards the depths of poison grassland. The young girl quickly chased, I am not Tian Quebec. Who asked you to be so mysterious, suddenly appearing again? Hey, don't go that way. That direction is the only way to get out of poison grassland. I am going in. Feng Yuan said without turning his head. Why do you want to go in? The deeper you go into poison grassland, the more dangerous it is. Although you are rank 3 peak stage, a strong man's fists cannot hold off a pack of wolves. Guyao jogged over to Feng Yuan, persuading him. The 5 regions of the Goo Master world were independent. When Goo Masters crossed regions, their battle strength would be suppressed by a rank. Feng Yuan was a southern border Goo Master, but when he went to Northern Plains, he would be suppressed in a different place. Although he still had rank 4 peak stage true gold primeval essence in his aperture, its effect was only equivalent to rank 3 peak stage snow silver primeval essence. Thus, Guyao could sense that his aura was rank 3 peak stage. And the rank 4 golden dragon goo from southern border only had the power of a rank 3 goo. If it was in southern border, golden dragon goo would definitely be able to kill the poison beard wolf king with one strike. But in northern plains, Fang Yuan had to use it twice to kill the poison-beard Wolf King, and even leave the Wolf King's corpse intact. Fang Yuan slowed his steps, looking at Guyao with a solemn expression and firm gaze. I have my reasons for going to poison grassland. Guyao was stunned by his bearing, and only reacted after Fang Yuan took a few more steps. The young girl quickly chased, Warrior Chang Shanin, let me go with you, we can take care of each other. She took the bait. Fang Yuan's lips curled up. His current battle strength was only equivalent to rank 3 peak stage, it was not enough to enter the depths of poison grassland. Thus, he urgently needed northern plains goo worms to arm himself. But even if he killed Guyao, he might not be able to get all her goo worms. Thus, Fang Yuan used a small scheme, loosening the reins only to grasp them better, and easily lured Guyao to his side. Chapter 432. Even though this was Fang Yuan's intention, and Guyao also volunteered to join, Fang Yuan still said to her, "Take care of me." "What do I need you to take care of me for?" Saying so, he glanced at her, his tone carrying some arrogance. The young girl immediately raised her head. "Do you know, poison grassland is covered in purple poisonous fog, breathing it for a long time will poison you. I have a goo worm that can detoxify it. Also, the deeper you go into the grassland, the thicker the poisonous fog, and there are also ghosts and vengeful spirits. At that time, you will not be able to tell the direction, only my return heart goo can point you to the correct way back." Gulp, the young girl was speaking when her stomach suddenly made a sound. Fang Yuan looked at her stomach, and the young girl's face instantly turned red. She stuttered as she explained that, "My big stomach horse was eaten by poison-beard wolves. Yuan stone and rations are all inside." Big stomach horse was a type of riding beast, it was very common in northern plains. It had 2 stomachs, one main stomach was used to digest food, while the other was used to store supplies. Northern plains goo masters, when migrating, would use large numbers of these big stomach horses. Fang Yuan asked curiously, "Your father is the tribe leader of Goo tribe, and you are his daughter, why are you using such an ordinary riding beast?" Sigh, "It is because he took my goo. I escaped alone, and was able to bring along a big stomach horse, and even prepare so many supplies, it is already very amazing." Guyao was a straightforward person, but after saying it, she felt it was inappropriate, and her expression froze, realizing she had said something wrong. "Escaped? Is it to escape marriage?" Fang Yuan raised his brows. The young girl exclaimed, her eyes wide open as she looked at Fang Yuan, "You have a mind-reading goo. How did you know?" Fang Yuan laughed, he was only guessing, but it was not without evidence. In northern plains, women's status was much lower than men, they could even be treated as goods in the market, and be bought and sold casually. In southern border, there were female tribe leaders, but in northern plains, there were no such cases, women could not hold power. Why was it so? This tradition could be traced back to the era of the giant son Immortal. And in his memories, in these 3 years, northern plains was filled with heroes vying for supremacy, a storm was brewing. In the end, the He family's patriarch, He Lulan, succeeded in becoming the ruler of the imperial court for 10 years. He was also the most controversial ruler of the grassland in later generations. He Lulan was extremely lecherous. After he dominated the grasslands, he searched for beauties from all the tribes and took them into his harem. But on the other hand, he promoted new policies to raise the status of women in an attempt to make men and women equal. This severely violated the interests of all sides, it intensified the conflicts and caused the political system of Northern Plains to become unstable. Thus, He Lulan had only been the ruler of the grasslands for 2 years before she was tricked into leaving the royal court by her own people and assassinated. Soon after, all the tribes united to overthrow He tribe's rule and fight for the throne of the imperial court again. The bloody storm lasted for 5 years before it gradually subsided. After this battle, the various clans of the grassland went through a chaotic battle, and their vitality was greatly damaged. It would also be a failure for Zhongzhou state in the battle to attack the 4 regions in the future. Thus, many young girls in Northern Plains would often choose to escape from arranged marriages. The girl in front of him was the daughter of a tribe leader, but she came to Poison Grassland alone. Fang Yuan naturally had such a guess. Fang Yuan took out food from moving perspective cup Gu and gave it to Guyao. This girl was clearly extremely hungry. As she wolfed down the food, her eyes turned as she said in a muffled voice, "The one who wants to marry me is Man Duo from Man Tribe. He is the 3rd son of Man Tribe leader. He is thin and small like a monkey, and his body is frail and sickly. He only has rank 2 cultivation. Normally, he uses his father to bully the men and women in the tribe. He does not have any heroic spirit. I do not want to marry such a good-for-nothing. But Man Tribe is powerful. Our good tribe has just migrated here and our strength is greatly reduced." Man Tribe's betrothal gift was very grand. They even promised to give a piece of fertile grassland to our good tribe. Father saw this and wanted to marry me off. In a fit of anger, I escaped. "Warrior Chang Shanin, why don't you kidnap me?" Northern Plains people were fierce and had a custom, that was to kidnap a bride. The bride who was kidnapped was often more precious than the bride who was officially married. Fang Yuan laughed, "I have no interest in you, quickly eat, we will continue our journey after you are full." Guyao's black eyes moved. "There is another way, that is to marry into our good tribe. According to the rules of the grassland, only warriors can have beauties. Even if Man Tribe comes to find trouble, they will have to follow the rules and let that skinny monkey Man Duo fight you one-on-one. Warrior Chang Shanin, you are so strong, you can definitely beat that Man Duo into a pig's head." Fang Yuan stopped smiling. "I said I have no interest in you." Guyao, however, was even more passionate, showing the direct and unrestrained nature of Northern Plains women. "Why not? Am I not beautiful? I am the beauty of good tribe. That Man Duo saw me from afar and became infatuated with me, begging his father to propose marriage. Warrior Chang Shanin, marrying into good tribe is also good for you. You are an outsider. If you do not marry into our tribe, others will not treat you as one of their own. You will always be ostracized and guarded against in Northern Plains." Fang Yuan said solemnly, "I said before, I am a Northern Plainsman." Guyao laughed, "Warrior, you can't lie to me. Your accent betrays your background. Your food is not Northern Plains tea cakes and meat jerky. Just marry me. Don't you feel that our meeting is arranged by the longevity heaven?" Fang Yuan lowered his eyelids, a cold light flashed in his eyes as the smile on his face widened. "Let me think about it first, you don't have to make a decision so hastily." Fang Yuan said as he took out Yuan stone and passed it to Guyao. Guyao nodded, "Then you have to think carefully, think carefully." She took the Yuan stone and said in a serious tone, "I will return these Yuan stones to you." Fang Yuan nodded. Guyao did not speak anymore, instead concentrating on absorbing the Yuan stone to replenish her primeval essence and quickly recover her strength. As they moved deeper into poison grassland, the thin poisonous gas in the air gradually became denser. Originally, it could not be seen with the naked eye, but now, they could see a faint purple color. "Stop, there is a wolf group." Guyao, who was walking, suddenly stopped, unconcealable fear in her eyes. Evidently, the battle with the poison-beard wolf group had left a deep impression on her. Fang Yuan stopped, and after 3 breaths of time, he used his goo worm to detect the traces of the wolf group. He glanced at Guyao. As expected of the daughter of a tribe, the investigative goo worm she was equipped with was top-notch. Fong Yuan's rank 4 investigative goo was refined by him in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. But in Northern Plains, it was suppressed and could not compare to Guyao's rank 3 goo. The wolf group's excited howls became louder and louder. Soon, hundreds of poison-beard wolves appeared in their field of vision. So many wolves. Guyao's face was pale, her body trembled as she took in a deep breath. The wolf group this time was several times more than the previous time, there were close to 1,000. The stronger the beast king, the larger the scale of the beast horde. This meant that this 100-beast wolf king was stronger than the previous one. What are you panicking for? Just protect yourself. Fong Yuan snorted, stomping his feet as he ran towards the wolf group. Guyao saw this and could not help but gasp, wanting to stop Fong Yuan, but Fong Yuan had already charged into the wolf group. Many poison-beard wolves ran towards Guyao. The young girl shouted, "Water armor!" Immediately, water vapor condensed, forming a light blue armor that covered her whole body. Spiral water arrow goo. She stretched out her finger, and a spiral water arrow flew out. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, 3 poison-beard wolves were killed, while 5 or 6 were injured. But at the same time, more than 10 poison-beard wolves charged over. The young girl panicked, retreating as she tried to deal with them. Water dragon goo. She pushed with her palms, and a 3-clawed water dragon flew out, sweeping the surroundings and causing water vapor to surge. Once the water dragon appeared, Guyao managed to stabilize the situation. Warrior Chang Shanin, you cannot die. The young girl quickly looked towards the center of the wolf group. Seeing this, she was almost stunned. Different from what she had expected, Fong Yuan was rampaging through the wolf group. Each time he charged, he would send large numbers of poison-beard wolves flying. The ferocious poison-beard wolf seemed weaker than a sheep under his feet. His body was covered in a layer of shining golden armor, and from time to time, he would summon a golden dragon to sweep the surroundings. There were so many poison-beard wolves, but they could not subdue him. He was fearless and fierce, his fighting style was extremely fierce, each punch and kick created a sound of wind. His strength was so great that if the poison-beard wolves were hit by his punches and kicks, their bones would shatter, and they would fall to the ground, unable to get up again. Not only that, he was fighting with the Wolf King. This poison-beard Wolf King was indeed stronger. Its body flickered with lightning, and it spat out green poison from time to time, while running extremely fast, leaving behind afterimages when it ran. This Wolf King has at least 3 wild goo. Guyao sensed this, and her heart sank, worrying for Fong Yuan. But soon, the young girl let go of her worries, and admiration towards Fong Yuan rose in her heart. Fong Yuan's fighting style was extremely smart. He continued to run, and did not just tangle with the Wolf King, but used the ordinary poison-beard wolves to obstruct the Wolf King's movement. The Wolf King had a movement goo, but was restrained by the wolf group, and could only take a beating. Fong Yuan's punches landed on flesh, his attacks were fierce, and Guyao's blood boiled as she watched. This is a true man. She praised in her heart, and after getting rid of the trouble around her, she shouted and summoned a water dragon, charging towards the wolf group. She was a rank 3 middle stage goo master after all, she could not be underestimated. The wolf group was attacked, and immediately went into chaos, a large portion of them charged towards her. Fong Yuan's expression changed, and he shouted, "Who told you to come? Go to the side." The young girl's face turned pale from the wolf group's counterattack, and she quickly retreated. Fong Yuan continued to charge with boundless momentum, and after spending a lot of effort, he managed to get the wolf group's attention back to him. After a while, he suddenly erupted, and sent out beast phantoms, breaking the Wolf King's defense. Taking this chance, he got close, and pressed the Wolf King's head on the ground, and punched it fiercely. The scene was brutal, and this Wolf King that was about to become a 1,000-beast king was beaten to death by Feng Yuan just like that. Chapter 433. Once the Wolf King died, the wolf group's morale collapsed and they fled. An intense battle ended abruptly. "You are injured." Guyao ran over, her gaze filled with concern. "It's nothing." Feng Yuan's injuries looked terrifying, but they were all under his control. He immediately activated Self-Reliance Gu, rapidly healing his injuries. But Self-Reliance Gu was only a rank 3 Gu. In Northern Plains, it could only be used as a rank 2 Gu. After Feng Yuan's injuries healed, its effect immediately weakened. "Warrior Chang Shanin, let me heal you." Guyao waved her hand, water vapor rose and condensed into a jade-green cloud above Feng Yuan's head. Green rain drizzled down from the cloud, sprinkling on Feng Yuan's body, healing his injuries. "This is Spring Rain Gu." Feng Yuan frowned. "This Gu has a wide healing range, isn't it a waste to use it on me alone?" "Disperse." Saying so, he waved his hand, activating Golden Wind Gu. This Gu came from Tai Mu Bai. It was a rank 4 healing Gu, although it only had rank 3 effects now, it was still a top-tier Gu. Guyao looked at a golden whirlwind that formed around Feng Yuan. After a few rounds, all the injuries on Feng Yuan's body disappeared. "What Gu is this?" the young girl asked curiously. Feng Yuan did not answer her, instead turning around and squatting on the ground, carefully searching the Wolf King's corpse. Guyao followed closely behind him, bending down and looking at him, praising, "Warrior Chang Shanin, you are a true expert. Father always says that I have a body full of cultivation, but I am terrible in battles. Today, I saw you charging into the wolf group. It was such a dangerous matter, but you did it with ease, as if it was very easy. Only then did I realize that what Abbas said was right." Feng Yuan snorted, standing up straight. He had 500 years of battle experience, it was easy for him to do this. If not for the suppression of the region, how could the small wolf group fight for so long? He had just checked, there were 3 wild Gu on the Wolf King, but they were all dead. Without any spoils of war, Feng Yuan's expression turned ugly. He glanced at Guyao and said unhappily, "Oh no. You're not just terrible. It's terrible." Guyao was furious. "Hey! You're so direct. You attacked recklessly just now and lured away a large number of wolves, almost ruining my plan. Do you have a cow's head on your head?" Feng Yuan coldly snorted and asked. Guyao knew that she had indeed made a mistake. She lowered her head and looked at her toes. "You attracted most of the wolves. I know you did it for my own good. But I also want to help you." Feng Yuan sighed. "Forget it. I won't pursue it this time. For the rest of the journey, in order to prevent you from dragging us down again, I will reluctantly teach you." "Who needs you to teach me?" Guyao turned around and snorted in dissatisfaction. "You need to be calm when using spiral water arrow Gu. If you shoot randomly, the biggest result is that you will quickly waste your precious true essence. Water dragon Gu consumes a lot of primeval essence, don't use it for no reason. No wonder you don't have enough primeval essence. Don't use spring rain Gu, that is a large area of effect healing Gu. There are only 2 of us." Along the way, Feng Yuan continued to give pointers to Guyao. The young girl's words earlier were just out of spite. Although she had the temper of a young missy, this concerned her own situation, so she listened to his suggestion seriously and absorbed knowledge to improve herself. The 2 moved on the rotten grass, encountering several wolf groups, but Guyao's performance was getting better each time. Are you afraid now? You hateful poison-beard wolves, scram. Guyao placed her hands on her waist and said proudly after defeating the poison-beard wolves again. So naive. Fong Yuan looked at her back as a cold light flashed in his eyes. He gave pointers to Guyao, not only to raise her battle strength, but also to probe the goo worms in her body. In the end, the young girl leaked all her details to Fong Yuan. Guyao was a water path goo master, rank 3 middle stage. She had the rank 3 fog sparrow goo for scouting, 3 claw water dragon goo and spiral water arrow goo for attacking. For defense, she had water armor goo. For movement, she had water trace goo. For healing, she had spring rain goo. She did not have storage goo, and the big stomach horse she used as a replacement had already died in the wolf group's hands. Other than that, she had cleansing goo for detoxification. Return heart goo for direction identification. This set of goo worms suited her identity. Fog sparrow goo was a very rare scouting goo among rank 3. It could condense fog into sparrows and fly around the surroundings, scouting the surroundings with a very wide range. Its defense and attack were also of high quality. Water trace goo's growth speed could almost match some rank 4 goo. The only flaw was that the footprints would contain water traces, making it easy to track. At the same time, it would wet the shoes. However, this goo had a lot of potential in its development. At rank 4, it could become wave trace goo, and its effect would be even stronger. At rank 5, there were 2 types of fusion paths. One was duck trace wave trace goo, which could be used to dodge on the spot. The other was river wave trace goo, which could move quickly on water. At rank 6, it would be the famous worldly wave trace goo. These goo were all of high quality rank 3. Adding on Fong Yuan's careful guidance and the pressure of the wolf group, it was no wonder that Guyao improved so quickly, and her battle strength rose steadily. Warrior Chang Shan, you are an incredible strategist. Your guidance is even more amazing than the best 3 elders in my tribe. Even if you look down on me, I will invite you to my good tribe as a guest. If you are interested, I will try my best to convince father to let you become an external elder in my tribe. Guyao turned around and walked to Fong Yuan's side, sincerely trying to recruit him. She was after all Gu tribe's young miss, and was knowledgeable. She knew Fong Yuan's value was not only his bravery, but more importantly, his ability to teach others. This was the power of wisdom. If he was around to nurture the tribe's next generation, the entire tribe would become stronger. I can go to Gu tribe as a guest, but I have no interest in becoming an external elder. Fong Yuan started walking again, shaking his head and refusing. Guyao tried to persuade him a few times, but Fong Yuan's attitude was firm. The young girl followed behind Fong Yuan gloomily, staring angrily at Fong Yuan's tall back. You think you are so amazing just because you know how to teach people, humph. I begged you so softly, but you are not moved. You are not even interested in becoming my good tribe's external elder. Are you looking down on our good tribe? Chang Shan, you scoundrel. Guyao gritted her teeth in hatred, but had a trace of doubt in her heart. But this name Chang Shan is really familiar, I seem to have heard of it somewhere. Where did I hear of it? Poison grassland was covered in dark clouds all year round. In this dusky sky, the two trekked for a while. Fong Yuan stopped. In front of him, there was a large field of sunflowers. These sunflowers had dark purple branches, broad petals as black as ink, and at the heart of the basin-sized flower, there was a pale human face. Ghost face sunflowers. Seeing this, Guyao quickly held her breath, grabbing Fong Yuan's sleeves, saying in a very soft voice, "Many people must have died here, many ghosts wandered around, that is why so many ghost-faced sunflowers grew. Every ghost-faced sunflower was a wronged soul. Let's take a detour, so many ghost-faced sunflowers must have many ghost cry goo inside them, there might even be ghost-face goo." Ghost cry goo was a rank 3 soul path goo worm, it could emit screams and cause the soul to tremble. Ghostface Goo was a rank 4 soul path goo worm. It could cause a huge impact on the soul. Such a large field of ghost-face sunflowers, how long would it take a detour? Fong Yuan gazed at this sea of sunflowers. He did not show it on the surface, but he was inwardly happy. This confirmed that the direction he was walking in was not wrong. As long as he walked in this direction, he would find that battlefield 20 years ago, and obtain the goo worms left behind on the battlefield. Northern Plains was different from Southern Border. Southern Border had many mountains. It was easy to distinguish directions. Northern Plains was boundless. It was all grassland. It was easy to get lost. Thus, Guyao would carry the supplementary goo worm, Return Heart Goo. Return Heart Goo could always point to the direction of the goo master's home. But Return Heart Goo could only point to the direction, it could not point to the location. Fong Yuan wanted to ensure the direction was correct. He would have to take the risk to cross this sea of sunflowers. Fortunately, he was prepared. Taking out his sleeves from the girl's hand, Fong Yuan squatted down, placing his palms on the ground, then mobilized his primeval essence, activating the goo worms in his aperture. Soon, green grass grew on the ground. The lush grass grew steadily, the slender grass leaves intertwined with each other, gradually forming human-shaped puppets. Enslavement Path, Rank 3 Grass Puppet Goo. This was a goo worm that only Southern Border had. Guyao watched in amazement as grass puppets grew one after another, quickly gathering into a field. These grass puppets were short and sturdy, the grass leaves were tightly woven, holding a bamboo blade in one hand, and a rattan shield in the other. These were the rank 3 rattan shell grass soldiers. In the past, on San Cha Mountain, when Fong Yuan fought 1 against 7, Tai Ruanan had used this goo. Afterwards, when Fong Yuan killed a goo master in 3 Kings Blessed Land, his spoils of war included the grass puppet goo. Grass puppet goo was quite common in Southern Border. Rank 3 grass puppet goo could form rattan shell grass soldiers, having the battle strength to kill a rank 1 goo master. Rank 4 grass puppet goo could form grass sword elite soldiers, having even stronger battle strength. But in Northern Plains, the grass puppet goo would also be suppressed. The formed rattan shell grass soldiers would become weak. But Fong Yuan did not use this batch of rattan shell grass soldiers for battle, so it did not matter. After a while, close to 1,000 rattan shell grass soldiers opened up a path in front of them. Fong Yuan held Guyao's hand, and under the protection of another 100 rattan shell grass soldiers, entered the sea of ghost-face sunflowers. Ah! Meh meh, every time Ghost Cry Goo let out a shriek, a group of rattan shell grass soldiers would fall. Ghost Cry Goo's sounds were also different. Some were sharp screams, some were like trembling sheep's cries, and some seemed to be complaining with hidden bitterness. Ghost, there are ghost faces rising up. The girl shuddered, looking at the pale and terrifying ghost faces floating up from the sea of sunflowers, her delicate body trembling in fear. Fong Yuan gently patted her hand, then calmly mobilized the puppets. Chapter 434. The process of crossing the sea of sunflowers was a close shave. Guyao looked back and let out a breath of turbid air. Her worried heart was finally at ease. To think it was so easy to cross the sea of ghost-face sunflowers. After calming down, the young girl looked at the grass puppets around her. There were only dozens of puppets left, forming a weak defense around her. Guyao had never seen such a goo in her life. Today was an eye-opener. These goo, although their battle strength is not high, they are the best cannon fodder. Chang Shan-yin really came prepared. Thinking of this, the young girl turned around and sized up the people around her. The more she interacted with Fong Yuan, the more curious Guyao became, and the stronger her desire to investigate became. What kind of person is he? What is his motive in entering poison grassland? Chang Shan-yin, Chang Shan-yin. I have really heard of this name before. Ah. The young girl's face suddenly turned red. When crossing the Sea of Sunflowers earlier, Fang Yuan held her hand. Those ghostly cries and the floating ghostly faces scared her, and she unconsciously got closer to Fang Yuan, gradually hugging his arm in her bosom, but she did not even notice it. Guiyao quickly let go of Fang Yuan's arm, breaking free from his grasp. After pulling a safe distance, Fang Yuan slowly stopped and turned around to look at the sunflowers behind him. These ghost cry goo and ghost face goo are good goo, but I do not have specialized goo worms to capture them. Capturing wild goo worms also required special methods. These two goo worms belonged to Soul Path, and the goo needed to capture them were even more special. It is time. Fang Yuan's gaze concentrated, throwing away the regret in his heart. He turned his gaze to the immortal goo on his shoulder, fixed immortal travel. The immortal goo's aura was too strong, it could not be stored in mortal apertures. Spring-autumn cicada could barely be stored because it was weak. Even though Fang Yuan ordered fixed immortal travel to lie on his shoulder and not move, the immortal goo's aura was still leaking. If a goo immortal sensed it, it would be a fatal disaster. Thankfully, Fang Yuan was prepared for this. He took out bright pearl goo. Go! He injected his primeval essence and bright pearl goo immediately turned into a ball of gentle white light, floating towards fixed immortal travel and covering it. Bright pearl goo was a rank 4 storage goo. It was specially used to seal goo worms and make them hibernate, making them easy to preserve. Fang Yuan expended almost all of his primeval essence before successfully sealing fixed immortal travel goo. Fixed immortal travel goo was shaped like a jade butterfly, sealed in a fist-sized transparent pearl. But it was an immortal goo, its aura was still leaking from this pearl. However, it was many times weaker than before. Fang Yuan was not surprised. This was just the first step. The rest of the journey was much smoother. Perhaps it was because of the obstruction of the Sunflower Sea, the poison-beard wolves did not appear again. As the two of them went deeper into the grassland, the poisonous mist became thicker and thicker. They could already clearly see the purple mist floating in the air. When the two started coughing, they stopped and took out their goo worms to clear the accumulated poison in their bodies. The deeper they went into the grassland, the thicker the poisonous fog became. The two of them stopped more frequently as well. In order to avoid breathing in too much of the poisonous mist while talking, the lively Guiyao also began to remain silent. Gradually, the purple poisonous fog started to block their vision. How much deeper do we have to go? Guiyao could not help but ask. The depths of the poisonous grassland was a forbidden zone for life. The deeper they went, the stronger the beasts inside. Many experts who went to explore died here, never to return. Among them, there were many rank 3 peak stage and rank 4 experts. Soon. Fang Yuan replied plainly, his footsteps slowing down until he stopped. Are we there? Is it here? Guiyao asked excitedly. Fang Yuan did not say a word. He squatted down carefully and pushed aside the twisted poisonous grass on the ground, revealing a cave that was covered by the grass. This cave was as big as a bowl, the edges were smooth. The cave was deep and dark. Guiyao saw this and her gaze froze, her breathing became rapid. This is the hole dug by the earth spike rats. There are thousands of them, they gather in groups and hide under the grass. As long as there is a slight tremor, they will attack from underground. Their heads are like steel, once they shoot out, they can pierce through a person's feet. Even the hooves of iron hooves horses can be easily pierced. We cannot go any further. Once we are surrounded, we have no chance of survival, we will be drowned by the countless earth spike rats. Along the way, we did not meet any poison-beard wolves, this means that the earth spike rats are the overlords here. Maybe the earth spike rat king underground is a myriad beast king. The young girl had lived in the grassland since young, she knew the strength of the earth spike rats very well. No, my destination is still ahead. Fang Yuan stood up. Chang Shan Yin. Excessive bravery is courting death. You won't be able to walk through it. In fact, if you take just a few steps, you'll be surrounded by the gophers, Guiyao hurriedly advised. But Fang Yuan smiled plainly. Who said I want to go there? The moment he said that, pitch-black bone wings grew out from his back. This is... Guiyao stared with wide eyes. Before she could react, Fang Yuan had already carried her. As the young girl screamed, Fang Yuan flapped his wings and flew off the ground. Guiyao felt her heart in her throat, the wind whistled in her ears, she felt like she was flying in the clouds, her legs were not touching the ground, she subconsciously hugged Fang Yuan's neck tightly. After a while, the young girl adapted and smiled in Fang Yuan's embrace. Fang Yuan, to think you can fly. Father has a soaring cloud gu. When I was young, he often brought me to play in the sky. Sigh, it is a pity that the soaring cloud gu is a rank 4 gu, it is not suitable for me. Even if I could use it, father would not allow it, he is afraid I would fall from the sky. Guiyao recalled for a while before asking curiously, Chang Shan Yin, what flying gu is this? Why have I never seen it before? Fang Yuan did not reply. The young girl was unresigned. Is this the rank 3 eagle wings gu? This height and speed is about the same as the eagle wings gu. But it doesn't seem to be. Fang Yuan sighed, you have too many questions. Rather than asking questions, why don't you use your energy on the shadow crows in front of us? Shadow crows. The young girl reacted and saw 3 shadow crows in front of her, silently approaching them. The shadow crows were as big as eagles, their bodies were pitch black, they did not make any movements when flying, and were even more concealed in this dark poison grassland. The young girl's face turned pale, her voice trembling. Chang Shan Yin, how is your flying skill? If it is not possible, we can fly to the grassland and defend. Don't worry. Fang Yuan's voice was still calm, I am hugging you, I cannot attack casually. Now, let's see if your spiraling water arrow is accurate. What? Ah! Before the young girl understood, Fang Yuan flapped his wings and charged towards the 3 shadow crows. Fang Yuan used his actions to give Guiyao the answer. This is too crazy. He did not think of escaping, but instead wants to kill these 3 shadow crows. Guiyao's heart was shaken, and she hurriedly shot out 2 water arrows. But of these 2 water arrows, one missed completely, while the other brushed past the shadow crow's wings. Too slow, again. Fang Yuan made a beautiful turn and flapped his wings, charging towards the shadow crow again. What? Hey, wait, don't fight them head-on. This is not the ground, the opponent is a shadow crow that is extremely fast. Guiyao shouted. 2 humans and 3 birds charged towards each other in the air, quickly getting closer. Guiyao stared with wide eyes, a shadow crow was getting bigger in her vision, and as it got closer, the shadow crow flashed its blade-like claws. Seeing the sharp claws about to grab her, Guiyao's body turned cold from fear, her limbs were stiff, and she could not move. I'm going to crash, I'm going to die. Just as this thought appeared in her mind, Fang Yuan suddenly retracted his wings, and his flying altitude suddenly dropped, brushing past the shadow crow's steel claws. Then he suddenly extended his wings, and after a strong flap, he made a lightning-fast turn in the air, and flew up, scuttling behind the shadow crow. Shoot! Fang Yuan shouted. Guiyao reacted, and instinctively pointed with her finger, and a spiraling water arrow flew out. Fang Yuan's flying technique was too good, and he directly flashed behind the shadow crow. The shadow crow's back was completely exposed to Guiyao. The spiraling water arrow successfully hit the shadow crow, and passed through it, drawing out a line of blood. The shadow crow instantly died, and like a kite with its string cut, it fell to the ground with a muffled thud. The grassland was silent for a moment, and in an instant, the ground shook slightly, and countless earth spike rats poked their heads out of the holes. The shadow crow's corpse was quickly divided by the closest earth spike rats, and dragged into the holes. The huge shadow crow instantly disappeared, leaving only a puddle of blood on the grassland, and a few pieces of internal organs. When the young girl saw this scene, she immediately became extremely nervous. If she really fell to the ground, she would immediately be attacked by the earth spike rats, and it would definitely be a dead end. What are you thinking about? Hurry up and shoot. Fong Yuan's cold shout broke the girl's thoughts, and she quickly shot out nearly 10 arrows to kill the 2 shadow crows. The 2 shadow crows fell to the ground, and were immediately torn apart by the earth spike rats, and Guyao broke out in cold sweat. Your aim is too bad, hurry up and use the Yuan stone to recover your primeval energy. Under Fong Yuan's scolding, Guyao quickly took out a Yuan stone, but she made a mistake, and the Yuan stone fell out of her hand, and fell to the ground. You idiot! I am sorry. The girl's voice had a trace of sobbing. Focus, calm down. Play at your normal level. There will definitely be a lot of shadow crows, and I still need to rely on you. Fong Yuan's voice softened. Chapter 435. An hour and a half later. Fong Yuan carried Guyao as he landed on the ground. Guyao's legs were weak, her face was pale, she only recovered after taking a few breaths after landing on the ground. In the flight just now, she had killed at least 100 shadow crows, she had felt like she was struggling between life and death several times. The process of flying was filled with danger. Not only did they meet with several waves of shadow crows, they even attracted the attacks of earth spike rats. When in danger, not only would there be countless shadow crows in the sky, the ground would also shoot out countless earth spikes. Under such attacks, Fong Yuan flapped his wings and flew. He continued to turn, dive, and rise. Searching for a possibility in the impossible, he charged out of the rain of attacks and found a chance of survival. I was actually able to survive under such attacks. This was the first thought that appeared in Guyao's mind when she landed on the ground. After the joy of surviving the calamity, the joy of disbelief, and the fear from recalling the past, Guyao looked at Fong Yuan with a complex expression. The latter was healing his injuries. Even if the young girl was ignorant, after this battle, she would recognize Fong Yuan's power in flying. Moreover, Guyao was not an ordinary girl from the grassland, her father was the leader of a tribe. In her past life, Guyao had been influenced by what she had seen and heard, her horizons were broadened and she knew much more than people of the same age. This man in front of me, his flying technique is actually so skilled and powerful. Is the soul of an eagle hidden in his majestic body? Such a flying technique can completely match Lightning Dong Pekong, Water Immortal Song Ching Yin, and Green Bat Wu Yi. This is the first-rate flying technique of Northern Plains. Chang Shanin, what kind of person are you? Fong Yuan quickly healed his injuries. Under the torrential attacks, no matter how powerful his flying technique was, he could not avoid getting hit. Most importantly, the rank 4 bone wings gu was only equivalent to a rank 3 gu in Northern Plains. At the same time, he was carrying a person, the increase in weight affected his agility. However, with Guyao's help, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. If she didn't use her water arrows and water dragons to kill the crows, and if she didn't use her water armor to protect me, my Jin Yuan alone would not have been enough. Fong Yuan thought. I am a southern border gu master, when I go to Northern Plains, my cultivation will be suppressed. But fortunately, as time passes and I gradually integrate into Northern Plains, this suppression will lessen. Man was the spirit of all living things. He could adapt to his environment and blend in with it. Of course, when Fong Yuan completely integrated into Northern Plains and recovered his cultivation, when he returned to southern border, he would be suppressed again, he would need to adapt and fuse with it again. Humans can gradually blend into the environment, but goo worms cannot. Southern borders goo worms would continue to be weakened. These goo on me consume the same amount of primeval essence as before, but their effectiveness is greatly reduced. Southern borders rank 4 goo are inferior to northern plains rank 3 goo. But after killing Guyao, there was only a small chance that her goo worms would end up in Fang Yuan's hands. Only by using Guyao like this could he display the greatest value of this rank 3 middle stage goo master. If not for Guyao, I would not be able to advance so quickly. Although her goo worms are good, I cannot obtain them. I need to change these southern border goo worms. Other than considering my battle strength, they are also a huge flaw in my concealment of my identity. I still need to go to that battlefield. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly and took out bright pearl goo. Speaking of which, Chang tribe has produced a character this time. You mean Wolf King? That's right. This person is an enslavement path goo master that Chang tribe heavily nurtured. In his hands, the wolf group can move like the wind and attack like the rain. He can change the formation at will. He is truly skilled. Most importantly, he is a righteous person and is extremely filial to his mother. This time, his mother was poisoned and could only be cured by the snow wash goo on the snow willow. He ignored the obstruction and entered poisoned grassland alone. Sigh, it was precisely because of this that Wolf King lost his life. That's right, this was a scheme from start to finish, meticulously planned by Wolf King's archenemy Hatu Gu. Hatu Gu wanted to kill Wolf King, but Wolf King is not someone to be trifled with. He killed Hatu Gu's group of bandits and got rid of a huge threat to the grassland. But it is a pity that Wolf King Chang Shanin, this hero, lost his life in poison grassland. Chang Shanin. You are Wolf King Chang Shanin. Thinking of this, Guyao opened her mouth in shock, staring at Fang Yuan. Oh. You also know Chang Shanin. Fang Yuan replied plainly, still searching for something. But Guyao shook her head, no, that's not right. Looking at his age, if Chang Shanin was still alive, he should be 40 or 50 years old. How could he be at your age? Moreover, your appearance and accent are all wrong. You are not Chang Shanin. He, if I am not Chang Shanin, then who am I? That's right, who are you? Why are you pretending to be a dead Gu master? Guyao was full of questions. Suddenly, her eyes brightened, wait. Although not long after Chang Shanin died, his mother also died from the poison. But he is already married and left behind a bloodline. His son has already grown up and is also an outstanding talent. Don't tell me, you are Chang Shanyin's son. Fang Yuan smiled and was about to answer her, when he heard a strange sound. This sound was like old wheels rolling on the ground. Along with this voice, a huge white bone wheel rolled out from the purple mist. It was as tall as 2 people, half a foot wide, and was made of white bones. The surface of the wheel was covered in sharp bone spikes. At the center of the wheel was a huge skull. The terrifying eye sockets of the skull were burning with blood-red flames. Be careful, this is Hatu Gu's rank 5 Gu, Battle Bone Wheel. Fang Yuan had just warned when the wheel suddenly accelerated, rolling over with an imposing aura. Golden Dragon Gu. Fang Yuan pushed with his palms, the golden dragon roared and slammed onto the wheel. The wheel shook for a moment before easily crushing the golden dragon and crashing into Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan quickly spread his bone wings and flew into the sky. But the wheel also lifted off the ground and flew into the sky. Golden Coat Gu. Fang Yuan saw that he could not dodge and could only take it head-on. Bam! He was sent flying and landed on the ground, his body covered in mud and grass. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 spiraling water arrows hit the wheel. The white bone will landed on the ground, raising a large amount of mud. It gave up on Fang Yuan and changed its direction, crashing towards Guyao. Guyao quickly activated Water Trace Gu and activated her water armor, dodging and retaliating. Fang Yuan also rushed over to help. This was a tough battle. The opponent was a rank 5 Gu, the core Gu that the original owner, Ha-Tu Gu, relied on to become famous. After Ha-Tu Gu died, it became a wild Gu, feeding on the white bones on the battlefield. The white bone chariot's attacks were majestic and fierce, often crushing its opponents into meat paste. Fang Yuan was suppressed and his battle strength fell. He did not bring a rank 5 Gu and could not fight the white bone wheel head-on. His original plan was to avoid the white bone wheel and search for Chang Shanyin's corpse. But now that he had Guyao's help, he changed his plan and chose to fight. After fighting for over 4 hours, relying on Fang Yuan's tactic of restraining the enemy, the two bullied the white bone wheel's lack of intelligence. They took turns to breathe and gradually wore down the white bone wheel, finally causing it to fall to the ground. After the battle was decided, Fang Yuan immediately placed his hands on the white bone wheel and swept it with his will and primeval essence. The white bone wheel was a rank 5 Gu, thus even rank 6 Spring Autumn Cicada and fixed Immortal Travel's aura could not help Fang Yuan refine it instantly. But the wheel was full of cracks and almost fell apart. It was in a terrible state and was on the verge of destruction. Fang Yuan had 100-man soul, he was full of vigor and his will was like steel. He poured his primeval essence into it and spent another 15 minutes before he finally subdued it. Chapter 436. Fang Yuan's consciousness entered his aperture. After the white bone will entered the aperture, it floated on the sea of true gold primeval essence, floating along with the waves, looking lifeless. Gu worms would naturally get injured, destroyed or even perish. This white bone will is on the verge of breaking, it cannot be used anymore. Unless I can find the bone bamboo Gu and combine it with the ghost fire Gu to heal it. Fang Yuan pondered in his heart. There were many healing Gu that did not target the human body. Some Gu, like wolf smoke Gu, were used to heal the injuries of wolves and jackals. Some Gu, like pig iron Gu, were used to heal the chainsaw golden centipede. Bone bamboo Gu, combined with ghost fire Gu, could heal the white bone wheel and allow it to fight again. Speaking of which, this white bone wheel Gu is very famous. It was created by the rank 8 demonic path Gu Immortal Shinjiao. This person was called Proud Bone Demon Lord. He had outstanding talent, and when he advanced to rank 6, he did not have an immortal Gu, so he thought of a killer move called White Bone War Chariot. White Bone War Chariot is made from white bone wheel and many other rank 5 Gu. It is very powerful, comparable to a rank 6 immortal Gu. Relying on this amazing idea, Shinjiao cultivated to rank 8 realm, and brought the killer move White Bone Battlefield to greater heights, combining 3 immortal Gu to form an even more powerful killer move, White Bone Battlefield. He relied on this to move unhindered in the world, slaughtering countless Gu immortals. His fierce name spread far and wide, causing the righteous path to be helpless. Sigh, when can I cultivate to this realm? In his previous life, Fang Yuan had rank 6 cultivation, a crucial step away from rank 7. Afterwards, he refined Spring Autumn Cicada, but was besieged by righteous path Gu immortals, and had no choice but to self-detonate. Every time he thought of Blood Sea Ancestor, Proud Bone Demon Lord, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, these characters, Fang Yuan could not help but yearn for them. A man should be like this in this world, unrestrained by the mortal world, fearless and unrestrained, killing whoever they don't like. When my heart is evil, I slaughter all living beings. When my heart is kind, I bless the world. The world moves according to my heart. I rule over everything, and trample on all enemies who dare to resist me. This is true freedom, a carefree life. Fang Yuan sighed deeply in his heart, taking out the bright pearl Gu from his pocket. Bright pearl goo was already covered in dust, its light was dim. Fixed immortal travel was sealed inside, the immortal goo's aura was also weakening. Feng Yuan took out the dark throw goo. This goo was similar in shape to the dust goo. It was also a silkworm cocoon, but its body was deep black. Feng Yuan mobilized his primeval essence and the black cocoon wriggled. Dozens of threads twisted out like snakes and climbed onto the bright pearl goo. In a few blinks of an eye, the bright pearl goo was wrapped in a layer of black cocoon. This was known as casting pearls before swine. It was a method developed during the Battle of the Five Regions to conceal the aura of goo worms. As a result, the aura of fixed immortal travel became even weaker. Warrior Chang Shan Yin, you want to seal this beautiful jade butterfly? Gu Yao stood at the side, gradually realizing what was going on. Feng Yuan gave her a mysterious smile and put the black bead into his pocket before continuing to search the battlefield. This battlefield was left behind from the battle between Chang Shan Yin and Hatu Gu over 20 years ago. Chang Shan Yin was a rank 4 peak stage Gu master, while Hatu Gu was a rank 5 initial stage Gu master with a large group of subordinates. They were playmates who grew up together, but the woman they fell in love with at the same time chose Chang Shan Yin in the end. From then on, hatred was formed, and because of the subsequent events, the hatred deepened until it could only be washed away with each other's lives and blood. After Hatu Gu poisoned Chang Shan Yin's mother, Chang Shan Yin led his wolf group deep into poison grassland to find the snow-washed Gu. After that, Chang Shan Yin set up an ambush here, and when Hatu Gu charged in with the horse bandits, large groups of wolves came from all directions. This tragic life and death battle was fought until the heavens and the earth darkened. Eventually, the wolf group was annihilated, and the horse bandits either died or escaped. Chang Shan Yin, who was at the end of his rope, fought with Hatu Gu, who had exhausted his primeval essence. Both of them were in a frenzy, using everything they could. They wrestled with each other, using their teeth to bite, using their hands to dig, using all the strength in their bodies, before both of them collapsed on the ground, without even the strength to breathe. These two mortal enemies, once the closest companions, were only 2 to 3 steps away from each other, but they could only pant and stare at each other. They were both strong Gu masters, one was a glorious hero, the other was a notorious demon, but both of them had lost their strength. At this moment, they were as weak as children, even if a rabbit ran over and blocked their mouths, they would suffocate to death. After a moment of deadlock, Hatu Gu suddenly laughed loudly. He was after all a rank 5 Gu master, his primeval essence recovery speed was faster than Chang Shan Yin's. His primeval essence recovered first, it was enough for him to use the poisonous bone spear once. Seeing the bone spear shooting towards him, Chang Shan Yin's eyes opened wide, a miraculous trace of strength burst forth in this desperate situation. Using this bit of strength, he struggled to turn half his body, but the poisonous bone spear that was aimed at his head still pierced his chest. The intense pain made Chang Shan Yin roar in anger. Using the wolf strength Gu to amplify his strength, he broke the thin bone spear. Holding it in his hand, he dragged his body step by step to Hatu Gu's side. Finally, Chang Shan Yin stabbed the green spear tip into Hatu Gu's eye socket, killing this mortal enemy of his. Although Chang Shan Yin won, the poison on the bone spear had already spread throughout his body. Using the primeval essence that he had just recovered, he activated the wolf fetus earth burial Gu. This Gu was refined from 108 different kinds of pregnant female wolves, it was specially used to save lives. As long as there was a trace of life force, it would be able to keep them alive. Chang Shan Yin used this Gu and burrowed into the ground, falling into a deep sleep, struggling at death's door. After over 30 years, Ma Hongyun, who was still a rank 3 Gu master, was chased here by the wolf group. In a desperate situation, he unexpectedly found Chang Shan Yin who was buried underground. After Ma Hongyun saved Chang Shan Yin, the latter not only helped him repel the wolf group, he even worked hard for him and became one of the 4 great generals in order to repay him for saving his life. In the struggle for dominance in the grassland, he made countless contributions and pushed Ma Hongyun, who was originally a slave, to the throne of the Lord of the Imperial Court. Chang Shanyin's life was full of ups and downs. He was a legend. When he reappeared in the world, his story was widely spread in northern plains. It was not a secret. Later, with Ma Hongyun's help, he cultivated to rank 7 Gu Immortal Realm and obtained the title of Sky Wolf General, gaining even more authority. Finally, he resisted the invasion of Central Continent and died in battle. His descendants wrote his biography. This was also the reason why Fang Yuan was so clear about the process. "Oh, I found it." After a long search, there was finally a result. Fang Yuan's footsteps paused as he found a huge wolf tail on the grassland. This wolf tail was covered in mud and was mostly covered by poisonous grass. It was almost invisible. If not for Fang Yuan already having a target and carefully searching, he would not have found it. Back then, when Ma Hongyun was escaping, he tripped on this wolf tail. After he pulled out this wolf tail, he saved Chang Shanyin and himself. Fang Yuan was overwhelmed with emotions. He grabbed the wolf tail and pulled it out. Immediately, the ground rumbled and a huge female wolf's body was brought out. Her eyes were closed, her body was covered in purple fur and her belly was snow white. Her body was huge. Even when she was lying down, she was as tall as a person. Guiyao quickly ran over with a surprised expression. "What wolf is this? Why is it so big?" "Oh my, it looks like a female wolf. Look at her bulging belly, she must be pregnant." "This is not a wolf, it is a gu," Fang Yuan said as he took out a sharp dagger from the moving perspective cup gu. He stabbed the dagger into the wolf's belly and forcefully made a long cut. Instantly, the swollen belly split open and large amounts of amniotic fluid mixed with blood gushed out of the wound, drenching Fang Yuan's lower body. Guiyao saw that the situation was bad and quickly jumped back to prevent herself from being implicated. Next, she opened her mouth in shock, shouting, "Why is there a person in the wolf fetus?" Along with the amniotic fluid, there was another person. It was the real Chang Shanyin. His eyes were closed and his body was riddled with injuries, especially the half-bone spear that was stuck in his chest. His whole body was covered in sticky amniotic fluid, his expression was painful and his skin was pale green. Fang Yuan quickly squatted down and stretched out his hands, seemingly inspecting Chang Shanyin's injuries, but in fact, he was secretly pinching Chang Shanyin's neck. The pitiful Chang Shanyin was a hero. He successfully killed his mortal enemy and used goo worms to extend his life for over 20 years. Originally, in another 10 years or so, a fated monarch would have come to save him. But now, Fang Yuan interfered and killed this future influential figure, the famous Sky Wolf General, a future rank 7 Gu Immortal. Chang Shanyin was already at his last breath. He had no consciousness and could not defend himself. He only had a weak breath left. When Fang Yuan killed him, his body did not even tremble. Not to mention using his consciousness to detonate the goo worms. Fang Yuan's consciousness entered his aperture and immediately found several turtle breath goo inside. Turtle breath goo was a storage goo, similar to bright pearl goo, used to seal goo worms. Before Chang Shanyin entered the wolf's stomach, to prevent the goo worms in his body from starving to death, he sealed them one by one in the turtle breath goo. These rank 4 goo were like oval-shaped rocks, slightly bigger than a fist. The surface of the rocks was covered in veins, making people think of a turtle shell. Once spring-autumn cicadas aura leaked out, Fang Yuan instantly refined these turtle breath goo. He took out all these turtle breath goo and under Guiyao's curious gaze, he crushed them one by one, revealing the goo worms inside. A total of 8 goo worms, all belonging to the enslavement path. They were all rare rank 4 goo. Among them, some were even more precious than ordinary rank 5 goo. Chang Shanyin used this set of goo worms to make a name for himself in northern plains. He then used this goo to kill a rank 5 enemy. Using spring-autumn cicada, Fang Yuan kept all of them for his own use. Chapter 437. But just obtaining goo worms was not Fang Yuan's entire goal. After throwing these goo worms into his aperture, he looked at Chang Shanyin's corpse. He started to use goo worms to detoxify the corpse. Isn't he already dead? Guiyao asked with a strange expression. Detoxifying a living person was fine, but why did he have to detoxify a dead person? Fang Yuan did not answer her directly, instead requesting, "Don't just watch, use your cleansing goo to help." With Fang Yuan and Guiyao's help, the poison in Chang Shanyin's body was gradually expelled. Is he Chang Shanyin? Your father? Guiyao suddenly realized something, looking at Fang Yuan with an inquisitive gaze. But she quickly denied it. No, Chang Shanyin's son is a Northern Plains native. From your appearance, you are an outsider. Fang Yuan snorted, saying expressionlessly, I said, I am Chang Shanyin. As the poison dissipated, the pale green color on Chang Shanyin's skin faded away, returning to his original skin color. Fang Yuan saw that it was about time. He called the girl to the side and took off Chang Shanyin's clothes, using clean water to wash them. You want to bring his corpse back? Guiyao guessed. But immediately after, Fang Yuan's actions overturned her guess. The girl saw Fang Yuan taking out a lump of black ants from his aperture. Fang Yuan used his primeval essence, and the black ants immediately dispersed, landing on Chang Shanyin's naked and pale corpse and starting to eat. These black ants crawled all over Chang Shanyin's body, swallowing his skin, leaving behind a completely unrecognizable corpse with its flesh and tendons exposed. Guiyao saw this and almost vomited in disgust. Fang Yuan collected this lump of black ants again, taking out a seed and planting it on the ground. As he injected his primeval essence, the seed sprouted at a visible speed, growing into a beautiful flower. The flower bloomed, but in the center of the flower was a strange and thick blood-colored membrane, like a person's mouth. Inside the petals, there were rows of tiny serrations. The black ants gathered together and climbed up the flower, burrowing into the heart of the flower. The flower closed up again. The sawtooth inside rotated crazily and rubbed against each other. The entire flower trembled and made a buzzing sound. Fang Yuan took out another goo, and before Guiyao could see it clearly, the goo turned into a colorful flame and attached itself to the strange and terrifying flower. In the burning of the flames, the flowers twisted crazily, letting out squeaking sounds. The scream was so sharp that Guiyao had to take a dozen steps back and cover her ears with both hands. At this point, the young girl also knew that something was wrong. Such a strange method exuded a sinister demonic aura. Guiyao looked at Fang Yuan with a pale face, but the latter's expression did not change. He stood on the spot, his eyes shining as he stared at the flower bud beneath his feet. Open! Suddenly, Fang Yuan's eyes flashed and he shouted. A small slit opened up on the corolla, absorbing all the colorful flames. Next, the entire flower bud exploded and a goo flew out. This goo was colorful and constantly changing colors, sometimes yellow-green, sometimes blood-purple. It was like smoke or mist, floating in the air. Human skin goo, I have finally refined it. Fang Yuan saw this and let out a long sigh of relief. He then took out a clean and sharp dagger from the moving perspective cup goo. The following scene will be a little bloody, you can close your eyes. He held the dagger and said to Guiyao. Guiyao's breathing was slightly rough, she looked at Fang Yuan with a bewildered gaze, not saying a word. But at the next moment, the young girl's pupils shrunk and she covered her mouth with both hands, but she could not hide her scream. Under her frightened gaze, Fang Yuan aimed the dagger at his chest and lightly cut it. Swoosh! He cut from his neck all the way to his abdomen. But the strange thing was, his blood did not flow out, he had already prepared the hemostasis goo. Next, Fang Yuan expressionlessly moved the dagger around his body, then he stretched out his hand and peeled off the skin on his chest. When the young girl saw this horrifying scene, she couldn't help but take a few steps back. Her face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and willed, the colorful smoke in the air floated over and covered his chest. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, with a strange sound, Fang Yuan's exposed bloody tendons were covered by a new layer of skin. But the strange thing was, although this layer of skin had just grown, it was not as delicate as a baby's, but pale and old skin. Next, Fang Yuan did the same thing, peeling off the skin on his arms and legs and growing new skin. This, don't tell me. Guyao gradually realized something and was tongue-tied. Peeling off the skin on his back was a little troublesome. Fang Yuan spent a lot of effort and finally succeeded. Finally, the most crucial part was the skin on his face. Fang Yuan stopped and rested for a while before raising the dagger and pointing it at his eyelids. Guyao's body trembled, but Fang Yuan's hands were as steady as iron. Every movement was precise and precise. He first cut off his eyelids, then along his eye sockets, the tip of the dagger went out to his ears, then along his cheeks to his chin. Turning his chin, he cut to the other side, finally forming a complete circle. Next, Guyao saw Fang Yuan peeling off the skin on his face, her heart pounded and she felt her legs go soft. The colorful smoke floated over, giving him new skin on his face. Next, Fang Yuan changed the skin on the back of his neck, behind his ears, and on his scalp. When he turned around and faced Guyao, he was a completely different person. He had turned into Chang Shanin. I said, I am Chang Shanin. He spoke with a plain tone. Guyao looked at Fang Yuan in disbelief. Fang Yuan's voice was in the purest Northern Plains accent. Fang Yuan could speak in a Northern Plains accent. It was just that he did not say it before. You. She pointed at Fang Yuan, her body trembling and her face pale, her expression filled with fear. Fang Yuan laughed in disdain. The human body is like a bag of skin, it is just a change of skin, why are you making such a fuss? The so-called beauty and ugliness are superficial and weak things. If it was on earth, it would be fine if the human strength was exhausted and the path to immortality was severed. In this world, only eternal life was worth pursuing. As for this human skin goo, it was a recipe developed by goo masters hundreds of years later, during the 5 regions chaotic war. It could allow a goo master to disguise as another person, with no difference in appearance. Many Central Continent goo masters relied on the human skin goo to infiltrate the enemy's headquarters, assassinate and wreak havoc, greatly boosting Central Continent's offensive, causing the other 4 regions' people to be fearful and suspicious of each other. Ignoring the girl who was scared out of her wits, Fang Yuan stood on the spot, slowly raising his hands in front of his eyes. Now, his hands had completely changed. Every fingerprint and handprint on his hands was the same as Chang Shanyin's. Then, he reached out and touched his chest. His chest was originally smooth and flat, but now there was chest hair, extending from his throat all the way to his crotch. He touched his face, and the first thing he felt was the straight nose of the Northern Plains people, and then his rough cheeks. He took out a mirror and looked at himself. His face was completely Chang Shanyin's face, even the hair that had grown out was the same as his. Even the white hair on his temples was the same. Human skin goo was the main material used to refine goo using human skin. In fact, its transformation was comprehensive. Not only the skin, but also the hair, the color of the pupils, the shape of the bones, and even the old wounds could be replicated vividly. Guyao looked at the current Fang Yuan, it was like she was looking at a dead person coming back to life. You, who are you? She stared at Fang Yuan, her gaze filled with vigilance and alertness. Fang Yuan smiled, saying warmly, I said, I am Chang Shanin. Do you think I am a fool? I saw the entire process with my own eyes. You are an outsider. Don't use our Northern Plains accent to speak. The girl screamed. She could not take it anymore, her expression showing signs of insanity. Feng Yuan stared at her with a burning gaze, his face showing the vicissitudes of life. He sighed emotionally. Little girl, don't worry, I have no ill intentions towards you. I am indeed Chang Shanin. From the moment we met, I did not lie to you. Then how do you explain everything that just happened? The girl questioned. Feng Yuan raised his head, his gaze skipping over the girl, looking at the sky. His gaze was like smoke. He spoke in a reminiscing tone. Little girl, have you heard of soul possession? Soul possession. Guyao was slightly stunned, her gaze flickered and her tone was uncertain. You are talking about soul possession. Feng Yuan spoke slowly, explaining with a gentle attitude. It seems you have heard of it. That's right, I was on the verge of death, and with no one to save me, I could only use this method and escape with my soul. Poison grassland is covered in dark clouds all year round, the sun cannot be seen, thus my soul can roam freely here. I roamed for over 20 years before finding the chance to possess an outsider goo master. When I used my goo worm to teleport here, I coincidentally met you. Is that so? Is that really the case? He. If I wanted to harm you, I would have killed you long ago. Why would I let you follow me and even teach you how to fight? Although you say that, if I wanted to guard against you, I would not have let you see these things. You are a Northern Plains native. I, the great Chang Shanin, would not be so despicable as to lay my hands on a little girl like you. Why did I only succeed after over 20 years? It is because I am not willing to slaughter Northern Plains people for my own selfishness. Little girl, you won't attack me because of an outsider, right? Feng Yuan's smile was like the sun, his tone filled with righteousness. Chapter 438. Guyao gradually let down her guard. Your words seem to make sense. If you are really Chang Shanin, then you are the hero of Northern Plains. For an outsider, I will not make things difficult for you. But how will you prove your identity? Feng Yuan smiled lightly, his expression changing as he displayed the arrogance of a senior expert. Chang Shanin will never change my name. I am me. Why do I need to prove myself? Little girl, if you want to leave now, I will not stop you. Feng Yuan's move of loosening the reins only to grasp them succeeded in shaking Guyao's suspicions, causing her to hesitate. Feng Yuan struck while the iron was hot. Little girl, you are right to be wary of others. But think about it, on the way here, how many chances did I have to kill you? Let's not talk about anything else, just flying in the air. As long as I let go, you would fall into the earth spike rats and die without a doubt. Did I do that? Meeting each other is fate. Since you have the courage to escape, why don't you have the courage to face me? Guyao fell into silence. Feng Yuan observed her expression and knew that it was about time, thus he added, follow me, you are still young, it is not safe for you to be alone in the depths of poison grassland. Didn't you tell me before to find the snow willow? You want to get the snow wash goo from the snow willow and bring it back to the tribe to make a great contribution to offset this marriage. To speak the truth, this is not realistic. 1 or 2 snow wash goo cannot change the situation. Coincidentally, I also need snow wash goo. I will bring you to the snow willow and catch the snow wash goo, then I will follow you home and convince your father. What do you think? Really? Guyao's eyes brightened. I remember that father admires you the most, saying that you are a great hero. Ah, Ba will definitely listen to what you say. But what do you need snow wash goo for? Your mother has already passed away. Sigh. Feng Yuan's tone was bleak, he had a lonely expression, he first lowered his head before smiling bitterly. I naturally know, 20 years ago, my mother died from poison. I was not able to find the snow wash goo and return in time. It was unfilial of me. Do you know, over these 20 years, snow wash goo has become my obsession. I must catch one, then kneel on my mother's grave and repent to her. Saying so, Fong Yuan's tears flowed down. The young girl saw Fong Yuan's tears and completely believed Fong Yuan's lies. She felt heartache and consoled. Senior Chang Shanin, this is not your fault. It's all because of that damned Hatu goo. Don't say any more. Let's go. Fong Yuan waved his hand and walked forward. Sorry, I said the wrong thing. I shouldn't have doubted you. Guyao felt a wave of guilt. She hurried to catch up with Fong Yuan and apologized behind him. Fong Yuan comforted the girl and succeeded in making Guyao feel even more guilty. The two continued to walk deeper into poison grassland. The purple poisonous fog was getting thicker. Even poison-resistant wild beasts like poison-beard wolves rarely appeared. After 200 to 300 li, Fong Yuan and Guyao had no choice but to use their goo worms to detoxify the poison. After another 500 to 600 li, the purple poisonous fog was as thick as a wall, to the point where one could not even see their own fingers. Guyao's fog sparrow goo had already lost its effect in this situation. But Fong Yuan was prepared. He could still scout a radius of several thousand steps. Senior Chang Shanin, let's go back. Or if we change our direction, we might meet the snow willow. If we go any deeper, I'm afraid. Guyao's face turned purple. She could not hold on any longer. But Fong Yuan shook his head and rejected this suggestion, insisting on moving forward. The young girl was not clear, but Fong Yuan understood. This snow willow needed to grow in a poisonous environment. He immediately poured his primeval essence into it, and this goo turned into a crimson iron cabinet, firmly sealing the black bead. Immediately, the immortal goo's aura was isolated, and not a trace of it leaked out. This was a goo unique to Tai clan that Fong Yuan had obtained on Sancha Mountain. Iron cabinet goo. Fong Yuan carried the iron cabinet, and returned along the path they came from with Guyao. After walking for 200 to 300 li, Fong Yuan stopped, and took out the earth treasury flower king goo, placing the iron cabinet into the heart of the flower, and planting it deep underground. This goo was rank 5, and Fong Yuan had a hard time planting it. His primeval essence was not effective enough, and he could only absorb yuan stone while slowly pouring in primeval essence. It took him more than 4 hours to complete the task. Fong Yuan had once opened the flower wine monk's inheritance on Qingmao Mountain. The latter was to bury the earth treasury flower goo, and hide the goo worm. The earth treasury flower goo was only a rank 2 goo, and as it advanced, it would become a rank 5 earth treasury flower king. When the Earth Treasury Flower King was in full bloom, it was 10 times larger than the Earth Treasury Flower. The dark golden petals were soft like silk, and the heart of the flower was dark golden liquid. But when the Earth Treasury Flower King's flower bud was completely closed, its entire body was smaller than a baby's fist. It was completely hidden deep underground, and did not reveal any aura. Fong Yuan planted the Earth Treasury Flower King, and carefully destroyed all traces of it on the ground. At this point, he could be considered to have truly hidden the immortal goo fixed immortal travel. Fong Yuan's aperture could not store fixed immortal travel, so he could only use this method, and bury the immortal goo here, to use it in the future. In this vast grassland, who would think that an extremely precious immortal goo was hidden here? But there was a flaw. The immortal goo left behind a trail of aura. These auras did not fade, and could attract goo immortals. Thus, along the way, Fong Yuan sealed the immortal goo intermittently, to prevent goo immortals from searching for it. But the possibility of this is not very high. Unless the goo immortal has an investigative immortal goo, and this immortal goo can penetrate the ground, and search hundreds of li underground. If fixed immortal travel was really discovered by a goo immortal, and was taken away, Fong Yuan could only blame it on his bad luck. But even so, he would not bring fixed immortal travel with him. Compared to the immortal Gu, he felt that his life was more precious. After burying the Earth Treasury Flower King Gu, the two continued to walk back to that battlefield. Here, Fang Yuan changed his direction, and did not follow the original path back. Instead, he went in another direction, and used Guyao's return heart Gu to guide him. The return journey was not smooth. During this period, Fang Yuan and Guyao were attacked by wolf groups several times. 3 or 4 times, they encountered 1,000 wolf group, and Fang Yuan could only carry Guyao and fly into the sky to avoid the disaster. When the two of them made it out of the poisonous grassland safely, the difficulties and obstacles they encountered were much smaller. In front of them, 100 poison-bearded wolves pounced towards Fang Yuan and Guyao. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He was not shocked, but happy instead. He flapped his wings and flew into the sky, looking down and pointing. Wolf enslavement Gu, go. A rank 2 wolf enslavement Gu turned into a lump of blue smoke, falling down and covering the 100-beast wolf king. The 100-beast wolf king struggled intensely, its soul emitting a strong resistance. But facing Fang Yuan's 100-man soul strength, it was quickly defeated. Howl, howl. When Fang Yuan landed on the grassland, this 100-beast wolf king wagged its tail like a puppy, circling around Fang Yuan's feet. The wolf group it brought also did not move under its command, becoming Fang Yuan's lackeys. This was the second wolf group that Fang Yuan had subdued. Like this, Fang Yuan's forces became stronger, and the wolf group around him also became larger. The fleeing journey had unknowingly turned into a leisurely stroll in the park. When the wolf group around Fang Yuan expanded to over 2,000, and with 400 beast wolf kings, poisoned grassland was no longer scary. With the capital to settle down, Fang Yuan started to deal with the goo worms that came from southern border. Northern Plains people were xenophobic. With his original appearance, he would be ostracized and vigilant wherever he went, and it was not convenient for him to do anything. And these southern border goo worms were the biggest flaw that exposed his identity. The cautious Fang Yuan would not allow these flaws to exist. Chapter 439. The vast and boundless poison grassland became even darker at night. Wind whistled in their ears, wolves howled from somewhere, like the cries of ghosts. A bonfire was burning on the grassland. Guyao leaned against the bonfire, gradually getting rid of the cold on her body. There was a pot on the bonfire, inside was a fragrant meat soup. Guyao swallowed her saliva, feeling even hungrier. Finally, she swallowed her saliva, asking Fang Yuan, Senior Chang Shan, is this pot of meat soup ready? Fang Yuan sat opposite the young girl, the two were separated by the bonfire. No rush, this meat has just been put into the pot, it needs to wait for the water to boil. After that, when the meat inside is completely soft, it will be interesting to eat. Fang Yuan took out the moving perspective cup goo as he said plainly. Oh, we still need to wait so long. Guyao pouted, her beautiful face under the illumination of the fire, together with the grassland's long robe and exquisite accessories, showed off her unique charm. But such a beautiful scene did not cause Fang Yuan's gaze to pause for even a moment. His gaze was focused on the moving perspective cup goo in his hand. Moving perspective cup goo was a rank 5 goo. But in Northern Plains, it was suppressed to rank 4. In terms of capacity, it was even weaker than some rank 4 goo. In terms of feeding, it was extremely expensive, occupying the peak of rank 5 goo. In terms of primeval essence expenditure, it was barely passable. But why did Fang Yuan not choose others, but chose it, spending so much effort and resources to refine it? It was because it originated from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable stole from heaven and earth. He was the wealthiest venerable in history. He spent his entire life's effort to find the legendary space cave. Space Cave was first recorded in The Legends of Renzu. Space Cave was a forbidden land on the same level as the River of Time. In the River of Time, there were large numbers of time path goo worms. And in the Space Cave, there were countless space path goo worms. It connected the 5 regions, hiding in unknown places. Opening the door from the Space Cave, one could instantly reach other places in the world. The door that led to it was also called the Space Door. The Space Door was everywhere. It could be in a small crack of a finger, or it could cover the vast sky. As long as there was space, there would be a door to the cave. But since ancient times, very few people have been able to find the Void Cave, let alone enter it. In the entire history of the human race, only one person had entered and exited. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable researched the recipe of moving cup goo. He wanted to stuff this moving cup goo into the Space Cave, and bring out the wild goo worms inside the Space Cave. But he failed, and yet he succeeded. Over 400 years later, his blessed land was excavated by someone. Goo immortals from all over fought over it. The recipe of moving perspective goo was also widely spread. Its powerful effect quickly made it popular in the 5 regions. It was revered by countless goo immortals. Fong Yuan took out the golden dragon goo from his aperture. The rank 4 golden dragon goo had been suppressed to rank 3. After it flew out, it entered the moving perspective goo. Fong Yuan poured a large amount of primeval essence into moving perspective goo. The cup, which had a golden top and a silver bottom, immediately emitted a dazzling gold and silver light as it slowly floated in the air. Fong Yuan retracted his palm, then slowly pushed the cup in front of him. The moving perspective goo moved forward, before it started to vanish, first at the edge, then more than half, until it completely vanished into the air. Guyao stood up, her eyes wide open as she looked at this scene in amazement. At the same time, far away in Central Continent, in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Guyao's thoughts gradually drifted. She thought, what kind of person was Fong Yuan? The shock when they first met, the warmth when he smiled, the wisdom when he gave her pointers, the unparalleled bravery in battle, and the coldness when he peeled off her skin. These scenes flashed in the young girl's mind. The impression was so deep that it was carved into the depths of her heart. What about his past? Guyao could not help but think. Chang Shan Yin's past had already become a legend of a hero, widely spread in northern plains. Countless people respected him, loved him, and thought well of him. When he was young, he was the future hope of Chang tribe. He became famous very early on. His top-notch wolf manipulation skills made people look at him in a different light. Most importantly, he was upright, fair, generous, and friendly. He never bullied the weak, was filial to his parents, and helped his tribesmen in trouble. At the same time, he had a strong sense of brotherhood, risking his life many times to protect his homeland, and made great contributions to Chang tribe. He married a beautiful wife, but faced the betrayal of his childhood friend. Fate was merciless, causing this man to lose his mother, his sworn brother, his beautiful wife, and even almost lost his life. But he survived in the end. Relying on his own hard work, he struggled out of the abyss of death, creating an unimaginable miracle. This man is carrying endless pain on his shoulders, and hidden in the dark are countless scars. Guyao thought of this and had an impulse to hug Fong Yuan, using her warmth to comfort this injured lone wolf, the former wolf king. The bonfire flickered, the wood crackled. Guyao's gaze on Fong Yuan's face became more and more affectionate, gradually becoming unable to extricate herself. In the warm light of the fire, there was a kind of emotion brewing and growing in the young girl's heart. When Fong Yuan finished this round of exchanging cups and started to take out primeval stones to absorb the primeval essence, Guyao inwardly made the most important decision in her life. She suddenly stood up, shouting at Fong Yuan, "Fong Yuan! Be my husband!" Her voice traveled through the vast grassland in the deep night, going far away. What did you say? Fong Yuan frowned. Even with his 500 years of experience, he did not expect the young girl to suddenly change her mind. After reacting, he smiled. Don't mess around, little girl, I am your senior. According to age, I am 20 years older than you. My son is a good match for you. What kind of exquisite wolf enslavement skill is this? Such a casualty ratio made Gu Tribe's Gu Master's eyes pop out. Unimaginable. This is the attainment of a beast enslavement master. Who is this person? Many people looked at Fong Yuan as if they were looking at a monster. I've never heard of such a hidden expert in the vicinity. Everyone was naturally surprised and overjoyed. Fong Yuan's strength made the Wind Wolf group focus their attention on the poison-beard wolves. They only surrounded Gu Tribe's Gu Masters and did not attack, giving these people precious time to breathe. The Wind Wolf King has moved. Gu Guang suddenly spoke. His words made everyone nervous again. The Wind Wolf King had extraordinary intelligence. It howled and quickly gathered a large number of elites. Soon, with the Wind Wolf King as the shoulder, this group of elites shot into the formation like an arrow, charging towards the center and attacking Fong Yuan. Enslavement Path Gu Masters were most afraid of beheading the leader tactic, and this Wind Wolf King was a 1,000-beast king. Now that it was charging with the elites of the wolf group, it was simply unstoppable. Fong Yuan's subordinates, however, only had a few hundred beast king poison-beard wolf kings. But Fong Yuan was not shocked. Instead he was happy, smiling lightly. As expected, they could not hold it in anymore. The Wind Wolf King's intelligence far surpassed other wolves, but it was still a wild beast. It could not compare to humans. Against other wolf groups, Fong Yuan had to charge himself. But against the Wind Wolf King, Fong Yuan created such a formation, luring the Wind Wolf King to charge. Swoosh! The charging Wind Wolf King suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a 3-leaf wind blade. The wind blade flew up, breaking through the wolf group and carving out a path of blood, slashing towards Fong Yuan. Careful! A Gu master on the mound could not help but shout. The others' hearts were in their throats. Fong Yuan did not move. Only when the wind blade was about to reach him did he maneuver the humped wolf to dodge, easily dodging it. The green wind blade brushed past his body. Expert. Fong Yuan's fearlessness in the face of danger and his calm demeanor made the Gu masters think of this term. Fong Yuan willed. Several poison-beard wolf kings were already prepared. They ran over and formed a battle formation, blocking the Wind Wolf King. The Wind Wolf King was fast, had strong attacks and sturdy defense. It was stronger than any of the poison-beard wolf kings. But no matter how it charged, it could not break through this obstacle. Fong Yuan used his exquisite command to win against the strong, restraining the Wind Wolf King until it could not do anything but howl in anger. Terrifying. The mighty Wind Wolf King has been completely toyed with by this man. This person's beast enslavement skill can match Jiang Baoya, Yang Ping and Ma Zun. Another top-tier enslavement path expert has appeared in Northern Plains. Every 10 years in northern plains, there would be a huge blizzard that engulfed the whole of northern plains. At that time, for several months, the sky would turn dark and snow would fall everywhere. The cold wind was biting cold, like a knife. Pure white snow covered the sky and covered the earth. The whole grassland would freeze into a world of ice and snow. Every time there was a snowstorm, a large number of living beings would perish. Wolves, foxes, eagles, flowers and grasses, as well as humans, were not spared. Especially in the blizzard, large numbers of wild beast goo worms would be born, possessing great offensive power. Often, after a blizzard, a large tribe in northern plains would be reduced to a medium-sized tribe. When a medium-sized tribe was reduced to a small-sized tribe, the losses in population and casualties would be huge. Old Good Tribe leader heaved a long sigh. Brother Shanin, I am already old, I no longer have the ambitions I had when I was young. Attaching ourselves to the Huang Jin tribe will drag our Good Tribe into the whirlpool of war. It is fine if we succeed, but if we fail, the consequences will be too severe. Our Good Tribe will have difficulty moving forward, we cannot afford it. The struggle for the imperial court is not something a small tribe like ours can participate in. Actually, the environment here is not bad, the land is fertile and the plants are plentiful. Especially in the vicinity, there is a Hongyan Valley that is spewing out earth fire. During the snowstorm, my clan will move into the valley and we will be able to get through this. But Hongyan Valley was tightly controlled by the overlord force here, Man Tribe. If Good Tribe wanted to enter Hongyan Valley, they would have to discuss with Man Tribe. Man Duo's marriage proposal from Guyao was a very good opportunity. For the benefit of the entire tribe, sacrificing a daughter's happiness in marriage was a very good deal for old Good Tribe leader and Guguang. For the sake of the collective, sacrificing individual benefits, this was the most common phenomenon in the system. But now that Guyao had escaped the marriage, there was no news of her. Man Tribe had been pressuring for her, but Good Tribe could not hand her over. Fong Yuan heard Good Tribe leader's words and immediately understood the other party's intention. He wanted Man Tribe. He understood this very well, but felt pity in his heart. The Heroes' Assembly was his next destination. If the other party migrated, he could still travel together, and the risk would be much lower. At the mention of the Blizzard and the Man clan, everyone's spirits dropped. Brother Shanin, do you really not want to return to Chang Tribe? Old Good Tribe leader asked. Of course not, if I return, wouldn't my impersonation be exposed even more easily? Fong Yuan thought this, but he said, sigh, with my current situation, I have no face to face my fellow tribesmen. Old Good Tribe leader nodded, expressing his understanding and also some sympathy. Chang Shanin slept for 20 years, when he woke up, everything had changed. His mother died, his wife remarried his brother. Chang Tribe became his sore spot, it was normal for him to not be able to face them now. At the banquet earlier, Fong Yuan had mentioned that he wanted to go to the Heroes' Assembly, and at the same time, recover his cultivation. Brother, if you really want to participate in the Heroes' Assembly, just the wolf group in your hands is not enough. Why don't you stay for a few days and rest? The old tribe leader suggested. Fong Yuan nodded, not being polite, I have the same intention, but I will have to trouble everyone. Not at all, it is our honor that you can stay here as a guest. The old tribe leader laughed, expressing his welcome. Guguang also laughed, in a few days, it will be the good day for the nearby tribes to open their markets together. Uncle Chang can go take a look. Like this, Fong Yuan stayed. A few days later, the Gu tribe broke camp and headed towards the southwest, meeting up with the other large tribes. A huge market was quickly formed between the tribes. Many Northern Plains Gu masters also cultivated strength path. They often fought fiercely and exhausted their Jinqi. At this time, they needed to fight. Strength was very important. There was a saying on Earth, war was the catalyst for the advancement of technology. This saying, in this world, it was quite suitable. Northern Plains was also a place where new Gu worms emerged endlessly. From that Sherwu elder who joined Man tribe, one could see the trend of Northern Plains Gu masters researching new Gu worms. Domination Immortal later died in battle. He died at the hands of Feng Jioga, who came to the lower realm from the celestial court. After his death, his descendants called him Afterglow of Strength Path. When news of his death spread, all the Gu masters in Northern Plains cried bitterly. Sigh, the heroes in this world are as many as the stars in the night sky, the geniuses are as many as the carps in the river. The 5 regions are too big, even the size of Earth cannot compare to one of them. Especially in the great era 500 years later, dragons and snakes will rise, heroes will compete, old monsters will come out one after another, and new talents will emerge one after another. Countless heroes, ambitious people, different temperaments of the righteous path and demonic path, will collide with each other, engaging in intense battles of life and death. It is truly an unparalleled spectacle and magnificence. I had secretly used old pushing Gu earlier. Not only did I get rid of the bronze skin, essence iron bones, and golden steel tendons, I even got rid of the remaining strength path beast phantoms on my body. Firstly, these strength path beast phantoms originate from southern border Gu worms. They are suppressed in Northern Plains and are not practical. Secondly, once the beast phantoms appear, my identity will be exposed. My greatest advantage now is Dang Hun Mountain, the 500 years of experience from my previous life, and the blessed land's resources. I am suitable to walk the enslavement path. But enslavement path also has flaws, thus I need to cultivate strength path to prevent beheading the leader tactic. Since I am wearing Chang Shan Yin skin and have to integrate into Northern Plains, I might as well choose June Strength Gu. Fang Yuan's thoughts flickered before he made up his mind, ordering the rank 4 strength of 10 June Gu from the shop owner. Next, he looked at Soul Path Gu worms. There were many more Soul Path Gu worms than Strength Path Gu worms. There were Ghost Fire Gu, Ghost Cry Gu, Ghost Face Gu, Ghost Axe Gu and others used for offense. There were Ghost Cage Gu, Ghost Hand Gu, Ghost Hit Wall Gu used for imprisonment and confusion. For defense, there were Ghost Divination Coat Gu, Soul Shield Gu and others. For healing, there were Ghost Chi Gu, Ghost Sob Gu and others. For reconnaissance, there were Ghost Eye Gu. For movement, there were Soul Flying Gu and Elusive Ghostly Gu. There were also Ghost Soldier Gu, Ghostly Impermanence Gu, Chi Travel Ghost, 9 Child Ghost Mother Gu and others used enslavement path. This was the aura of the Great Tao. Strength path was already declining, while soul path had not declined for a long time. This could be easily seen from here. Strength path Gu worms only had Gene Strength Gu, June Strength Gu and Beast Strength Gu. They were mostly used for offense. There were pitifully few in terms of defense, reconnaissance, and support. It was hard to form a complete set of pure strength path Gu. But soul path Gu worms were numerous and involved in all aspects. When they formed a set, they could amplify each other and achieve better results. Think of that domination immortal Chu Du. Even though he was a strength path Gu immortal, he used other Gu worms for defense, reconnaissance, storage, and so on. Fang Yuan came with a goal. He ignored the dazzling array of soul path Gu worms and only focused on the Gu used to refine the soul. There were no rank 4 Gu worms. But there were a lot of rank 3 Gu worms. There were Divine Soul Gu, Dragon Soul Gu, Ice Soul Gu, Dream Soul Gu, Moon Soul Gu, General Soul Gu, Grudge Soul Gu, Poem Soul Gu, Or Soul Gu, Heroic Soul Gu, Chi Soul Gu, Body Soul Gu, Cloud Soul Gu, Wind Soul Gu, Tiger Soul Gu, and so on. These goo worms could refine the soul. And they all had their own advantages. For example, by refining the soul and forming an ice soul, the goo master would have a huge boost when using ice-type goo worms in the future. Cloud soul and wind soul also had similar effects. If he used dragon soul goo to form a dragon soul, he would be able to use dragon strength goo, dragon scales goo, dragon travel goo, and so on in the future. There would be benefits. Feng Yuan looked around and saw that there was nothing more suitable for him. He chose wolf soul goo in his plan. Since ancient times, enslavement and soul were inseparable. Enslavement path was originally a branch of soul path. Later on, goo masters combined it with immemorial wisdom path and made enslavement path truly independent. Beast enslavement goo and slavery goo were used to control the soul. They were rulers of the mind. If Feng Yuan could refine a wolf soul, it would be of great help to him in enslaving the wolf group. Rank 3 Wolf Soul Goo, 1 sold for 7,700 yuan stone. Feng Yuan went on a shopping spree, emptying the store's inventory and buying all 8 Wolf Soul Goo. Wolf Soul Goo's effects could be stacked. A rank 3 Wolf Soul Goo was not enough to refine Feng Yuan's 100-man soul. Wild goo worms had their own will and were hard to refine. But the goo worms Feng Yuan bought had already been refined by others. After the transaction was completed, these goo worms became Feng Yuan's. He stored these goo into his aperture. After leaving this store, he went to another store. The important ones were rank 2 and 3 Wolf Enslavement Goo, as well as rank 3 Wolf Soul Goo. 1 million yuan stone was not much, but the goo worms Feng Yuan wanted to buy were all common rank 2 and 3. He also wanted to buy rank 4 goo. But this market was too small, there were few rank 4 goo, and none of them were what he wanted. After 3 days, Feng Yuan became a celebrity in the market. Every store knew that there was a rank 4 expert buying goo worms in bulk. On the 5th day, Feng Yuan spent 500,000 to 600,000 yuan stone lavishly. In the meantime, he would go to the farms in the market. On the farms, many livestock were sold, and the most popular were big stomach horses. Even mortals needed this kind of horse. And those who bought humped wolves as battle mounts were all goo masters. There were also many goo masters who caught wild beasts to sell. Like wild bulls, wild horses, eagles, and so on. And in the grassland, the most commonly seen wolf was naturally among them. Chapter 448. After more than a month, Guyao's death was finally discovered by Gu tribesmen. When the news spread, many Gu tribesmen cried. Although Guyao was usually difficult, she had a kind heart and was the beauty of Gu tribesmen. Everyone liked her. She had many suitors in Gu tribesmen. My daughter, it was I who harmed you. Gu clan's old clan leader was so dejected that he fell ill. Gu Guang became the acting tribe leader, with the other tribe elders assisting him. Gu tribesmen were filled with grief, their mood was heavy. Guyao's death had a huge impact. Man tribe leader's second son Man Duo fell in love with Guyao at first sight, and had been asking for her from Gu tribe. Now that Guyao was dead, where would Gu tribe find her? Man tribe was a large tribe, they had expanded rapidly these years, swallowing many small tribes. After several victories, Man tribe's morale was high, and they were even more imposing towards the fallen Gu tribe, constantly pressuring Gu Guang after several negotiations. Gu tribe was a tribe that had migrated here, they were not as large as Man tribe, and after losing their home, they wanted to rely on Hongyan Valley in the blizzard. Thus, Gu Guang was in a very passive situation, he was badly battered. In the room, Feng Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed, his eyes slightly opened. On his right palm, there was a wolf soul goo. This goo was only the size of a thumb, it looked like a gray wolf puppet, silently emitting an eerie blue light. This is the 9th wolf soul goo. Fong Yuan injected his primeval essence, and the wolf soul goo expanded, turning into a gray wolf soul in a few breaths of time. The wolf soul opened its mouth, letting out a silent howl as it charged towards Fong Yuan's body. This collision was silent, but Fong Yuan felt that his body and mind were shaken. He was dazzled. The wolf soul collided with his soul, and the 100-man soul that was originally in human form tumbled, losing its human form, and tangled with the wolf soul, forming a rolling soul fog. The soul fog did not dissipate, but moved around in Fong Yuan's body. Sometimes it showed the wolf head, wolf tail, and sometimes it turned into Fong Yuan's form. After 5 minutes, the soul fog stabilized, turning back into a human soul. However, this human soul had changed again. Fong Yuan's original 100-man soul was exactly his original appearance. His ears, nose, and eyes were exactly the same. However, after using the wolf soul goo 9 times, although the 100-man soul was still in human form, it had a pair of wolf ears on its head. Its long hair hung down to its waist, and its eyes had turned into a wolf's eyes that were filled with wildness. His entire body became thinner, and his nose became taller. Originally, his 100-man soul was huge, almost bursting out of his skin. But now, it was much more condensed, and the color of the soul had changed from its original pale white to a deeper grayish white. Fong Yuan estimated that by the time he used all the wolf soul goo he had, his 100-man soul would be condensed to its limit. At that time, his entire soul would become half human and half wolf, commonly known as the soul of a werewolf. The werewolf soul was several times stronger than the original 100-man soul. After obtaining the werewolf soul, Fong Yuan could once again strengthen his soul, raising his 100-man soul to a 1,000-man soul, or even 10,000-man soul. Of course, 10,000-man soul was not the limit, there was still 100 million-man soul and so on. In theory, the soul can become infinitely stronger. Back then, spectral soul demon Venerable, who created the soul path, had a soul that definitely surpassed 100 million-man soul. His demon Venerable's soul had 1,000 arms and 3 heads. The front head had dragon horns, lion mane, snake eyes, and elephant tusks. The left head had a peach forehead, grass hair, and 3 flower-like eyes. The right head had cloudy hair, lightning eyes, fire ears, and a golden mouth. It was unbelievably strong, its might vast and boundless. Even now, this image is still worshipped and superstitious by many people. In southern border, there are many mortals who use clay to make statues that look exactly like it, and worship it. Spectral soul demon Venerable's soul was clearly the first in history. Fong Yuan's current werewolf soul was like an ant under the feet of a giant, it still needed to grow. After resting for a while, Fong Yuan took out the strength of 10 Jun goo. This goo was like an iron weight, it was very heavy in his hands. Fong Yuan bought a total of 5 strength of 10 Jun goo. Now that he was using the third one, his strength had risen to 20 Jun, which was 600 Jin of strength. The rank 4 strength of 10 Jun goo was slightly weaker than the same rank beast strength goo, but it could be stacked. Earlier, Fong Yuan had used a Kunlun Bull strength goo and obtained the beast phantom of a Kunlun Bull. But when he used a second Kunlun Bull strength goo, there was no effect, it would not create another beast phantom. But Jun's strength goo did not have this restriction, it could be stacked continuously until it reached its limit. Of course, although Fong Yuan had 600 Jin of strength, he could not use his full strength normally. The common weakness of strength path, Jun's strength goo, still existed. Otherwise, domination Immortal Chu Du would not be called the afterglow of strength path, but the rise of strength path. Of course, the same beast strength goo could also stack their strength. But they needed additional beast fetus goo. There were many recipes for beast fetus goo that had been passed down. Even if there were, the materials for goo refinement were scarce. The cost of goo refinement was too high, and the success rate could not compare to June's strength goo, thus it was gradually eliminated. Feng Yuan mobilized his primeval essence and injected it into June's strength goo. The June strength goo flew above his head and let out a profound light. The light covered Feng Yuan's body, slowly and steadily modifying his body. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Next, a voice was heard, "Uncle Chang Shan-yin, nephew Gu Guang requests an audience." Feng Yuan brought him in, but saw Gu Guang's face was covered in dust, there was a white bone feather arrow in his shoulder, he was in a sorry state. Seeing Feng Yuan, Gu Guang knelt on the ground, his eyes were red as he pleaded, "Uncle, please save nephew again." Feng Yuan's gaze shone, he had a guess in his heart, but he asked, "What happened? Could it be that Man tribe is going to attack Gu tribe's camp?" Gu Guang answered, "Uncle is half right, it is Man tribe's trouble. Man tribe leader's second son, Man Duo, heard that my father is bedridden and often unconscious, so he brought a group of Man tribe warriors to challenge me, asking me to hand over my sister Guyao. But my sister is already dead, how can I hand her over?" No matter how I explained, that Man Duo kid did not believe me. According to the rules of the grassland, we have to accept the challenge. Right now, he has already killed 3 of our tribe elders and injured 3 others, even I was defeated. Feng Yuan thought in his heart, as expected, Man tribe had been pressuring them day by day, they could be said to be overbearing. Gu tribe was very tolerant, but it had instead encouraged Man tribe's arrogance. Although Feng Yuan had been cultivating all day, he was not working behind closed doors, he was very clear of the outside world situation. Speaking of which, Chang Shan-yin has returned to Northern Plains, he needs a bigger stage to appear. I might as well use this chance to announce the return of the hero of the past. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan helped Gu Guang up, saying, "I have been staying here for the past few days, I have troubled Gu tribe, I cannot just watch by the side, quickly bring me there." "Uncle, nephew thanks you." Gu Guang was overjoyed. The 2 quickly went out, but before they reached the camp, they heard cursing outside. "Gu tribe is full of cowards, quickly come out and accept your death." This was the voice of a young man. "Man Duo, don't go too far." A Gu tribe elder shouted angrily. He, so what if I bully you? Wolves hunt their prey, eagles bully birds, this is a matter of course. Quickly hand over Guyao, otherwise, I will continue to challenge you until I kill all of you. Despicable. If it was the old tribe leader, would you dare to do this? Gu tribe elder retorted. Man Duo was furious. "Humph, you are the despicable ones, you agreed to the marriage but you can't hand her over now. Going back on your words. I know you are hiding Guyao, trying to stall for time. Earlier, you said she was escaping the marriage, now you say she is dead. Do you think I, Man Duo, am an idiot? A little rabbit dares to play with tigers and wolves, you will have to pay with your life. Shi Wu, continue to fight, challenge me. Gu tribe, quickly send your people up." Ha ha ha. Gu tribe elders were pale, they looked at each other, no one dared to go up. Shi Wu was a burly man with a bald head and a fierce face, he walked up the stage with a sinister smile. He was a rank 3 peak stage Gu master, he had great strength. The elder that Gu tribe sacrificed was killed by him on the spot. He walked around the center of the stage, looking at Gu tribe's huge camp. Why is no one going up? Don't tell me you're afraid. Gu tribesmen were furious, countless pairs of eyes spewed fire as they stared at Shi Wu. Gutless cowards, let me give you a little more courage. There are 100,000 yuan stones here, whoever dares to win against me, I will give all these yuan stones to them. No one from Gu tribe responded. Shi Wu laughed maniacally, Gu tribe, you are just a bunch of rabbits and sheep. Have you laughed enough? With Gu Guang leading the way, Feng Yuan walked out of the crowd with a plain expression. Shi Wu's laughter stopped, his pupils shrunk as he looked at Fang Yuan in shock. Rank 4 Gu Master. Who is this person? Not only Shi Wu, but Man Duo and the others also had the same question in their minds. Gu tribe still has a hidden rank 4 Gu Master? Man Duo felt something amiss. The reason he came to find trouble this time was to take advantage of the fact that the old Gu clan leader was bedridden. But to think that Gu tribe had a second rank 4 battle strength expert. Before I came, I had already investigated. Where did this expert come from? With such doubts, Man Duo jumped down from his horse. He changed his attitude, placing his right hand on his chest, he bowed towards Fang Yuan. Friend, you are not from Gu tribe, why are you here? Fang Yuan looked at Man Duo, he felt this young man was interesting. He first learned of Man Duo's existence from Gu Yao's description. Man Duo was the third son of Man tribe leader, but he had been sickly since young, his aptitude was not good, he was only C grade. He was over 20 now, but only had rank 2 cultivation, he was dark and skinny, like a monkey. Chapter 451. In the night sky, the bright moon shone brightly. An enormous dark cloud flew over Fang Yuan's group's head, moving 5,000 li towards the south and arriving above a nameless small hill. The dark cloud covered the beautiful moonlight, casting a large shadow. Darkness covered this hill. The dark cloud floated motionlessly, and a sword light flew out from it. It was the flying sword letter Gu. The flying sword letter Gu flew towards the hill and suddenly entered a certain space, vanishing. In a flash, the hill shook slightly, and a red light slowly blossomed. The red light was dazzling like the sunset, condensing into a lump, as if a red sun had risen in the night sky. At once, the surrounding hundreds of li was illuminated in red. From this small red sun, a green jade bridge extended out. A rank 6 Gu Immortal, a young man with a round face and fair complexion, stepped onto the bridge and walked out. He wore a snow fox fur robe, his face was flushed red as he raised his head and laughed heartily at the dark cloud. Gue Wang, how have you been? Guang guang guang, following a hoarse and unpleasant laughter, a figure flew out from the rolling dark cloud. He emitted the majestic aura of a rank 6 Gu Immortal, it was Gue Wang. Gue Wang rapidly descended and was about to crash into the ground. Suddenly, a pair of large green-black bat wings stretched out from his back. The bat wings slowly flapped, causing him to float in the air, facing the rank 6 Gu Immortal on the bridge. Wanderer Hongyu, these are the lava bats I promised you. There's a total of 5 million of them. You can count them. The Ghost King spoke. His voice was hoarse and unpleasant to the ears, giving people goosebumps. His appearance was also extremely ugly. His hair was disheveled, his forehead was bulging, his eyes were sunken and his eyes were tightly shut. His ears were large and conspicuous, one ear was almost half the size of his head. Loner Hongyu heard this and raised his head, looking at the dark cloud in the sky. His originally brown eyes began to gradually heat up and turn red, like the color of heated wire. His gaze became hot, as if it was solid. After piercing through the dark cloud, he saw the densely packed bats flying in the sky. These bats were dark red in color, emitting a huge amount of heat. Chirping noisily, they crowded together. Loose practitioner Hongyu swept his gaze across and nodded in satisfaction. There are indeed 3 5 million of them. With these lava bats, my red jade blessed land will no longer need to discharge lava into the ground every month. Not only will it be able to digest the lava, it will also benefit from it. I'll accept all of these lava bats. Ha, 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 ha. The Ghost King laughed a few times, the dark cloud broke, the bat was no longer restrained, and immediately flew out. These lava bats didn't fly around randomly. Instead, they descended rapidly like a black and red waterfall, plunging into the little sun. Every blessed land's door was unique. This little sun was the door to the red jade blessed land. After leading the disorderly bat army into Hongyu blessed land, Ghost King said, "Loner Hongyu, since you have accepted these bats, it means that you have agreed to enter Langya blessed land with me." Of course. When have I, Wanderer Hongyu, ever broken my promise? He would definitely arrive at Langya blessed land in a month. However, the land spirit in Langya blessed land was still there. With just the two of us, we might not be able to break through. Loner Hongyu said worriedly. You don't need to worry about this, I have also invited the 3 Hua High Immortals. Ghost King said. Oh. The 3 Hua High Immortals of the righteous path were invited. Loner Hongyu was slightly surprised. What is demonic, what is righteous? They are just benefits. There were countless secret recipes stored in Langya blessed land. The 3 Hua High Immortals are tempted. Ghost King scoffed at these righteous path Gu Immortals. Haha, that's true. I still need to make arrangements for these bats. Ghost King, I won't be sending you off. Loner Hongyu laughed. Ghost King snorted coldly, the pair of green-black bat wings on his back flapped, bringing his body along as he shot into the dark clouds like lightning. The dark clouds rumbled as they flew towards the north, covering the sky along the way. When they were above poison grassland, the dark clouds suddenly stopped. Ghost King stopped and had a puzzled expression. What's going on? There is the aura of an immortal Gu. He descended with an incredulous expression. The place he was standing at was the place where Fang Yuan and Gu Yao met for the first time. Although the aura of the immortal Gu is extremely faint, it is indeed a genuine immortal Gu. Strange, there is only the aura of an immortal Gu, but no aura of a Gu immortal. Don't tell me this is a wild immortal Gu. No, that's not right, there are traces of humans here. That means, a mortal Gu master obtained an immortal Gu. Ghost King deduced this and couldn't help but be overjoyed. He had already advanced to Gu Immortal for over 50 years, but he still did not have a single immortal Gu. He only used rank 5 Gu worms. Immortal Gu were extremely rare, many Gu Immortals would not have a single immortal Gu in their entire lives. Don't tell me I, Ghost King, have worked hard for most of my life, and finally, my luck has come today. The allure of an immortal Gu was huge, Ghost King couldn't help but be moved. He flapped his bat wings and flew towards the immortal Gu's aura. He wanted to find the melon by following the vine. After a while, he stopped. In front of him was a sea of ghost-face sunflowers. To think that there are so many ghost-face sunflowers growing here. Shoo, 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 shoo. Ghost King sneered a few times, although he closed his eyes, it did not seem to obstruct his vision. With a single thought, the dark clouds that had followed him all the way here began to roll and fall from the sky. Like a giant beast, it bit down on the large patch of sunflowers. In an instant, countless ghost-face Gu flew up and countless ghost-cry Gu let out ghostly cries. Nether Ghost Claw. Ghost King stretched his hand forward, a huge green claw shadow formed in the blink of an eye and grabbed these ghost-cry Gu and ghost-face Gu. In an instant, countless wild Gu were captured. After a while, the dark clouds rose into the sky again, the sea of sunflowers on the ground vanished, only leaving behind a huge crater. Good harvest. Ghost King was in a good mood. Compared to immortal goo, this was an appetizer. Passing the crater, Ghost King frowned. What's going on? The immortal goo's aura has become faint. Don't tell me it was sealed. He continued to fly, following the aura of fixed immortal travel. His speed was extremely fast. After 15 minutes, his brows rose. The immortal goo's aura has moved from the ground to the sky. Why is there such a change? He inspected the surroundings. After a few breaths of time, he understood. So this is the territory of Earth spike rats. This mortal goo master flew into the sky. His goo worms are not bad. He actually has a flying goo. Ghost King snickered, spreading his wings and flying into the sky. He followed the route that Fong Yuan had taken, and was attacked by the shadow crows along the way. A bunch of small birds. Ghost King snorted in disdain, his body shook as 100 pale wandering souls flew out. Rank 5, 100 Ghost Night Travel Goo. The wandering souls flew everywhere, crashing into the shadow crows and shattering their souls. The shadow crows were unharmed, they fell down one by one, and after landing on the ground, they were quickly eaten by the earth spike rats. Ghost King's wanton slaughter caused the blood energy in this area to thicken, attracting even more shadow crows to hunt for food. At the same time, the entire earth spike rat group was alarmed. Countless earth spikes flew up from the hole, trying to pierce Ghost King. Gue Wang laughed heartily, activating 100 Ghost Night Travel Goo and hundreds of Ghost Face Goo. At once, countless wandering souls flew in the sky, mixed with the Ghost Face Goo, flying around. It was like a millstone, destroying everything. Hundreds and thousands of shadow crows fell to the ground like dumplings in a pot. The earth spike rats had a feast, but the flying wandering souls and Ghost Face Goo Master also caused damage to them. Earth spikes landed on Ghost King's body, but were blocked by the black profound light covering his body. Other than that, large numbers of shadow crows attacked with their steel claws. Ghost King did not dodge, he flew straight ahead. If it were any other rank 5 Goo Master, in this situation, they would be attacked every second, and their primeval essence would be expended after a while. But Goo Immortals had immortal essence. A bead of green grape immortal essence could be diluted into boundless primeval essence. It could fill the entire blessed land for decades, or even centuries. This meant that any Goo Immortal had endless primeval essence. They could use rank 5 Goo endlessly. After sacrificing thousands of shadow crows, the shadow crows retreated in fear. Ghost King did not chase them. After flying past the earth spike rat's territory, he landed at the place where Fong Yuan had landed. Here, Fong Yuan had used dust cover goo on bright pearl goo. The aura is fading again. How can immortal goo seal an immortal goo? No, there is another possibility. This immortal goo is heavily injured. It is on the verge of death. I need to hurry. Ghost King felt a strong pressure. He flew close to the ground. He used another rank 5 goo worm to accelerate. His speed was extremely fast. 15 minutes later, he arrived at the battlefield where Chang Shan Yin and Hatu Gu fought. Here, Fong Yuan took out Chang Shan Yin's corpse and used dark throw goo to suppress fixed immortal travel's aura. Sensing that the immortal goo's aura was almost undetectable, Ghost King's patience was reaching its limit. He stopped for a while and used investigative goo to check the surroundings. After finding nothing important, he continued his journey. This immortal goo will definitely be mine. If it's alive, I want to see the goo. If it's dead, I want to see its corpse. The banquet had been going on for a long time. There were girls singing and dancing, good wine and food were served. In the lively atmosphere, Fong Yuan and Man Tu were already calling each other brothers. Brother Man Tu, this cup of wine is a toast to you. Regarding Gu tribe's matter, I hope you can give me face and make an exception. Fong Yuan raised his wine cup and drank it in one gulp. Chapter 452. Speaking of Gu tribe's matter, the lively atmosphere of the banquet turned cold. Old Gu tribe leader quickly stood up and explained. Gu Guang sat at the side, looking at his father with bitterness and sorrow. His own sister had died, and his father was extremely sad. How he wished that all of this was not true. But now, he had to prove to outsiders that his daughter was truly dead. What a painful ordeal it was. But man too pretended to listen attentively, not accepting it. Chang Shan was a hero of the righteous path, and was a genius Gu master nurtured by Chang tribe. Ever since he killed Hatu Gu's group of bandits, he was praised by the people, his reputation was extremely high, and he was a household name in Northern Plains. Thus, to protect Chang Shan Yin's face, man too pretended to listen attentively. But even if Chang Shan Yin's reputation was 5 to 6 times higher, it could not compare to the benefits of annexing Gu tribe. Now that he had finally found a legitimate reason, man too would not let it go so easily. Thus, after he patiently listened to Gu tribe leader's explanation, man too looked at his third son. Man Duo sneered inwardly, standing up. He bowed deeply to Fang Yuan, before taking out a Gu worm. Senior Chang, please take a look. This Gu was like a dragonfly, but its body was like a stick of sandalwood. The tail of the dragonfly was still burning, emitting smoke. The smoke was colorful at times, colorless at times, colorless and odorless. Don't tell me this Gu is the chase smoke Gu passed down from ancient times. Fang Yuan's gaze shone. Man Duo was stunned, before saying in an admiring tone, Senior's eyes are truly sharp, you are very knowledgeable, Junior is in awe. Indeed, I obtained this Gu by luck. As long as one is infected by this chase smoke, they will not dissipate for half a year. It is very convenient to track someone. After pausing for a while, he continued, to speak the truth, the first time I met Gu Yao, I secretly used this smoke on her. Now, as long as I activate this chase smoke Gu, the smoke can be seen with the naked eye. Man Duo had a pleased expression, continuing, Gu tribe leader, if I use this Gu and find Gu Yao hiding in your Gu tribe camp, what will happen? If he wanted to annex the Gu family, he naturally had to plan and make arrangements. The chase smoke Gu was suggested by Third Z Man Duo, to think it would be useful now. Facing Man Duo's threat, Gu family father and son heaved a sigh of relief. This chase smoke Gu was good, this way, his words could be verified and his grievances could be cleared. On the contrary, Fang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. This chasing smoke could infect each other. He had once walked side by side with Gu Yao and even carried her in his arms. If chasing smoke appeared, wouldn't he be exposed? What should they do? Fang Yuan hadn't expected such a turn of events, and his heart sank. His set of Gu worms originated from Chang Shan Yin. They were enslavement path Gu worms that were good at fighting in battle, but weak at fighting alone. In this banquet, he was only at rank 4 initial stage. There were also Man tribe and Gu tribe leaders who had higher cultivation level than him. There were even some elders and guards who had rank 3 cultivation. Even if he brought his wolf group here, 2,000 to 3,000 ordinary wolves would not be able to turn the situation around. At once, thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind, all sorts of thoughts flashed like lightning. Immediately, he laughed heartily, this is great. With the chase smoke Gu as a witness, the truth will be revealed. Nephew, quickly use it. It was impossible for him to delay or refuse to use it. Firstly, it was very strange for an outsider like him to refuse to use the chase smoke Gu. It was almost a confession. Secondly, be it Man tribe or Gu tribe, they both wanted to use the chase smoke Gu to confirm some things. The situation was already set and they could not resist it. Thirdly, the chase smoke Gu was in someone else's hands. Even if Fang Yuan refused to use it, would Man tribe not use it? Thus, Fang Yuan took the initiative to request it, to give an impression that he was open and honest. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, Man too was overjoyed. Since Brother Chang Shan has spoken, son, use it. Man Duo, however, was not happy. He observed Gu Tribe's father and son's expressions and saw that they were looking forward to it. Is Gia really dead? Man Duo suppressed the uneasiness in his heart. He willed and activated this chase smoke goo. Immediately, the colorless and odorless chase smoke in the air turned black. What is going on? This is, as Fang Yuan expected, there was a lump of thick black smoke on his body, and in the brightly lit banquet, it was extremely conspicuous. At once, everyone's gazes were gathered on him. The lively atmosphere stopped, no one made a sound, the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. Fang Yuan frowned, his expression was just the right amount of surprise and shock, it made people feel that he was an innocent person. As if he felt that he was not conspicuous enough, Fang Yuan stood up under everyone's gazes, he left his seat and walked a few steps. The lump of black smoke on his body followed him, leaving behind a thin trail of smoke in the air. Man Duo's gaze flickered, Man too said excitedly, this means that Brother Chang Shan has seen Guyao before, and even had intimate contact with her. Old Gu tribe leader had a complex expression, his expression kept on changing as he looked at Fang Yuan. Gu Guang was young after all, he could not keep his cool, he jumped up from his seat and stared at Fang Yuan with suspicion, questioning, Uncle Chang Shan, what is going on? Could it be that you met my sister Guyao in the poisonous grassland? Fang Yuan's expression was calm, he did not explain in a hurry, instead, he walked back and sat on his seat, saying, to speak the truth, you guys are curious, I am also curious, why is there such heavy chasing smoke on me? Man Duo said eerily, Senior Chang, you are a great hero of Northern Plains, I do not dare to guess your suspicions. Senior Chang Shan. Gu Guang could not restrain himself, his gaze burning as he stared at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan heard this and looked at Gu Guang calmly, before looking at old Gu tribe leader, Brother Gu, you know my character. I will use my reputation as the Wolf King to guarantee you that I have never seen your daughter in poison grassland. Old Gu tribe leader placed his right hand on his heart, his expression solemn as he bowed, Brother Chang Shan, I feel like old friends with you, I believe you. Gu Guang who was standing at the side wanted to speak but stopped. Fang Yuan knew that just this sentence was not enough to dispel everyone's suspicions. Chapter 453. Gue Wang flew rapidly, following the faint aura of the immortal Gu and arriving under a snow willow. The aura of the immortal Gu is here, there is nothing further. Gue Wang's gaze was anxious as he searched the snow willow tree. No immortal Gu. The snow wash Gu on the snow willow had been plucked, someone had clearly been here. But why did they not have immortal Gu? If the immortal Gu continued to move, its aura would naturally shift as well. But this aura stopped here, don't tell me the immortal Gu died. Gue Wang made a guess. But he refused to believe this conjecture, he used investigative Gu and flipped the surrounding area upside down. No, still no. The Ghost King gritted his teeth, his heart full of regret and unwillingness. Wait. Suddenly, his gaze turned ruthless as he thought of another possibility. At the center of poison grassland is Zidu Blessed Land, the rank 7 Gu immortal lady poison scorpion lives there. Did she take away the immortal Gu? Mortal apertures could not contain immortal Gu, but Gu immortals could. Once the immortal Gu enters the aperture, its aura will not dissipate, this explains everything. This means, Lady Poison Scorpion is sitting at home, and immortal Gu will be delivered to her door. Damn it, damn it. Gue Wang stomped his feet in anger, he would rather believe that Lady Poison Scorpion took the immortal Gu than think of the possibility of the immortal Gu dying. But he did not expect that the true immortal Gu was not destroyed, and instead its aura was sealed by Fang Yuan's iron coffin Gu. Then, he went back the way he came and was buried halfway. The Ghost King followed the aura and moved forward. Feng Yuan purposely divided the seals into sections, causing the goo worm's aura to become weaker and weaker. This formed the inertia of thinking. Gue Wang was thinking of flying forward. He did not expect fixed immortal travel goo to be buried in a certain location along the way. When he thought of Lady Poison Scorpion, jealousy and hatred drove him into a dead end. Lady Poison Scorpion is a rank 7 goo immortal. She is very strong. I was able to gather the 3 deities of the Sea of Hua and Loner Hongyu to attack Langya Blessed Land because I promised them some benefits. However, he did not have the power to rally them to attack Purple Poison Blessed Land. How hateful. If I had come more than 10 days earlier, I might have gotten the immortal goo. Looking at the time, it's almost time for the Purple Poison Blessed Land to open its door and expel the poisonous gas. I'm no match for Lady Poison Scorpion, I'd better leave first. The Ghost King stomped his foot and flew up into the sky, diving into the dark clouds. The dark clouds billowed. The Ghost King stared at them for a while, unwilling to give up. Then, he flew back to his lair. Tonight was destined to be eventful. On the farm of the Gu family, everyone focused their attention on Feng Yuan again. If Feng Yuan killed Gu Yao and took her Gu, then the clues and clues Gu would expose him. Feng Yuan's previous lie would also be completely exposed. Since you have never seen Gu Yao, how did you get her goo worm? At that time, no explanation would make sense. Bastard! Old Gu tribe leader stared fiercely at Gu Guang, extremely furious. Chang Shanyin's benefactor is so righteous and benevolent, how can you doubt him? Kneel down and kowtow to our benefactor to ask for forgiveness. Father! Gu Guang was shocked. He did not expect old Gu tribe leader to have such a reaction. Didn't he always want to take revenge for his sister? He forgot one point. I am helping him find out what he missed. I am not doing anything wrong. Man tribe father and son, on the other hand, were watching from the sidelines. It was not because he treasured his lifespan, but because of spring-autumn cicada. If Feng Yuan used third watch Gu on himself, the flow of the river of time would be 3 times faster. Then, the spring-autumn cicada residing in his body would also recover 3 times faster. Other than his vital Gu spring-autumn cicada and the fixed immortal travel Gu hidden in poison grassland, Feng Yuan had many Gu worms on him now. The first were the 2 rank 5 Gu, both from northern plains. One was the battle bone wheel. It was currently being repaired and could not provide any help in the short term. The other was the clues and clues Gu. It could be used for reconnaissance and tracking. Gu tribe has quite the foundation. They actually have a rank 5 clues and clues Gu. This Gu can be used to track Gu worms. It is a powerful method to capture wild Gu worms and prevent them from escaping. Unfortunately, although old Gu tribe leader has this Gu worm, he does not dare to search for his own daughter. Feng Yuan was clear about the conflict between Gu tribe and Man tribe. Man tribe's third son, Man Duo, had great ambitions. He wanted the tribe leader position. But due to his insufficient cultivation, he set his sights on Gu tribe. He wanted to marry Gu Yao and make Gu tribe his wife tribe, to help him fight for the tribe leader position. Man too might not be able to see Man Duo's true intentions, but he had always been interested in annexing Gu tribe. Gu tribe, on the other hand, wanted to use the marriage alliance and sacrifice Gu Yao, using Man tribe's Hong Yen Valley to survive the once-a-decade blizzard and get through the current crisis. Gu tribe naturally did not want to split up the tribe, but Man tribe wanted to swallow this fat piece of meat. But they were afraid of being stuck in the meat. After Gu Yao escaped, Man tribe used this legitimate excuse to not let go. They might even attack Ge Guang in secret. As long as they killed Ge tribe leader and his son, Ge tribe would be leaderless and fall into internal strife. It would be easier for Man tribe to swallow them. Ge Guang was ignorant, but the old chief of Ge tribe was old and experienced. He gradually understood the situation and realized that he could not satisfy Man 2's greed. But he was in deep trouble, so he could only endure it and stay in the tribe all day long, not giving Man tribe any chance to do anything. And Chang Shan Yin's arrival gave Ge tribe hope of escaping. Ge tribe leader might have thought of making use of Fang Yuan's Chang Shan Yin identity when he found out about it. Thus, he warmly received Fang Yuan, and even gave him $1 million as a gift. Next, he made good use of it, borrowing Chang Shan Yin's strength to compete with Man tribe. That banquet under the moonlight seemed to be a joyous and harmonious affair, but in reality, the competition between the three parties was surging with undercurrents, hidden with the dangers of blades and axes. The result was, Man tribe suffered a setback. Not only did they not target Ge tribe, they even lost Ge Yao's legitimate excuse. But this side did not fail, they were still the strongest. On Ge tribe's side, Chang Shan Yin was sent out. Using his strength, they successfully defended their tribe and temporarily survived this crisis. They succeeded, but they were still in a weak position. As for Fang Yuan, he pretended to be ignorant. Using the competition between the two sides, he achieved his original goal of appearing on the stage, and at the same time, he benefited from it and strengthened himself. Man was the spirit of all living things. Battles between people were not just simple and desperate fights. Even in northern plains where people were fierce, there were battles of wits and schemes. As for Ge Yao, this innocent young girl was only a sacrifice in the political battle between the two tribes. And according to Fang Yuan's guess, Ge Yao's escape from the marriage was also very strange. The content of the letter was simple. It stated that he needed to go into closed cultivation to recover his cultivation. He expressed his regret that he could not visit Man tribe personally, and said that he would make up for this regret in the future. At the latter part of the letter, Fang Yuan requested to purchase bone bamboo goo from Man tribe, expressing that he was willing to buy it at 20% higher than the market price. At the same time, he wrote a large pile of goo refinement materials, as well as third watch goo and other goo worms, hoping to trade. So Uncle Chang Shan Yin needed these things. Dad, I feel that our Ge tribe should try our best to satisfy him. After all, he has helped us so much. Ge Guang said. Ge tribe leader, however, stared at the letter in his hand, his eyes shining brightly as he felt a chill in his heart. Ge tribe and Man tribe's battle was mostly done in the dark, they did not fight openly. This was the rule of the righteous path. There were many sacrifices. A Ge tribe elder died because of Man duo's challenge, and Ge Yao also died in poison grassland. Other than that, there were also many Gu masters who died in the wolf's mouth. In this battle, be it Man tribe or Ge tribe, they were not the victors. Man tribe did not achieve their goal, and Ge tribe had many sacrifices. There was only one person who truly benefited from it. This person was Chang Shan Yin. Think about it, Chang Shan Yin came from poison grassland, he was penniless and did not even have a complete collection of goo worms. But now, in this battle, he earned a lot, just the Yuan stone alone was worth over $1 million. Not to mention that rank 5 hints includes goo. Ge tribe leaders suddenly understood. Ge tribe made use of Chang Shan Yin, but wasn't Chang Shan Yin also making use of Ge tribe? Chang Shan Yin looked like he was innocently sandwiched between the two tribes, falling into the whirlpool of battle and getting into trouble that he should not have. But the truth was, neither side wanted to offend him, he instead benefited from both sides. We do not need to prepare these things for Chang Shan Yin. Man tribe will send the things in this letter to him, and they might even give them to him for free. Good tribe leader let out a breath of turbid air, as if trying to get rid of the chill in his heart. Ah! Guguang was extremely shocked. This is impossible, right? Uncle Chang Shanin is clearly helping us. Man tribe can't be so stupid, right? Those who are in high positions have different views. How much can these things be worth? Just over 100,000 yuan stone. To Man tribe, it is not even worth mentioning, not even a drop in the ocean. Paying such a price to befriend an expert, why not? Think about it, how much did we give Chang Shanin? Guguang immediately thought of the 1 million yuan stone, as well as the traces of that rank 5 gu. Good tribe leader heaved a deep sigh. There was a deeper meaning in this. It was too early to explain it to Guguang. Chapter 456. Urgent report. 3,000 li ahead, a large group of turtleback wolves have appeared. There are so many of them, it seems to be a myriad wolf group. Good tribe's investigative Gu master rushed over and reported to old Good tribe leader. Good tribe leader's expression was solemn as he waved his hand at the person. Continue investigating. Not long ago, he had already received the letter Gu sent by the investigative Gu master. But in the battlefield, to prevent the letter Gu from being intercepted by the enemy, there would usually be investigative Gu masters rushing back and forth to personally deliver the letter. Turtleback wolves have the strongest defense among wild wolves. 10,000 turtleback wolves are a tough bone to chew. Gu masters had attracted them earlier, but there was no effect. This wolf group is still coming towards us. How many days has it been since we started migrating? This wolf group is already here. It seems Man tribe doesn't want to let us off. Fortunately, their speed is not good, giving us time to set up the formation. The elders of Gu family discussed among themselves. In this chaotic northern plains, Gu masters who could climb to a high position were not fools. By now, they had already reacted and recognized the reality. Gu tribe's troops had already stopped moving, forming a circular formation. Large numbers of Gu masters were nervously using Gu worms to build high walls, arrow towers, and many layers of defense. And Gu tribe's higher-ups were guarding the central area. My son. Gu tribe leader softly called. Lord Father, your son is here. Guguang immediately received the order. Go and invite Lord Chang Shanin over. This was a battle of life and death for Gu tribe. Old Gu tribe leader was not willing to let go of any battle strength. Yes. Guguang bowed and left. Just as he left the main tent, he saw Fang Yuan. Uncle. Guguang happily called out and bowed. Fang Yuan nodded and walked forward, his tone slightly anxious. I already know about the wolf group's invasion. How is it? How is the situation? There is still about 7 minutes before the wolf group attacks. Since our tribe migrated, to prevent Man tribe from playing any tricks, Father has sent light cavalry and expanded the scouting range to 600 li. Guguang followed Fang Yuan's footsteps and reported. The two arrived at the main tent, which was situated on a hill. The mound was also raised by Gu worms. Gu tribe's higher-up stood on the mound and had a good view. If they were attacked by a group of eagles, or crows, the Gu family would dig a hole in the ground. In short, there were different ways to deal with it. Seeing the higher-ups of the Gu family, everyone hurriedly bowed. The atmosphere was tense, as though a storm was brewing. With Brother Wolf King's help, Gu tribe is so honored. I am also at ease. Old tribe leader of Gu tribe sighed. His gratitude was beyond words. The fate between me and the Gu family is not shallow. Friends should help each other, it's only right. What's the situation? Fang Yuan asked. Wolf King, please take a look. Good tribe leader led Fang Yuan to the table, pointed at the sheepskin map, and introduced the surrounding terrain, Good tribe's defense line, and the movement of the wolf pack. Your Highness has made the appropriate arrangements. There is nothing wrong with your response. Fang Yuan first complimented. He then extended his finger and pointed at the markings on the map. Everyone looked over. This was a river beside the camp. Since there is such a danger zone, why don't we use it for defense? Fang Yuan suggested. Brother, you might not know, we had the same idea before. But the large group moves slowly, there is not enough time to set up camp and defense line after reaching the river. Old tribe leader smiled bitterly. When tribes migrate, most of the tribesmen use big stomach horses. But big stomach horses are loaded, and their speed is slow. Good tribe Gu masters ride humped wolves and can quickly move to the river. But most of the mortals can only fall behind. When the wolf pack comes, the mortals will be slaughtered. No tribe has mortals, how can there be future Gu masters? Mortals are the foundation of all tribes. But Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Brother, I am also a northern plainsman, I know this. We cannot get close to the river, but we can make the river water come to us. Once he said this, Good tribe's higher-ups' eyes brightened. That's right, we can dig a canal and draw the river water to assist in defense. Turtleback wolves have heavy bodies and are unable to swim. Once they fall into the river, they will sink to the bottom and drown. Lord Tribe Leader, quickly give the order. Old Tribe Leader also said straightforwardly, yes, Gu Chui Team 1, Gu Xiang Team 7 and Gumi Team 18, immediately stop what they are doing and go to the river to dig the canal. Next, order Team 3, 5 and 16 to take over the construction tasks of Team 1, 7 and 18. Yes. The investigative Gu masters outside the tent immediately received the order. After a few breaths of time, 6-letter Gu flew out and towards the distance. Fortunately, brother is here to guide us. Old tribe leader bowed towards Fang Yuan, his expression of gratitude coming from the bottom of his heart. Just based on Fang Yuan's suggestion, he could save hundreds of Good tribe Gu masters, or even more sacrifices. He is the Wolf King after all. At once, Good tribe's elders' gazes towards Fang Yuan also faintly changed, they were filled with admiration and admiration. Time always passes very quickly amidst nervousness and busyness. Investigative Gu masters returned to the camp one after another and reported the wolf group's location. At the same time, the number of turtleback wolves was also clearly investigated. There were over 38,000 of them. When the wolf group was only 800 li away from the camp, old Gu tribe leaders started to gather the investigative Gu masters in an orderly manner. At 500 li, the ditch was dug and the river water was drawn in. At 300 li, the 3 defensive lines were completed and the combat teams were urgently in position. The support Gu masters and logistics Gu masters in charge of construction retreated to the rear and used yuan stones to quickly recover their primeval essence, not daring to relax for even a moment. When the battle line is not able to hold on, they would be the backup team, the reinforcements. At around 100 li, there were vague shadows of wolves in the horizon. In the main tent, 8 investigative Gu were activated and smoke rose, showing the scene in all directions. The turtleback wolf group was mainly charging from the north, but there were also many in the northeast and southeast. The wolf group was getting closer and closer, even mortals could see them. Young tribe leader. Man Hong did not refute, instead nodding and continuing, Father gave me this important mission, after I complete it, I will have made a great contribution. Once I return to the tribe, I will probably become the young tribe leader. Unfortunately, that scoundrel man duo did not come along. Otherwise, I will borrow someone else's knife to kill him, and get rid of that treacherous kid. Although man duo is smart, his aptitude is insufficient, he is not young tribe leader's match. Look, the 100 wolf kings have entered the battlefield. Man Hao said. 100 beast kings had rank 2 goo worms on their bodies, and had great battle strength. Their participation in the battle immediately increased the pressure on Gu tribe's frontline. The number of casualties soared, and even 200 to 300 wolf kings smashed through the mud walls, fiercely stabbing into Gu tribe's defensive line. He. Seeing Gu tribe Gu masters dying one after another, Man Hong's lips curled up, revealing a sinister smile. This group of ignorant fools, they actually didn't join Man tribe, now they are suffering. Man Hong's laughter stopped. Using his goo worm's investigative ability, he saw 100 wolf king was implanted with wolf enslavement goo. It immediately changed sides, and after letting out a howl, it caused chaos in the wolf group around it. Next, these turtleback wolves followed the wolf king into Gu tribe's camp, and gathered at the feet of a goo master. Looking at this goo master, Man Hong squinted. Is this wolf king Chang Shanin? Yes. Man Hao confirmed. Man Hong sneered. Father said that he's the biggest variable. I want to see what ability he has. Chapter 457. Look over there, it is the great hero of Northern Plains, Chang Shanin. Chang Shanin has made his move, he is truly extraordinary. Gu tribe's camp was filled with cheers. Not only Man tribe's Gu masters, even Gu tribe's Gu masters were looking at Fong Yuan. Just now, Fong Yuan had made a small demonstration by taking 100 wolf king as his subordinate, immediately causing hundreds of turtleback wolves to submit to him, turning the situation around for the better. Chang Shanin. On a tall hill, Gu tribe leaders stared at Fong Yuan's back as he muttered. Everyone had a question in their hearts, the former wolf king, the once famous genius of Northern Plains, how much strength did he have left now? Fong Yuan looked at these tens of thousands of turtleback wolves with a fervent gaze. In other people's eyes, these wolf groups were scourges. But in Fong Yuan's eyes, these were gifts that came to him on their own initiative. He was worried that he did not have enough wolves. If he could subdue these wolf kings, his strength would definitely rise sharply. Right now, the sky was blue and the sun was shining brightly. It was the time for a great battle. Gu tribe had made ample preparations. They had 3 earth walls as a defense line and also channeled water into a canal. The wolves would be separated layer by layer when they entered and would not be surrounded by the wolves. This was the geographical advantage. Looking at his side, Gu tribe's Gu masters were guarding him, and young tribe leader Gu Guang was the leader, ensuring his safety. Gu tribe's unity in resisting the wolf group was like a stronghold, all of them were united. This was human harmony. If I were to travel alone, I would definitely retreat if I met such a myriad beast group. But now, the timing and geographical advantage are right. This is a peerless opportunity, the opportunity is already in front of me, how can I not grab it? Thinking of this, Fong Yuan laughed heartily, his battle intent surging as he said to his left and right, everyone, follow me. Gu Guang and the others loudly responded. Under Fong Yuan's lead, the group of Gu masters started to move their camp and soon arrived at another part of the battlefield. Rumble. The tall arrow tower fell to the ground, smashing into pieces. The main culprit of this disaster let out a roar, and was fighting fiercely with more than 10 rank 2 Gu masters beside him. This was 100 wolf king. By the time it reached here, the wolves around it had all died, leaving it to fight alone. The surrounding Gu masters continued to use Gu worms to attack it from afar, trapping it here and whittling away its life force. There were already 3 Gu masters' corpses on the ground. At this time, Fong Yuan and the others arrived at the scene riding on hump wolves. Wolf enslavement Gu, go. Fong Yuan pointed his finger, and the rank 2 wolf enslavement Gu turned into smoke, landing on the 100 wolf king's body. The Wolf King roared again and again. It resisted with all its might, unwilling to be enslaved. Fong Yuan's eyes flashed. 100-man soul, suppress. The Wolf King whimpered as the light smoke completely descended and fused into its body, instantly turning it into Fong Yuan's personal pet. The 100 Wolf King was lying on the ground, its claws and teeth withdrawn. Its body was covered in wounds, and blood was flowing out. Healing Gu Master. Fong Yuan lightly instructed as a person walked out from behind him and activated a Gu worm to heal this 100 Wolf King. This damned beast. He killed my brother. A young Gu master who had just joined the battle wanted to attack again. Gu Kan. Gu Guang shouted, staring at this person. The young Gu master straightened his neck and walked to the 100 Wolf King, kicking it fiercely, but did not attack again. Next, he covered his face and cried, making muffled sounds. The surrounding Gu masters were all sorrowful. Chapter 458. Myriad Wolf King's attack made Gu tribesmen nervous. Far away, Man Hong's eyes shone. Don't tell me this Myriad Wolf King is going to join the battle now. But soon, his eyes dimmed. After Myriad Wolf King's attack on Fong Yuan failed, it did not continue, but continued to command the wolf group from the rear. Another 1,000 wolf group rushed over, making up for the lack of manpower on this battlefield caused by the surrender of the 1,000 Wolf King. This 1,000 Wolf King's body was burning with scarlet flames, and black smoke was spewing out of its nostrils. This is rank 3 burning body Gu. Fong Yuan recognized this Gu worm. With this Gu worm protecting the 1,000 Wolf King, wolf enslavement Gu's smoke would be burned to ashes before it could even land. Fong Yuan's eyelids twitched as he took a deep look at the distant Myriad Wolf King. Myriad Wolf King also seemed to be staring at him. At Myriad Beast King level, their intelligence would far surpass their own kind. This was clearly targeted at Fong Yuan. Gu Guang, stay behind and cooperate with the 3 elders to kill this wolf. The rest, follow me. Fong Yuan turned around and left. It was not impossible to subdue this 1,000 Wolf King, but it was troublesome and a waste of time. If this one did not work, then he would change to another one. The battlefield was so big, Fong Yuan did not believe that all the Wolf Kings had methods to restrain wolf enslavement Gu. Sure enough, he moved to a few places and reaped great profits. In just 2 hours, he had subdued another 1,700 Wolf Kings and 2,000 Wolf Kings. Adding the wolf groups from before, Fong Yuan had 4,000 Wolf Kings, over 3,000 Wolf Kings, and over 8,000 ordinary wolves, close to 10,000. Among them, most were turtleback wolves, but there was also 1,000 beast-level Wind Wolf King. Among the 100 Wolf Kings, there were Poison Beard Wolf King, Water Wolf King, and Wind Wolf King. After his drastic measures, the situation had changed. The difference in military strength on the battlefield was also increasing. The Myriad Wolf group that had over 30,000 was subdued by Fong Yuan, and countless more died, leaving only around 20,000. The battle was in full swing. Gu tribe leader's eyebrows loosened as he saw the hope of victory. With Chang Shan Yin's help, the pressure on our front line has lessened by a lot. As expected of a legendary hero. This ability is really impressive. This is not strange, he is a rank 4 Gu master. It is also enslavement path, it is most suitable for this kind of battlefield. The elders praised him and the atmosphere in the king's tent became relaxed. Don't be careless. The Myriad Wolf King hasn't made a move yet, so the outcome of this battle has yet to be determined. The Gu clan elder spoke in a timely manner. He warned. Lord Patriarch is right, we still can't relax. However, in my opinion, this myriad wolf king might not participate in the battle. It's very common for the wolf king to retreat after losing more than half of the wolf pack. Not good. While they were talking, the myriad wolf king suddenly howled. All the wolves on the battlefield heard this howl. At the same time, he launched a wild attack. More than 20,000 turtleback wolves risked their lives and charged towards the camp. For a moment, the Gu clan was caught unprepared and was defeated. Order the front line. Quickly retreat to the second line of defense. Gu clan elder immediately ordered. The wolf group has launched an all-out attack. Gu Guang, who was at the front line, had a change of expression. You guys go help the front line Gu masters retreat. I will return to the ranch to rest and reorganize, wait for my reinforcements. Fang Yuan's expression was like iron. Lord. We are here to protect you under the tribe leader's orders. Some Gu masters were hesitant. Fang Yuan stared with his eyes wide open. His eyes shone with a sharp light. Everywhere his gaze passed, the Gu masters lowered their heads. Gu Guang. Fang Yuan looked at the Gu tribe's young tribe leader. Gu Guang gritted his teeth and said, I will listen to uncle. Saying so, he waved his hand, everyone, follow me. Fang Yuan rushed back to the ranch alone, surrounded by wolves. He gathered all the wolves together. Close to 10,000 wolves squeezed together, making this temporary ranch seem extremely small. Fang Yuan willed and a vigorous water wolf scuttled out from the wolf group. In the eyes of ordinary people, this was a water wolf. But in Fang Yuan's eyes, it was a white-eyes wolf. White-eyes wolves were mutated beasts, like Biao in a tiger group, thunder boar in a pig group and so on. Any ordinary adult exotic beast would automatically attract wild Gu insects to live in its body, and it would possess battle prowess comparable to a myriad beast king. But this white-eyes wolf in front of him was only an infant and had not matured yet. Its fur was like water with a hint of blue, resembling an ordinary water wolf. But as long as one observed carefully, they would find that its pupils were less black and more white, very different from ordinary water wolves. When it fully matured, its entire wolf eyes would turn white. At the same time, their vision would increase greatly, comparable to some rank 4 investigative Gu. Even at night, their vision would not be affected. In the market, Fang Yuan accidentally found this ingrate and bought the entire water wolf group it belonged to without batting an eyelid. Now, this white-eyes wolf had already been successfully planted with rank 3 wolf enslavement Gu by Fang Yuan. At the same time, to speed up its growth, he used third watch Gu. This caused the white-eyes wolf's appetite to increase sharply, 13 times that of an ordinary water wolf. At the same time, its lifespan would be shortened correspondingly. Go! Fang Yuan ordered inwardly, and this white-eyes wolf's speed surpassed the wind wolves, quickly leaving the farm and arriving at a high spot. Wolf care Gu. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand and covered his right eye, looking at the white-eyes wolf with his left eye. At the same time, he activated his primeval essence and injected it into Chang Shan Yin's investigative Gu. In an instant, the scene in his left eye changed. It was like he was standing at a high spot, looking down at the battlefield. This was the effect of wolf care Gu, shifting a certain wolf's vision to the Gu masters. Fang Yuan opened his right eye, and 2 different scenes appeared in his mind at the same time. On the left was the battlefield, allowing Fang Yuan to observe the situation at all times. On the right was the farm, with wolf groups huddled together. Fang Yuan summoned the wolf kings one by one, and searched their bodies for Gu worms. Wolf enslavement Gu. Wolf enslavement Gu. Wolf enslavement Gu. Under the protection of the wolf group, Fang Yuan attacked repeatedly. 3 wolf enslavement Gu turned into smoke and attracted 300 beast kings. Turn left, charge. With a thought, the entire wolf group army changed direction, charging towards the southeast battlefront of the camp. Fang Yuan's gaze was like an eagle, locking onto the Thousand Wolf King on the battlefront. The Thousand Wolf King howled, trying its best to mobilize the wolf group. But most of the wolves were stuck at the front lines, unable to turn back immediately. This Thousand Wolf King only managed to mobilize a few hundred wolves before they were overwhelmed by Fang Yuan's army. Rank 3 Wolf Enslavement Gu. Fang Yuan found an opportunity, and a puff of smoke descended. This Thousand Wolf King might have been scared stiff, it whimpered, but its soul did not resist as it went under Fang Yuan's command. This was the 5th Thousand Wolf King. The wolf group that was fighting with the Gu masters turned around and joined Fang Yuan's army under its call. Chapter 459. The Gu masters were fighting with great difficulty, but in the blink of an eye, the whole battlefield had calmed down. Their mortal enemies had instead become their allies. This is Lord Chang Shanyin's method. So powerful, using his own strength to lead a myriad wolf group. No wonder he is called Wolf King. The Gu masters stared at Fang Yuan with dazed gazes. They watched his back as he left this place and charged towards another battlefield. Rampage, rampage. Anyone who dared to block his path would be swept away. With a thought, countless wild wolves would charge forward. With a finger, the sharp edge of a weapon would be unstoppable. Using his own strength to turn the tide and change the situation, this was the style of the enslavement path. Outside the battlefield, Man Hong, Man Hao and the others turned pale. Under their complicated gazes, Fang Yuan's wolf group expanded like a rolling snowball, increasing in number as he killed. Wherever he went, he swept away the battlefield. After a while, he left behind a mess and a group of dazed Gu masters. Such a wolf enslavement technique was tyrannical to the extreme. Under his immense strength, the slightest obstruction was directly crushed. Fang Yuan intentionally avoided the myriad Wolf King battlefield and circled around Gu tribe's camp, subduing another 3,000 Wolf Kings. Adding on the previous ones, the number of 1,000 Wolf Kings had already risen to 8. As for the number of 100 Wolf Kings, it had nearly doubled, reaching as many as 59. Fang Yuan's wolf formation was like a monster, devouring almost all the turtleback wolves along the way and strengthening itself. After subduing these wolf kings, Fang Yuan's soul also received a backlash, making him feel restless and nauseous. Fang Yuan endured this uncomfortable feeling as he gathered the wolf group and returned to the ranch. The ranch could no longer hold these wolves. There were too many wolves, Fang Yuan could not count them all in a short time. He roughly estimated that there were definitely more than 12,000 wolves. Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to join the battle. Now that the situation was settled, he got off the hump wolf and closed his eyes to rest. During this period of time, he would open his eyes to take a look. With the ingrate monitoring the battlefield, Fang Yuan was constantly paying attention to the situation of Gu clan's patriarch and the others. These higher-ups of the Gu family could not die. Once he died, the Man family would be tempted. It was very likely that they would make a move. After resting for a while, Fang Yuan rejoined the battlefield. Although he had not fully recovered, he was no longer lacking in strength. This time, he only mobilized 8,000 wolf kings to participate in the battle. An ordinary wolf pack. To the myriad wolf king, the threat level was too low. Along the way, the Gu clansmen all shouted his name. Chang Shan-yin is here to help. Hearing such a commotion, the Gu tribesmen's higher-ups who were attacking myriad wolf king became energized. Members of the Gu clan, please retreat and rest for the time being. Let me handle this. Fang Yuan arrived at the battlefield. With a thought, the 8,000 wolf kings surrounded Zhang Xian. The myriad Wolf King already had the intention to retreat, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break through the encirclement. Such a wolf-taming technique. Seeing the myriad Wolf King being easily toyed with by Fang Yuan, Man Hao, Man Hong and the others finally showed expressions of shock. Earlier, when Fang Yuan charged into the formation, it was only a grand formation that pushed everything in its path. He did not have the foundation of the wolf-taming technique. Now, he was manipulating it meticulously. Northern Plains' first-rate beast-taming technique was on full display. Merely 8,000 Wolf Kings, 7 of them. Due to the myriad Wolf King's influence, they could not display their full strength. But under Fang Yuan's manipulation, the myriad Wolf King felt like it was trapped in a huge army, or like a fly trapped in a spider's web. Eventually, the myriad Wolf King was exhausted to death by Fang Yuan, and its counterattack at the last moment also took away the life of 1,000 Wolf King. Wolf King. Lord Chang Shan Yin is the true Wolf King. Looking at the myriad Wolf King's enormous body collapsing, a Gu master shouted. Wolf King. Wolf King. Wolf King. After this battle, everyone felt that the title Wolf King was truly too appropriate. Shouts came one after another, soon forming into one. Many people raised their arms and cheered, some had fervent gazes, and some had tears streaming down their faces. This was a kind of emotion, a kind of worship towards a hero, and reverence towards strength. With this person here, it will not be easy for us to annex Ge tribe. Man Hong's expression was ashen. This battle had completely dispelled his ambitions and plans. Wolf King. Man Hao, who had always looked down on Chang Shan Yin, muttered absent-mindedly, muttering this title. There had never been a moment like this when he felt the weight of this title was so heavy. On the battlefield, a Ge tribe leader led a group of elders and surrounded them. The past hero is still as glorious as ever. Today's battle has truly made me prostrate myself in admiration. On behalf of Ge tribe, I am extremely grateful to you for your help. Ge tribe leader bowed deeply towards Fang Yuan. Brother Gu, you are too serious. Let's clean up the battlefield as soon as possible. Fang Yuan smiled. The myriad Wolf King's corpse was lying on the ground, but to avoid arousing suspicion, Fang Yuan did not overstep his boundaries. If I had a rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu, this turtleback myriad Wolf King would be my subordinate. What a pity. Fang Yuan felt regret. Rank 4 beast enslavement Gu could control myriad beast kings. Once they had a myriad beast group, it would be a huge force to a tribe. Thus, in Northern Plains markets, rank 4 beast enslavement Gu were not sold. Many Gu worms would have their value rise sharply when they reached rank 4 and above. Beast enslavement Gu was one of them, and there were also relic Gu. Thus, in the market, Fang Yuan only bought rank 2 and 3 wolf enslavement Gu, and did not buy a rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu. I have large numbers of rank 2 and 3 wolf enslavement Gu now, I do not lack them. As for rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu, it seems I will have to refine it myself. Fang Yuan currently lacked a rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu. With a rank 4 Gu, he could directly control the myriad Wolf King, and indirectly control the wolf group through the Wolf King, reducing the burden on his soul. As for his mutated beast White Eyes Wolf, it was still an infant and could be enslaved with rank 3 Gu. Chapter 461. Old Gu tribe leader was also hesitating. He was not afraid of death, but at his age, his cultivation had stagnated and he was indifferent to life and death. What he was hesitating about was whether he should use this method. Gu tribe's power was gone now, but that did not mean it was exterminated. If the mortals died, they could just rob them. In the eyes of Gu masters, mortals were just numbers. As long as the Gu masters and elders were alive, the tribe's prestige would remain. But now that they retreated and gave up on the others, only Gu tribe's higher-ups would remain. They would have to rely on Man tribe for the time being. And Man tribe already had the intention of annexing Gu tribe. This Night Wolf group's arrival was probably one of their schemes. But if they used Fang Yuan's method, the risk was too high. Once they failed, Gu tribe's higher-ups would be finished, and no matter how many mortals they had, they would just be sheep to be annexed by outsiders. Father, uncles, I feel Uncle Chang is right, this is the only way to save the tribe. Gu Guang spoke, looking at the hesitant people, he felt a chill in his heart. He was still young and hot-blooded. At the crucial moment, he saw everyone's true colors, he had never found Gu tribe to have such a weak side. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. When he learned of the wolf group's attack, he was first shocked and then joyful. If he could take this chance to subdue this myriad beast king, his strength would double from his current foundation. This was a great opportunity, he wanted to grasp it. But to enslave the myriad wolf king under this situation, he needed Gu tribe's help. Charging into the formation was risky, but to Fang Yuan, it was not a big problem. He was a rank 4 Gu master and also had rank 3 Eagle Wings Gu. If the situation was unfavorable, he could just fly and escape. It would be too much of a pity to let Gu tribe decline like this. Since he wanted to make use of them, he had to make the best use of them. Everyone! Fang Yuan shouted, attracting everyone's attention. He shouted like thunder, "What are you waiting for? What are you hesitating for? Are Gu tribe's men so afraid of death? Listen outside, those are the Gu tribesmen's screams. These hateful night wolves are slaughtering our parents, our friends, our wives, and our daughters. If Gu clan is annihilated tonight, all of you will become stray dogs. Can you bear to see our loved ones die in front of our eyes like this? I can't. Even though I, Chang Shan-yin, am only an outsider, in these days that I have interacted with you, I have felt warmth, I have felt the deep love in Gu tribe's bloodline. For my friends, for the sake of justice in the world, I will charge forward and fight for a chance of survival for everyone. Men of the Gu family, do you still have your sabers? The spirits of your ancestors are watching over you. Could it be that cowardice and cowardice are flowing in your blood? Fang Yuan was filled with righteousness as he roared furiously. His momentum was astonishing. His voice was very loud, even the Gu masters outside the main tent were attracted. The elders all stared at him with astonished gazes. What is a hero? It was only the power of a hero to turn the tide. And at every critical moment, at the juncture of danger, he would step forward bravely and face the difficulties head-on, bringing confidence and courage to others. This was the demeanor of a hero. Gu Guang heard Fang Yuan's roar and his whole body trembled slightly. At this moment, Fang Yuan's image was so tall that it was deeply engraved in his heart. His eyes shone and the rims of his eyes turned red, his heart pounding as he felt his blood boiling in his chest. With a swoosh, Gu Guang activated Saber Gu, his right hand tightly gripping the saber as he raised it high. Then, the young patriarch of the Gu clan roared, "No! Gu tribe's bravery is still here. Gu tribe's saber is still here. Our ancestors are watching over us, our descendants. Oh Wolf King, other people are afraid of death, but I, Gu Guang, am willing to die with you." These words immediately provoked a few of the hot-tempered elders to the point that they roared in anger and humiliation. "At worst, we will just die, what's there to be afraid of? Bullshit Night Wolf Group, I will kill you. Wolf King, young tribe leader, count me, good, in the charge. Not only did these people agree, but they also looked around with disdain and contempt. Even more people's killing intent was aroused. Northern Plains people had always been valiant. Kill. Use our blood to prove the bravery of Good Tribe's men. Fight to the death, fight to the death. Count me in, I also want to fight. A fanatical atmosphere gradually filled the main tent. Even the elders who did not want to participate in this action said they wanted to count them in. They did not want to have a reputation of being afraid of death. In Northern Plains, which revered martial arts, once they had such a reputation, they would be spurned by others. The situation developed so quickly that the old tribe leader who had been hesitating was caught unprepared. He was old and prudent, not willing to gamble. Originally, he was already thinking of retreating. As long as there were higher-level Gu masters, Good Tribe would have a foundation and could start over again. But if they charged, the risk was too high. Who knew how many night wolves there were in the dark night? Besides that, there might be Man Tribe's sneak attack, and Chang Shan-Yin might not be able to subdue the myriad Wolf King. Even if everyone charged, what if the Night Wolf King did not fight them head-on and moved away on its own? Fang Yuan's plan had too many loopholes, it was not reliable at all. Damn it. Good Tribe leaders saw the surrounding elders' bloodshot eyes and immediately understood that their earlier hesitation was useless, they could only fight now. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. For Good Tribe, for tomorrow. At this moment of life and death, it will depend on our bravery and hot-bloodedness. Inside and outside the main tent, there was an uproar, the morale rose sharply and the morale of the troops could be used. Fang Yuan's few words led the situation to the direction he wanted. Everyone's wills were strong, Good Tribe leader could only go with the flow and bowed deeply to Fang Yuan. Wolf King, you have the spirit of a true hero. Tonight, Good Tribe's future is in your hands. We will follow your wolf group and kill our way out, taking down the myriad Wolf King. Everyone accepted the order. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed. Good Tribe leader's meaning was to sacrifice the wolf group to protect Good Tribe's Gu masters. But it did not matter if they sacrificed some. As long as they obtained the myriad Wolf King, it would be a profit no matter what. Everyone, follow me and charge. Fang Yuan shouted and led all the Gu masters out of the main tent. Some 100 Wolf Kings and 1,000 Wolf Kings also gathered. Brother Chang, why are there only these? Where's your myriad Wolf King? Where's your wolf group army? The old tribe leader questioned, his heart sinking. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly, why should he sacrifice his own Wolf King to reduce Good Tribe's sacrifices? All living beings lived in this world, all living beings were equal, no one was born noble, and no one was born lowly. Wolves and humans were essentially living beings, putting aside their standpoints, wolves and humans were equal. Why should they sacrifice the lives of wolves for the sake of humans? Could it be that humans were born nobler than wolves? That was not the case. Any kind of nobility or lowliness was a class. And class was derived from the difference in strength. Be it Earth or this world, the greatest law was survival of the fittest, big fish eat small fish eat shrimps. The so-called nobility had a foundation, and that was great strength. Without this foundation, no matter how pure and elegant a lady was, she would only be a prostitute who could be married to anyone. Fang Yuan needed Good Tribe to travel with him earlier because he had few wolves, and traveling alone would be risky and difficult. But now, he had the myriad wolf group, and Good Tribe's value was greatly reduced. The wolf group listened to him, they would live and die if he wanted them to. But could Good Tribe do it? Sacrificing my trusted aide for an outsider. Do you think I am really like you, a hot-blooded idiot? Although he felt such disdain in his heart, Fang Yuan smiled warmly and confidently, saying to old Good Tribe leader, Brother Gu, don't worry, the situation is chaotic now, the ranches have been destroyed, and the wolf group has been separated. I have already ordered the turtleback myriad wolf king to regroup, and soon, we will have reinforcements. Gu tribe leader looked deeply at Fong Yuan and was about to speak. But Fong Yuan did not give him the chance. He shouted, "Everyone, Gu tribe's survival depends on this moment. Charge with me." Saying so, he clamped his legs together and urged the hump wolf under him to take the lead. Kill. Kill these wolf cubs. For Gu tribe, for tomorrow. Everyone followed and shouted. Young tribe leader Gu Guang followed closely behind Fong Yuan. Gu tribe leader angrily grabbed his son and shouted in his ear, "Remember, you are Gu tribe's young tribe leader." Next, the father and son charged towards the night wolf group under everyone's encirclement. 2 rank 4, 17 rank 3, and several rank 2 elites gathered into a powerful force, like a steel blade, directly stabbing into the battlefield. They were aggressive, and no wolves could stop them. They quickly charged out of the camp and towards the night wolf myriad beast king. Once out of the camp, everyone felt the pressure increase greatly. Especially the Gu masters at the periphery, their eyes were filled with night wolves. Wind blades, water dragons, fist stones, golden awls, all kinds of attacks were like cheap fireworks, fiercely blossoming. The wolf group was caught unprepared and countless sacrifices were made. Everyone fought their way out a bloody path. Howl. With a howl from the myriad wolf king, 12,000 wolf kings and dozens of hundred wolf kings gathered together and charged towards Fong Yuan and the others from all directions. Myriad wolf kings saw through Fong Yuan's thoughts and fought tit for tat, using elites against elites. Unknowingly, Fong Yuan had already shrunk to the innermost area of the group. He shouted enthusiastically, "Charge, charge, charge. Speed up, if we don't charge, we will all be finished. If we enslave the myriad wolf king, we can turn defeat into victory." A moment later, 100 wolf kings and 1,000 wolf kings joined the battle. The group's speed fell by a large margin. Many rank 2 elites were sacrificed. "Oh no, we don't have enough primeval essence, we can only activate self-detonation Gu, for the tribe." An elder suddenly shouted and jumped out of the group, throwing himself into the wolf's mouth. The wolf king opened its bloody mouth and bit him. This elder laughed malevolently and self-detonated, killing this 1,000 wolf king on the spot. This was Gu tribe's first elder's death since the start of the battle. Old tribe leader saw this and felt like his heart was bleeding. Understood. Uncle Chang, don't worry, as long as I still have a breath left, I will not let these wolf kings disturb you. Those who are willing to follow me, come over. Gu Guang shouted, turning around and bravely charging towards these wolf kings. Gu tribe leader's face turned purple from anger. Fong Yuan shouted again, "Brother Gu, don't be in a daze, quickly destroy the night wolf king's golden shield Gu. Once we enslave the wolf king, not only us, even the whole Gu tribe will be saved. Chang Shan Yin, if anything happens to my son, I will not let you off." The old tribe leader cursed in his heart. Under everyone's gazes, he did not dare to call Gu Guang back, this was blatant favoritism. He could only suppress his anger and attack the night wolf king in a frenzy. Tribe leader is mighty. The elders saw the old tribe leader erupt with power and their morale rose. This old guy's battle strength is out of the ordinary, he hit it really deeply. Even Fong Yuan had a whole new level of respect for him. A person with a high position would definitely have something outstanding about them. The old tribe leader had led Gu tribe for so many years, he was smart and capable, he was not a simple person. The wolf king was beaten up by the old tribe leader, it suddenly opened its mouth and spat out countless eerie blue ghost fire. Ghost fire goo was a rank 2 soul path goo. To advance, there was a rank 3 ghost fire goo. And the one showing its might right now was the rank 4 ghost fire goo residing in the Night Wolf King's body. The ghost fire surged and surged, the coldness was bone-chilling. The goo masters had no choice but to retreat, the tight encirclement loosened. The Night Wolf King thus obtained precious time to breathe and immediately prepared to retreat. Don't even think about it. Goo tribe leader roared, suddenly opening his mouth and sucking the whole ghost fire into his stomach. Rank 4, swallow fire goo. This goo was not an attack goo, to be precise, it was a storage goo. It was specially used to store flames. This old guy has a lot of good goo. Fong Yuan was inwardly astonished. Goo tribe leader swallowed all the ghost fire, and his belly swelled up by 2 or 3 times, turning him into a deformed fatty. At the same time, his skin was dyed eerie blue. Blood was flowing out of his eyes, nose, mouth and other parts. Rank 4, Vine Claw Goo. Goo tribe leader roared again, stretching out his left hand. His left hand expanded by 5 times, turning into wooden roots. His 5 fingers turned into strong purple vines, like snakes or whips, slithering onto the Night Wolf King's body. The purple vines quickly spread and tied up the Night Wolf King. The Night Wolf King's attempt to escape was destroyed, it struggled crazily, using its enormous brute strength to tear at the vines. Goo tribe leader's expression changed, although he also cultivated strength path, how could he compare to a wild beast like the Night Wolf King? The accumulated fatigue finally made his old body unable to bear the burden. He was exhausted. Bam! At the next moment, the Night Wolf King pounced down and ruthlessly slammed him to the ground. Old tribe leader. Everyone shouted, rushing over without any regard for their lives. Goo tribe leader poured his primeval essence into the defensive goo crazily, erecting a thick wooden shield. Bam bam bam. The Night Wolf King's claws slammed again and again, the wooden shield lasted for a few breaths of time before collapsing. The huge wolf claws directly slammed on Goo tribe leader's body. The old tribe leader had also used goo worms like bronze skin and essence iron bone, but they could not withstand the Night Wolf King's brutal attacks. Old tribe leader. Everyone cried out in shock and attacked crazily, trying to attract the Night Wolf King's attention. But the Night Wolf King only had Goo tribe leader in its eyes, it endured the fierce attacks and wanted to kill the old tribe leader to vent its anger. Chapter 463. Father. Goo Guang saw this and immediately screamed, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Bravery Goo's effect faded, the Night Wolf King's battle intent dissipated and it let go of old Goo tribe leader, being forced back by everyone's attacks. This is the moment. Fong Yuan was excited as he woke up. Rank 4, Wolf Enslavement Goo. Wolf Enslavement Goo turned into a large cloud of smoke and enveloped the Night Wolf King. This Night Wolf King's battle intent had faded and it was heavily injured, its consciousness was close to going crazy, and now it was fighting with Fong Yuan's soul. Fong Yuan's soul was already stronger than 100-man's soul. The Night Wolf King had an intense feeling of resistance, but from Fong Yuan's wolfman's soul, it felt a similar aura. The feeling of resistance thus fell sharply, and under the pressure of Fong Yuan's soul, it did not last long before the smoke fused into its body. Success! Fong Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance. Wolf Smoke Goo. He rushed to this battlefield and breathed out a large amount of wolf smoke, wrapping the Night Wolf King. The Night Wolf King's severe injuries quickly stabilized. It let out a long howl, and with this howl, the Night Wolf group was in chaos for a while before turning around and retreating. Gu tribe's crisis was resolved. But the surviving Gu masters did not have much joy of victory. They gathered around a deep pit. In the deep pit, old Gu tribe leader was lying down. Several Gu masters were lying beside him, doing their best to heal him. Old Gu tribe leader's body had already turned into a pile of mud, but with this healing, half of his body gradually recovered. But it was useless. His injuries were too severe, and as the healing Gu master's primeval essence was used up, the faint hope of saving old tribe leader completely disappeared. Father, father. Gu Guang knelt on the ground. Gu Guang knelt on the ground, grabbing old Gu tribe leader's hand and screaming in pain. Old clan leader. The rest of the elders also had tears streaming down their faces. The old tribe leader's face flushed red as he grabbed Gu Guang's hand. My child, be careful. He was about to say Chang Shan Yin's name, but at this moment, Fang Yuan pushed through the crowd and walked in. Brother Gu. His face was full of grief, and his shoulders were trembling slightly. Hot tears trickled down. The old tribe leader looked at Fang Yuan deeply. His mouth moved a few times and he had to change the topic. Son, from today onwards, you are the tribe leader of Gu tribe. Father. You can't die. I still have many shortcomings. I still need to listen to your teachings. Gu family still needs you. Gu Guang called out, tears flowing down his face. The old chief was like a fish on the shore, panting weakly with his mouth open. His eyes were unfocused, and his senses were quickly disappearing like the ebbing tide. The smell of death. It was incomparably dense. But I'm worried. I really have too many things that I can't let go. The obsession in his heart made the old clan leader muster the last drop of strength. He grabbed Gu Guang's hand tightly, and his unfocused gaze focused in an instant. He didn't know where he got the strength from. He shook Gu Guang's hand with slightly turbid air. Son, you need to remember that you are the Gu tribe leader. For the tribe, don't be rash. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions. After saying this, the old tribe leader's body stiffened. Then he fell down with his head facing upwards. His life was far away from him. This Gu tribe leader who gave his all, ascended to the position at the age of 38, and died in battle at the age of 87, gave his all for Gu tribe, and shed his last drop of blood. In defending Gu tribe, in the bitter battle against the wolf group, he sacrificed himself heroically. Father! Father! Gu Guang shouted, not willing to accept this cruel reality. But the truth was the truth, since it had already happened. It could not be changed or reversed. Father, old tribe leader, on the battlefield, a heavy sorrow shrouded everyone, as sobbing sounds lingered in everyone's ears. As dawn approached, in the main tent, the bright light lasted for the entire night. At daybreak, Man 2 finally received a letter Gu from the front lines. As long as we swallow Gu tribe, our Man tribe's strength will double. With such expectations, he opened the letter Gu and looked around. Very quickly, his gaze dimmed, and his brows were filled with disappointment. Lord Father, did our Man tribe not succeed even after mobilizing almost all of our forces? Man Duo sat at the side, waiting for a long time. Man 2 heaved a long sigh. Originally, the Night Wolf group had already charged into Gu tribe camp, but Gu tribe leader and Chang Shan Yin worked together, gathering all their high-rank battle strength to counterattack. In the wolf group, Chang Shan Yin subdued the Night Wolf King. It caused the originally decaying situation to come to an abrupt halt. Gu tribe has made a comeback. Chang Shan Yin, it's Chang Shan Yin again. Man Duo fell into deep thought. Soon, his eyes brightened as he suggested a plan. Lord Father, we have not lost yet. There is still the third wave of wind wolves. I have another plan. Oh. Tell me. Our Man tribe lost twice. The true reason is because of Wolf King Chang Shan Yin. This person is truly amazing. As long as we get rid of him, Good Tribe will be a plaything in our hands. Man Duo said. What plan do you have? Tell me, don't keep me in suspense. Man Duo laughed sinisterly, speaking with assurance. Chang Shanin subdued the Night Wolf King. This is his strength, but also his weakness. With the Night Wolf King, the entire Night Wolf group was subdued. Such a strong battle strength has already surpassed the entire Good Tribe. Chang Shanin is already a fierce beast beside Good Tribe. As long as he has any bad intentions, Good Tribe will be in danger. Good Tribe leader is such an astute person, he will definitely be wary and even panic. We can use this to spread rumors and make Good Tribe suspect Chang Shanin, driving a wedge between them. Man 2 sighed with regret. This plan is good, but it is useless now. I did not tell you earlier, Good Tribe leader has already died under the Night Wolf King's claws. Good Tribe leader has already been succeeded by Gu Guang. What? Man Duo was stunned. That old fox actually died. How can there be such a coincidence? With the death of Good Tribe leader, Good Tribe only had one rank 4 Gu master left, Chang Shanin. The others could not compete with him. Moreover, Good Tribe had gone through 2 battles, while Chang Shanyin's wolf group had increased to over 20,000, the strength of both sides had completely flipped. Fang Yuan's momentum was gone. His prestige was so high that it could not be shaken by mere rumors. It was shaped like a cup. It was the rank 5 moving perspective cup Gu. Of course, originally, its effect was only rank 4. Other than the one in the aperture, in Fang Yuan's left eye, there was a faint double pupil. It was Wolf Care Gu. In his throat, there was Wolf Howl Gu. Under his tongue, there was Ghost Fire Gu. On his chest, there was an Azure Wolf tattoo. It was Azure Wolf Hair Gu. On his back, there was a pair of eagle wings tattoo. It was rank 3 eagle wings Gu. The bone bamboo Gu and wolf soul Gu that he had were all used up. On each of his legs, there was a rank 4 wolf sprint Gu, used for movement. The immortal Gu fixed immortal travel had to be mentioned. It was buried under poison grassland. Chang Shan Yin's set of Gu worms was basically inherited by me. Now that I have tens of thousands of wolves, I can be said to have small success in the aspect of enslavement path. But at this level, he could bully the weak, but against experts, he was still lacking. What enslavement path Gu masters feared the most was beheading the leader. Fang Yuan had cooperated with Gu tribe before, and dealt with wolf groups that did not have much intelligence. But against Gu masters, it was much more difficult. As long as one was not an idiot, they would target Fang Yuan first. Back then, Chang Shan was able to kill Ha-Tu Gu and the other bandits not only because of his 1,000-man soul, but also because he had several myriad wolf kings, over 100,000 wolves, and even a trump card troop made up of mutated white-eyes wolves. Fang Yuan's enslavement path strength was not even 1/5 of the original Chang Shan Yin's. My biggest problem now is that I have reached a bottleneck. I have no choice but to stop cultivating in all aspects. In terms of soul, I have already nurtured a wolfman soul, but to strengthen it further, the best way is to use Guts Gu. Unfortunately, I am in Northern Plains and cannot return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, and Dang Han Mountain is also dying, waiting for me to save it. Because of the effect of Immortal Gu Gruel Mud, there are very few complete Guts Gu. A few days ago, Fang Yuan had used Impermanence Bone Gu, turning all his bones into impermanence bones. A human's body was like a skin bag, containing the soul. Impermanence bones made Fang Yuan's skin bag even sturdier. It was no longer a problem to contain 1,000-man soul. My cultivation has already stagnated because of the foreign region suppression. My soul has reached a bottleneck. In terms of strength path, I have used 3 strength of 10 June Gu to nurture 30 June of strength, but this is also the limit of my body. Other than this, as the wolf group increases in numbers, the weakness of enslavement path is also becoming apparent. To feed these wolves, I have to let them out every day to hunt for food. Or I have to personally lead them to hunt, and if they are unlucky, they will have to starve. The burden is too heavy, and the resource consumption is also too high. If not for Gu tribe, I would not be able to raise them by myself. Feng Yuan had taken the initiative to reduce the number of wolves, it was to reduce the pressure on himself. Enslavement path Gu masters expended too many resources, only large clans could afford to raise them. Even super clans would only focus on nurturing 2 or 3. These days, Feng Yuan had been thinking about how to solve this problem of feeding the wolves. Different from others, he had a huge advantage, that was, he had a blessed land. If he could send the wolves to the blessed land to feed them, and teleport them back when needed, this problem would be perfectly solved. But Hu Immortal blessed land was in central continent, and whole Earth Gu's range was limited to 1 region. That is to say, whole Earth Gu could connect to any place in central continent. But outside of central continent, it would not be able to do so. Whole Earth Gu was useless, so Feng Yuan thought of Stargate Gu. This Gu was a new Gu invented during the 5 regions chaotic war in his previous life. It was also a rank 5 consumable Gu, and had even more restrictions than Whole Earth Gu. Only when the night sky was filled with stars could it activate the power of the stars in black heaven. But its range was huge, and it could cross the 5 regions. Feng Yuan had the recipe of Stargate Gu, but the materials were scarce, and many ancient Gu worms were needed. 1 or 2 of the supplementary materials were even from the immemorial era. Moreover, the success rate of Stargate Gu was extremely low, there might not even be 1 success in 100 attempts. Feng Yuan did not have any thoughts of Stargate Gu when he transacted with Crane Gate, this was one of the reasons. There was another important reason, that was Blue Charm Lightning movie. Ever since the Blue Charm Lightning movie was kicked out of the Blessed Land by Feng Yuan, it had been lingering on Tian-Ti Mountain, not giving up on attacking Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Crane Gate also did not care about this problem, and the Gu Immortals on Tian-Ti Mountain only cared about the snow in front of their own door, not caring about the frost on other people's roof. Why was Stargate Gu's usage related to Blue Charm Lightning movie? As mentioned earlier, Stargate Gu needed to attract the power of the stars in Black Heaven to form. But Hu Immortal Blessed Land was its own domain, it did not have a sun or stars in the sky. If it wanted to attract the power of the stars, it would need to open the door and attract the starlight from the outside world. But this way, the Blue Charm Lightning movie would take the chance to enter. This was something that absolutely did not make up for the losses. Dang Hun Mountain was dying, its power was greatly reduced, if the Blue Charm Lightning movie entered the Blessed Land, it would be even worse. This way, Stargate Gu would not work. It seems I can only see if there is a solution in Langya Blessed Land. According to our current speed, we should be able to reach the Crescent Moon Lake in about 7 days. Feng Yuan sighed, placing his hopes on Langya Blessed Land. In the dark night, the moon shone brightly, the stars were sparse, and a cool breeze blew. On the grassland, there was a crescent-shaped lake. The lake was 15,000 li long and had an average width of 5,000 li. The 2 ends of the lake were curved and sharp, while the middle part was slightly wider, resembling a crescent moon. The lake was calm, sparkling with light, reflecting off the crescent moon in the night sky. It was Crescent Lake. Water plants were abundant here, it was tranquil and beautiful, with many living beings living here. There were 3-horned rhinos, water wolves, dragonfish, iron shell flowers, cliff grass, and horseshoe trees surrounding this lake, forming a sparse forest. A patch of dark clouds surged from afar, emitting a sinister aura. The dark clouds blocked the moonlight, casting a thick shadow. The shadow was like a ferocious beast, streaking across the surface of Crescent Lake, before stopping at its center. It is here. Several people were standing on the dark clouds, one of them was laughing loudly. He had an ugly appearance, his forehead was bulging, his eyes were deeply sunken, his eyes were tightly shut, and his ears were large and conspicuous. His hair was disheveled, and he wore a black robe, giving off a sinister aura. It was none other than the rank 6 Gu Immortal, Gue Wang. Langya Blessed Land is hidden here. Loner Hong Yu casually asked. He was also a rank 6 Gu Immortal, he had a youthful appearance, a round face, and was clean. This meant the Blessed Land's immortal essence was exhausted. Everyone, I'll be going first. Ghost King suddenly laughed loudly, flapping his green-black bat wings and entering Langya Blessed Land through the hole. Oh no! Loner Hongyu shouted loudly, afraid of falling behind. He turned into a red light and flew in. These demonic Path Gu masters are truly devious and crafty. Hua Hai's 3 immortals were so angry that their noses were crooked, they quickly followed behind. The 3 immortals entered the Blessed Land and could use all their rank 5 Gu worms at will. Langya Blessed Land's immortal essence was indeed used up. Fairy Huang Sha said excitedly. The 3 immortals charged through the myriad lightning rain and arrived at the depths of the Blessed Land. The Blessed Land was filled with a pure white cloud sea, with smoke curling up and rising. In the primeval sea, there were 12 pavilions, each with carved railings and painted rafters, looking grand and magnificent. It was a wondrous sight. In the pavilions, there were immortal cranes flying, feathermen circling, colorful lights filling the sky, and sandalwood fragrance wafting in the air. This is cloud soil, it is like stepping on solid ground, the soil is fertile and far surpasses mortal soil. Fairy Ching Suo stomped her jade-like feet and said excitedly. This is indeed the aura of an immortal ancestor. Fairy Fin Meng exclaimed in admiration. In the legendary 12 cloud pavilions, each pavilion has a huge collection of secret recipes. To think I could see it with my own eyes today. Fairy Huang Sha felt extremely blessed. Ha ha ha, these are all mine. Far away, Ghost King's ear-piercing voice could be heard. He was flying towards one of the cloud pavilions. As for Loner Hongyu, he was already extremely close to another cloud pavilion. Ma Hongyun obtained these 3 rank 5 Gu and recuperated completely. He returned to the stone forest and displayed his might, turning defeat into victory and making a comeback, finally ascending to the throne of the Lord of the Imperial Court for the 2nd time. Fong Yuan recalled as he walked slowly. Next, his eyes brightened as he stopped under a purple stone pillar. This stone pillar was ordinary, but there was a rock at the base and the top was smooth like a stool. Back then, after Ma Hongyun was defeated, he was chased by the enemy and was on the verge of death. When he escaped here, he had nowhere to go and was on the verge of death. He sat on this stone stool and leaned against the stone pillar, looking up at the sky. Suddenly, he felt that this stone pillar resembled his beloved wife's appearance. He was close to losing consciousness. He used his blood-stained hand to touch the stone pillar, calling out with deep emotion, Lian Yun, oh Lian Yun. I really regret not listening to your advice. I want to see you, I want to tell you in front of your face, I love you, I was wrong. At this time, The enemy had already arrived, his saber was already raised high. But at the next moment, Ma Hongyun suddenly vanished, he had entered Langya blessed land. Fong Yuan sat on this stone stool and leaned his back against the stone pillar, raising his head to look up. But he did not find anything resembling a woman on this stone pillar. Fong Yuan laughed. It seems that this Ma Hongyun is thinking of her after seeing something. His longing is so deep that he can think of Zhao Lianyun in everything he sees. This Zhao Lianyun was a mystical woman, she would become a wisdom path gu immortal in the future. She was Ma Hongyun's wife, she helped him plan and scheme. But right now, she was just a little girl. Fong Yuan took out his dagger and cut a wound, smearing his blood on this purple stone pillar. This purple stone pillar. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had once used a mysterious goo worm on it. Blood was only the first requirement to open the passage, there was still the second requirement, that was to say the word want. The moment Fong Yuan said these two words, his body instantly vanished, and his vision abruptly changed. By the time he reacted, he was already in a room. In the room, there was a pill furnace's fragrance. Dragon pillars, golden curtains, crane lanterns, vermilion windows. An old man with the demeanor of an immortal was sitting cross-legged on a cloud bed, meditating with his eyes closed. He was tall and thin. His hair was white as snow, his beard reached his chest, his face was ruddy like a baby's, and he wore a loose robe. His sleeves were fluttering. Demon Venerable's descendant Chang Shanin has come to pay respects. Fong Yuan placed his right hand on his chest, slightly bowing. You are Chang Shanin. The old man opened his eyes slightly. His eyes flickered with brilliance as he looked around at Fong Yuan, his gaze seemingly solid. Your skin is quite interesting. It is human skin, shame plum, autumn sound grass. There is also pill fire goo and medicinal strength goo. And some. The land spirit frowned deeply, stroking his beard with a hesitant expression. He actually saw through Fong Yuan's disguise at first glance, and even deduced the general contents of the human skin goo's recipe just by observing. Lad, do you want to exchange for this goo worm recipe? I will use a goo worm of the same level as the exchange. Or you can choose a goo worm recipe of the same level. Oh, right. Secret code, right, secret code. Halfway through, the land spirit came to a realization, slapping his forehead as he remembered there was a secret code. Fong Yuan shrugged his shoulders, the secret code that Demon Venerable agreed upon back then. That means there is no secret code. As for the human skin goose recipe, I cannot exchange it now. Chapter 467. Young lad, please have some tea. This is high-quality cloud smoke tea, quickly have a taste. Land spirit of Langya sat beside the cloud bed and personally brewed a cup of tea for Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan sat on the land spirit's previous seat, speechlessly looking at this clown land spirit in front of him. After Fong Yuan chatted with the land spirit for a while, he understood. This land spirit was extremely fond of collecting secret recipes, and would do anything to get an exquisite recipe. If it was someone else, the land spirit would have already extorted them. But towards Fong Yuan, the descendant of the demon venerable, he could not intimidate him, and could only use soft words to beg. Handsome young lad, is the tea nice? Are you happy? For the sake of this tea, you can exchange for the human skin goose recipe. Land spirit of Langya smiled fawningly, winking at Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan drank his tea silently. The image of the sage-like, mysterious and powerful land spirit of Langya in his heart was rapidly collapsing. Young lad, do me a favor, have pity on an old man like me. I live here alone, how depressing, how lonely, how thirsty. I can only look at these recipes to relieve my boredom. Could it be that you have the heart to cruelly reject a pitiful old man like me? Land Spirit had the image of a white-bearded, white-haired, white-browed grandpa, looking at Fong Yuan anxiously. Hey, can you have some self-awareness? You are a land spirit, not a human. Fong Yuan's eyes twitched. Young lad, whatever you say is true. As long as you give me the recipe, I will do anything you want. The grandpa winked at Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan resisted the urge to kick this guy down, and shouted, No, I won't exchange. Land Spirit of Langya's body froze for a moment, then he burst into tears and rolled on the ground. No, I want it. I want the recipe, I want the recipe. Young lad, you are too cruel, too savage, too heartless. You actually won't exchange, will you die if you exchange? You can change now. Really, seeing is believing. Fong Yuan's forehead was full of black lines. The mysterious and powerful image of the land spirit of Langya that he had in his heart had been shattered into pieces. Then, he was ruthlessly trampled into dregs. However, this also showed the innocence of the land spirit of Langya. The old land spirit grandpa rolled on the ground a few times and cried for a long time, but Fong Yuan still did not let go. He had to stand up. His face was covered with tears and snot, and even his white hair, beard and eyebrows were smeared with it. Young man, your conscience is very bad. It's too cruel. No wonder you're the heir of the demon lord. The old man looked at Fong Yuan with a bitter expression. He looked like a woman who had been abandoned by Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan finally couldn't stand such a gaze and shuddered. He sighed and said, Forget it, I can give you the recipe for the human skin goo. But that will have to wait until the time is right. Young man, you're too good. You're really a good person. When will the time be right? The land spirit jumped 3 feet high and was extremely happy. He, 500 years later. The old land spirit grandpa's raised eyebrows immediately relaxed. So long, this is my biggest concession. Why, you don't want to exchange? Of course, how can I not exchange? Looking at 500 years, I can also wait. Young man, I will always wait for you. This is our lifetime promise. The old man said affectionately. Fong Yuan covered his face and sighed deeply. I still have the recipe here, I want to exchange it for a connecting heaven goo. Hearing that Fong Yuan had a request for him, the land spirit of Langya's expression immediately changed. He straightened his body and slightly raised his head, showing an arrogant expression. He knew that in Langya blessed land, there was a rank 7 beast enslavement goo. This immortal goo could control any wild beast, mutated beast, myriad beast emperor, even desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Long-hair ancestor had used this goo in the past. He had subdued many desolate beasts and even buried several ancient desolate beasts under the foundation of the 12 cloud buildings. With these desolate beasts as guards, the whole of Langya blessed land was impregnable. It withstood 6 waves of goo immortals' frenzied attacks until the 7th wave. This beast enslavement goo is extremely important, the land spirit will definitely not exchange it. But long-hair ancestor had refined many immortal goo in the past, he definitely does not only have beast enslavement goo and heavenly essence treasure imperial lotus. Fong Yuan's heart palpitated. After thinking about it, he started to write down the recipe. The old grandpa land spirit was standing beside him. He had his hands behind his back, staring at it. After looking for a while, he laughed. This is second aperture goo, right? Don't tell me you also have this recipe. Feng Yuan stopped writing. Of course, my Langya blessed land has countless recipes. There are thousands of immortal goo recipes. The land spirit said proudly. With such wealth, no wonder the celestial court came to attack. Feng Yuan's gaze flickered as he sighed inwardly. If that's the case. He pondered for a while before changing to another piece of paper and continuing to write. This time, he wrote the rank 6 recipe of blood deity. The land spirit's eyes shined with a strange light when he saw the beginning of the recipe. But gradually, the light dimmed down. After Feng Yuan wrote 3 lines, he said, "This blood path recipe of yours might be mystical, but it is an incomplete recipe. Although it has made up for some flaws, it conflicts with the laws, the chances of success are very small. With this recipe, you cannot exchange for an immortal goo." Feng Yuan sighed. The blood god's recipe that he had obtained back then was also incomplete. After painstakingly researching it and asking other goo immortals to repair it, he obtained this recipe. He also knew that this recipe was not completely correct. The reason why he did not choose to refine blood deity back then was also because of this. Later, he coincidentally obtained the correct recipe of spring-autumn cicada. Thus, he gave up on blood deity and refined spring-autumn cicada instead. But spring-autumn cicada was related to his greatest secret of rebirth. Even if Langya blessed land did not have this recipe, Feng Yuan would not take it out to exchange for a goo. He exposed it in Three Kings blessed land because he was in a deep predicament and wanted to take a gamble to obtain shocking benefits. In the current situation, he was not in a desperate situation and did not need to take the risk. But this way, Feng Yuan could not continue writing down this blood deity's recipe. He only knew a dozen or so immortal goo recipes. But most of them were incomplete. Blood deity's recipe was already the best among the incomplete recipes. He only had 2 complete and correct immortal goo recipes, one was second aperture goo and the other was spring-autumn cicada. But the former's recipe was already in Langya blessed land. Feng Yuan did not dare to casually expose the latter. Feng Yuan was silent. After pondering for a while, he asked, "Land spirit, if I use a rank 5 recipe to exchange for a Stargate goo, can I?" The land spirit shook its head, "No. You can only exchange for the goo worms I have now." Feng Yuan was not resigned and asked, "Land spirit, don't you want to refine the Stargate goo? After all, this is a brand new goo." "Of course I want to. Although it is not suitable for me, I can put it in jewel yellow skies and sell it." But when I will refine it and when I can succeed, that is hard to say." The land spirit suddenly reacted. At this time, he had become smarter. "Little friend, you are thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritor. Here, you have 3 chances for me to refine goo for you. But refining an immortal goo, regardless of success or failure, it is counted as 1 attempt. If it is refining a mortal goo, I will definitely hand the refined goo to you. If you want the Stargate goo, I will definitely refine it for you," the land spirit suggested. Feng Yuan realized there was such a detail. No wonder Ma Hongyun wanted to choose 3 rank 5 goo. When he was reduced to this place, he was only a mortal and did not know the value of an immortal goo. Moreover, a mortal's body could not use immortal goo. Thus, he chose 3 rank 5 goo to increase his battle strength. After returning to the outside world, he turned the tide and gathered his army, turning defeat into victory. When Ma Hongyun became a goo immortal, he realized how precious the opportunities in Langya blessed land were. Unfortunately, by that time, it was already too late for regrets. Ma Hongyun's awkwardness was also Feng Yuan's awkwardness. Feng Yuan was immortal now. Even if he had an immortal goo, he could not use it. Little who immortal land spirit could use immortal goo, but whether it was grotto heaven goo, connecting heaven goo or stargate goo, they could not bear the immortal goo. That is to say, even if Feng Yuan had an immortal goo, he could not bring it back to Hu immortal blessed land. Moreover, there was a precondition for these 3 chances to refine the immortal goo, that was Feng Yuan had to provide the immortal goo's recipe. If the recipe was wrong, he could not refine it. Immortal goo were unique. If others already had the same immortal goo, Feng Yuan could not refine it. According to the land spirit's words, if the immortal goo refinement failed, this chance would be lost. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was able to refine the immortal goo 6 times in the past. One was because long-hair ancestor had pride and disdain purposely failing. Secondly, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was overflowing with talent and had great abilities. He had made ample preparations and made use of every opportunity. This caused long-hair ancestor to lose large amounts of precious goo refinement materials, causing him to bleed profusely 6 times. Now that long-hair ancestor was dead and turned into a land spirit, although he would not play tricks when Feng Yuan refined the immortal goo, he was after all a land spirit and not long-hair ancestor himself. His goo refinement ability would be reduced. Then, should he waste such a precious chance to refine a stargate goo? Feng Yuan fell into deep thought. According to common sense, the best way to make use of these 3 opportunities was to imitate Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable back then and refine 3 immortal goo. But to Feng Yuan, there were many difficulties. Firstly, he did not have the immortal goo recipe. Secondly, he did not have Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's ability. He could not guarantee the immortal goo refinement. If the goo refinement failed, he would have wasted a good opportunity. It would be better to refine a rank 5 goo. Finally, he was immortal. He could not even use immortal goo. Although immortal goo had great value, they were of no help to him, and if he brought them out, it would attract trouble instead. He might as well use a rank 5 goo. Even a rank 5 goo was not suitable for Feng Yuan. With Feng Yuan's current situation in Northern Plains, using a rank 4 goo was just right. Of course, I can keep these 3 opportunities and not use them for the time being. In any case, this opportunity is already in my hands. Even if Ma Hongyun comes personally or that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance appears, it will not affect me. But right now, I really need Stargate goo. Feng Yuan fell into hesitation, feeling very troubled. His current strength path cultivation only had 30 June of strength. He urgently needed goo worms that could modify his skin and flesh. In terms of enslavement path cultivation, the burden of feeding the wolf group was extremely heavy. Without the clan's support, he could only maintain around 30,000 by himself. In terms of soul, the wolfman's soul had already been refined. He only needed to go to Dang Hun Mountain and use guts goo to strengthen it. In terms of cultivation realm, he clearly had the conditions to break through, but because of the foreign region suppression, he could not break through to rank 5. His current situation was like a person playing chess. All the pieces that could be moved had been moved to a point where they could no longer move. He had already fallen into a deadlock, a deep bottleneck. The land spirit inherited long-hair ancestors' arrogance, and after failing once, his temper was somewhat bad. He glanced over and saw that Feng Yuan's cloud smoke tea was already finished, so he casually ordered an immortal, "You. Clumsy, big breasts but no brains. I don't need you to refine goo anymore, quickly go and brew tea for little friend." The female immortal that was ordered was Fairy Huangsha. She was furious, but did not dare to flare up. Her life was in the hands of the land spirit of Langia, so she could only bite her lips and forcefully suppress her anger, going to brew tea for Feng Yuan. But Feng Yuan said, I don't like drinking tea, do you have wine here? I only like to drink top-quality wine, this is the Grand Langya blessed land, don't tell me you don't have any. Humph. How can there not be? Pegasus wine and destitute wine are both top-quality wines, which one do you want to drink? Take them out and let me have a taste. Feng Yuan did not bat an eyelid. Thus, Fairy Huang Sha became the maid that poured wine for Feng Yuan. Pegasus wine had milky white liquid, emitting a rich milky fragrance. When it entered the mouth, it was mellow and soft. As for destitute wine, it was plain, like a clear soup with no alcohol smell at all. After it entered the mouth, it was also bland and tasteless. But this wine had a huge after-effect, often drinking one mouthful would make one drunk for 7 to 8 days. While the land spirit was refining gu, Feng Yuan only had a small taste, before putting these 2 jars of wine into wolf swallow gu. The second gu refinement also failed. The land spirit's expression turned even uglier, shouting, "Humph, I don't believe it, continue refining." The land spirit naturally noticed Feng Yuan's action of hiding the wine, but because of his reputation, he chose to ignore it. "Young master, please be merciful and save this servant." Seeing the land spirit and the others refining gu for the 3rd time, Fairy Huang Sha, who was standing at the side, was on the verge of tears as she softly begged Feng Yuan. Her skin was white and tender, like a freshly peeled lychee. Her eyebrows were dark green, her eyes were like a lake, concealing amorous feelings. Her breasts were large and majestic, her waist small and slender, her figure was not just graceful, it could even be said to be soul-stirring. Right now, her beautiful eyes were brimming with tears, not to mention men, even women would feel their hearts soften. "If you can save this servant is willing to serve young master for the rest of my life, I will listen to young master's orders." Fairy Huang Sha softly begged again. This was a female gu immortal's plea. If it were any other mortal man, he would have already been extremely excited, his 3rd leg would have stood up in anger. Men all had a desire to conquer, especially to conquer noble women. But Feng Yuan did not even look at her. In his previous life, these 5 immortals were all cannon fodder, they died in Langya blessed land, none survived. They paid the appropriate price for their greed and impulsiveness. Although Fairy Huang Sha was beautiful, in Feng Yuan's heart, what difference was there between her and a pile of dung in a latrine pit? As long as I don't have eternal life, I am also a pile of dung in a latrine pit, he. Feng Yuan sneered in his heart. Fairy Huang Sha opened her mouth to beg again, she was very confident in her beauty, and at this moment, she vaguely felt that this person might be her only chance to escape. But she did not know that Feng Yuan was an even more abnormal monster than the land spirit of Langya. "You are too noisy, get lost." Feng Yuan stretched out his leg and kicked Fairy Huang Sha, who was leaning forward, to the ground. Fairy Huang Sha was kicked to the ground, her expression was blank for a while before she reacted, "I was actually rejected. Is he still a man?" Intense anger and humiliation attacked her prideful heart, causing her expression to distort and her gaze towards Feng Yuan became extremely resentful. He. Feng Yuan sneered and climbed up from the cloud bed, walking towards Fairy Huang Sha and raising his leg towards her face. With a muffled sound, Fairy Huang Sha was kicked to the ground again, her head hitting the ground with another heavy sound. All of her rank 5 gu worms were taken away. Her immortal essence was also expended, and with Langya blessed land suppression, how could she be Feng Yuan's match? You! Fairy Huang Sha's lungs were about to explode from anger, her front teeth were broken and her mouth was full of blood. She let out a low roar and her expression was ferocious. Compared to her pitiful appearance just now, she was like a completely different person. "Humph, just a mere beauty, how dare you tempt me? If you look at me again, do you believe I won't kick all your teeth out?" Feng Yuan's dark eyes were deep and cold. Fairy Huang Sha's body trembled, her fists were tightly clenched, as if she had used all her strength to stand up. But she still lowered her head and did not look at Fang Yuan again. On the other side, the Stargate Gu's refinement had failed again. Land Spirit stomped his feet in anger, his expression turning even more pale. He had also noticed Fairy Huang Sha's matter. Walking over, Land Spirit smiled at Fang Yuan. "Little friend, don't be angry. I have just captured this little thing and have not taught her well. You can play with her first, let her dance, take off her clothes, you can play with her however you want." He, the materials are all used up, I will go buy some first." Hearing this, Fairy Huang Sha felt like she had fallen into an ice cave. An intense feeling of humiliation hit her heart like a tsunami. "Let me take off my clothes and dance." This suggestion made her feel incomparably cold and fearful. Ever since she was young, she had never been treated like this. A Grand Gu Immortal was toyed with like this. Fairy Huang Sha felt she might as well die. Gue Wang and Loner Hongyu at the side seemed to have been aroused. They licked their dry lips and stared at Fairy Huang Sha with burning gazes. Fairy Fan Meng and Fairy Qing Soar, who were usually like sisters to Fairy Huang Sha, were silent, as if they did not hear anything. Chapter 470. Gue Wang and Loner Hongyu were extremely disappointed. Fairy Qing Suo and Fairy Fan Meng let out a breath of turbid air, their expressions complex. Fairy Huang Sha's heart was finally at ease, she completely relaxed and almost collapsed. Her hatred towards Fang Yuan and the land spirit deepened by several times. "As long as I escape, as long as I make a comeback, I will definitely tear you into pieces to vent my hatred." He, little friend is indeed the demon venerable successor. The land spirit laughed dryly and took out Connecting Heaven Gu. This Connecting Heaven Gu was activated and turned into an oval mirror, flying above the land spirit's head and embedding in the air. The mirror was pitch black, but suddenly the image changed and blossomed into a bright yellow color. The land spirit activated Divine Sense Gu, sending wave after wave of divine sense into the mirror and receiving wave after wave of divine sense. At the same time, the mirror's surface changed continuously, showing images of materials one by one. The land spirit seemed to have reached an agreement. He took out 2 immortal yuan stones and threw them into Connecting Heaven Gu. The mirror's surface rippled as the immortal yuan stones entered it, while the materials were spat out by the mirror. "I bought 20 sets of materials this time, I don't believe I can't succeed," the land spirit said fiercely. At the final stage of the Gu refinement, starlight shone brightly and converged into a pair of oval stones. "Done." The land spirit laughed heartily, taking these 2 sapphire-like Gu worms and personally handing them to Fang Yuan. "This is Stargate Gu, I have completed one agreement. How do I know if I can use it or not?" Fang Yuan held this pair of Stargate Gu and asked. The land spirit immediately blew his beard and stared at him, as if he was greatly insulted. "Are you doubting my Gu refinement ability? If I can't, you can come and exchange for it." "All right, then I will take my leave." Fang Yuan was extremely straightforward, expressing his intention to leave. The land spirit stared at him fiercely. "You are leaving just like that? Then you still have 2 chances left, are you not going to use them now?" "Of course I will keep them." "Where is the exit?" The land spirit waved his sleeves and teleported the 5 immortals away, his expression becoming much more relaxed. "Do you still have any Gu worm recipes? You can write them out for me to see." "No more. If I have it, I will naturally exchange it with you." Fang Yuan evaded. "I feel like you have a lot of stuff in your stomach." The land spirit looked at Fang Yuan suspiciously and mumbled. "Fine, I'll wait for you to come again." After saying that, the land spirit waved its long sleeves again. Fang Yuan's vision blurred. When he looked again, he found himself standing in the stone forest. Beside him was the stone stool he had been sitting on, and behind him was the purple stone pillar. The night sky was dotted with stars, and the temperature had dropped so low that one's breath would turn into mist. Everything that had happened just now was like a dream. It gave Fang Yuan the illusion that it was a dream. Looking at the night sky, although they had been sitting in Langya blessed land for quite some time, only 1/36 of the time had passed in the outside world. The Stargate Gu, Divine Sense Gu, connecting Heaven Gu in his aperture, as well as the 2 jars of top-quality wine in Wolf's Swallow Gu were proof, causing Fang Yuan to recall this fortuitous encounter. I had planned to use these 3 chances, but who knew that the land spirit could also use recipes to exchange for Gu? Thus, I still have 2 chances left. If I can use Stargate Gu this time, it is definitely worth it to use 1 chance to refine Gu. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan did not stay any longer. He left this place and returned to the wolf group. This was a crucial moment. Traces of cracks appeared on moving perspective cup Gu. Although dried pond Gu could multiply the effect of Gu worms, it was like draining the pond to fish, burning the forest to hunt. Although its power rose sharply, the Gu worm would also be destroyed due to the excessive power. Next, he sent Divine Sense Gu into Hu Immortal Blessed Land, and the cracks on moving perspective cup Gu intensified. Fang Yuan was silent and took out Yuan Stone, quickly replenishing his primeval essence. Next, he took out one of the blue gem-like Stargate Gu and sent it into Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fortunately, the Stargate Gu was not an immortal Gu, but a rank 5 Gu, allowing Fang Yuan to use moving perspective cup Gu and send it into Hu Immortal Blessed Land. After sending the Stargate Gu into the Blessed Land, the moving perspective cup Gu was already badly damaged, full of cracks and on the verge of breaking. At this level, it could still be used one last time. Fang Yuan stored this cup in his aperture, not using it again. He started to wait. The moving perspective cup Gu was refined by him, and had his own will. But he had already lent it to Little Hu Immortal, thus Little Hu Immortal could also use it. The previous few times, he had used moving perspective cup Gu. This was because the time flow in Hu Immortal Blessed Land was several times faster than in Northern Plains. If Little Hu Immortal rashly activated it, Fang Yuan's side might not be ready yet. Huff, it is up to Little Hu Immortal now. If she fails, then she will send another set of moving perspective cup Gu for the last time. I hope she succeeds. Before Fang Yuan left, he had only refined 1 set of moving perspective cup Gu. But before he left, he told Little Hu Immortal. During this period, Little Hu Immortal and Crane Gate made several transactions, exchanging for many Gu refinement materials, and had already refined the 2nd set of moving perspective cup Gu. Time was getting harder to bear. Be it connecting Heaven Gu or Divine Sense Gu, they were both rank 5 Gu, and consumed a lot of primeval essence. Even a rank 5 peak stage Gu master would only need a few breaths of time. Thus, only Gu immortals or land spirits could consume immortal essence to use them. As for why he did not use moving perspective cup Gu in Langya Blessed Land, that was because Fang Yuan did not want to expose the Gu worm. Once it was exposed, the land spirit of Langya might demand the corresponding recipe. Time passed by minute, but in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the time flow was several times faster. The night wind was cold, causing Fang Yuan to feel uneasy. He stood up from the ground and started to pace. The night sky was filled with stars, and there was ample starlight. The Stargate Gu in Fang Yuan's hand did not move at all. Am I going to fail? That cluster of starlight firefly Gu in jewel yellow skies was bought by someone else. As time passed, Fang Yuan's heart sank. He stopped pacing, and stood on the grass with his hands behind his back. Looking afar, Crescent Lake rippled with light, it was tranquil. The wolves around him were either standing or crouching, with different expressions. He could not help but think of the time when he caught the liquor worm on Qingmao Mountain. He laughed in spite of himself, no longer worrying about his gains and losses, and his gaze became clear again. All the worries, all the pressure, all the impatience, all the worries, all dissipated like the wind. He looked up at the night sky, and let out all the turbid air in his chest, suddenly feeling that his current life was so beautiful, putting everything into the highest pursuit of his life, with no distractions and no regrets. His heart was clear, like a mirror that was not tainted by dust, like this crescent lake that was bright and tranquil. Ever since rebirth on Qingmao Mountain, he had been racking his brains, and now he had an epiphany. This epiphany could not be explained clearly, but it lingered in his heart, eventually turning into a sentence: "Tonight's starry sky is really beautiful." This was a heartfelt emotion. Saying this, Fang Yuan's whole body relaxed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders, and he felt like he was floating in the air. His aura also seemed to have changed. The original dark dove aura disappeared, turning into a fresh and cheerful aura. His originally dark and deep eyes were now shining with a clear light, like a newborn, or like the stars. The Stargate goo in his hand started to vibrate, the vibration increasing. Fang Yuan let go of his hand. The sapphire-like Stargate goo slowly flew into the air. It attracted a large amount of starlight and condensed it. The scene was brilliant like a dream, elegant like a fantasy. A moment later, the starlight formed into a huge circular door. The Stargate goo was finally successful. Fang Yuan looked at it quietly, his lips curled into a smile, showing happiness, but his eyes were calm. He calmly stepped into the Stargate, the starlight in front of him converging into a whirlpool, bringing his body along. After more than 10 breaths of time, he walked out of the Stargate, and returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. "Master, you are finally back." Little Hu Immortal was extremely happy, jumping into his embrace. Fang Yuan chuckled, rubbing the land spirit's head. "Yes, I'm back," he said lightly. But in Three Kings' blessed land, the situation forced him to refine divine travel goo into fixed immortal travel goo. According to the legends of Ren Zhu, one needed to drink 4 types of top-quality wine to obtain divine travel goo. Fang Yuan had been collecting good wine, but now, someone was a step ahead of him. Without the divine travel goo, the second aperture goo is only 1 step away from completion. Fortunately, I still have decades of time. Speaking of which, it was because I was too high profile when I refined goo on Sancha Mountain that everyone in southern border knew about it. So it is not strange that someone was a step ahead of me. Fang Yuan shrugged his shoulders, he had already expected this. The process of him using divine travel goo to refine fixed immortal travel goo was witnessed by many goo masters. This matter would definitely cause a huge commotion. Southern Border's goo immortals were not fools, how could they not take action? It was just that Fang Yuan had placed his hopes on the infighting between goo immortals, thus he had been working hard to collect them. There were always some things in a person's life, even though there was not much hope, they would not regret it if they worked hard. If they did not work hard, they would not even have a sliver of hope. The matters of the world are often unsatisfactory, I am already used to it. But since the other party put this divine travel goo in, it means they have the intention to sell it. Let's take a look first. Fang Yuan was indifferent and did not worry about personal gains and losses, his mind was also calm. Even though Jewel Yellow Skies was the largest trading market for goo immortals, there were very few transactions involving immortal goo. The number of immortal goo transactions in history could be counted on one hand, and most of them were settled by goo immortals first before using Jewel Yellow Skies as the intermediary, using the treasure light to verify the authenticity and ensure the safety of the transaction. Most of these transactions were immortal goo exchanging for immortal goo. But the goo immortal who sold divine travel goo, Old Man Inkstone, had an unusual request. I want to use this divine travel goo to exchange for second aperture goo's recipe. The information contained in this request was too huge, it attracted a lot of attention. In Jewel Yellow Skies, the divine senses of all the goo immortals were fluctuating, interacting with each other. Divine travel goo. To think I could see this legendary goo worm today. Although it is an immortal goo, divine travel goo's effect is too random. Back then, even Ren Zhu Crown Prince was in danger because of it. It is even more dangerous for us puny goo immortals. But divine travel goo is after all an immortal goo. With it on me, if I have nowhere to go, I can take a gamble when I am in a desperate situation. Rather than discussing divine travel goo, I want to know second aperture goo's recipe more. The Yen clan goo masters who were still shouting earlier had frozen expressions. They looked behind them, and most of their expressions softened. The only Yan tribe elder felt everyone's fighting spirit crumbling, and hated Gu tribe's psychological attack to the extreme. However, this resentment only turned into a long sigh when it reached his mouth. Under everyone's gazes, he walked out and said with difficulty, "Our Yen tribe is willing to surrender." Lord Elder, Yen tribe's Gu masters shouted one after another. Some were in disbelief, some were sobbing, and some were relieved. At the same time, Gu tribe's Gu masters cheered. "Victory, victory! The outcome has been decided, we have annexed Yen tribe." Even though they were at the same place, the two-side situations were as different as clouds and mud. "Gather the troops and clean up the battlefield." Gu Guang's face was also filled with joy. In terms of strength, Gu tribe was below Yen tribe, but this time, they succeeded in one fell swoop. As long as we digest these spoils, our Gu tribe's strength will increase by 3 times, and even surpass Hong Yen Valley. This is all thanks to Lord Chang Shan Yin. Gu Guang thought of this and turned his gaze to Fang Yuan. In truth, Gu Guang had hesitated when he received Fang Yuan's letter. But this hesitation only lasted for a moment before turning into determination. The facts showed that his choice back then was correct. If we had rejected Wolf King back then, our Gu tribe would have ended up like Yen tribe. Gu Guang's reverence towards Fang Yuan deepened. Sitting on the humped wolf, Fang Yuan sized up the entire Yen tribe camp. Everywhere he looked, there were broken walls and smoke, corpses could be seen everywhere, and blood flowed on the ground. The Yen tribesmen who were hiding were found by the search teams. Yen tribe Gu masters were shackled, their Gu worms were taken away, their primeval essence was sealed, and they became captives, strictly guarded. Fang Yuan's expression was calm, he had seen such situations many times. During the 5 regions chaotic war 500 years ago, the situation was even more tragic and terrifying than this. Yen tribe is exterminated, next is the heroes' assembly. Of course, before that, I need to return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. I also need to go to Langya Blessed Land, if I am lucky. 3 days later, it was another night filled with stars. Fang Yuan led the wolf group into the wilderness, and first used moving perspective cup Gu to communicate with Little Hu Immortal, before using Stargate Gu to return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. This time, thousands of wild wolves followed him into Hu Immortal Blessed Land. These wild wolves were either injured or old and weak. Their battle prowess was low. If it were an ordinary enslavement path Gu master, their only choice would be to sacrifice these wolves as cannon fodder in the next battle, to prevent them from consuming more rations. But Fang Yuan had an even better choice with his blessed land. They were all about the price of the gruel mud. Fang Yuan sold large amounts of gruel mud to jewel yellow skies, attracting the interest of many Gu immortals. Using these gruel mud and relying on immortal Gu recipes, one could refine gruel mud immortal Gu. Although this Gu could only be used once, it was a genuine immortal Gu. In an environment where immortal Gu were scarce, Gu immortals flocked towards Fang Yuan's gruel mud immortal Gu. For these gruel mud, Fang Yuan's price was the recipe of the immortal Gu. At first, these Gu immortals only took out tattered remnant recipes, the treasure light was not even 3 meters. But after these days, the recipes these Gu immortals took out had already reached 3 to 4 meters.